time for more. Ace Attorney. Miles Edgeworth. And this amazing collection. Here we go, Turnabout Legacy. Cake. Samson and Judy's Bacon Bop. It's your VM cake extravaganza. Macarons, waffles with ice cream, chiffon cakey. Butter light. Laugh and sing, smile it's true. All that sweetness waiting for you. What? Where? Over there. The oven's got something special to share. Ding. Now let's see what we got for you. Hey, it's cooking time. Are you ready to make something special together? I like where this is going. Uh-oh. Wow, talk about a blast from the past. Hey, Gregory. I'm going back there tomorrow with your boy. Yo, Scoots, how's it going? Bacon Bop. Probably going to find out what's... April 2. 10:05 a.m. Zodiac Call Fountain. Well, Bender, you finally gonna tell me what we're doing here? Wow, you brought me to an art gallery of all places, so pointing the finger already. Hey, you had nothing going on? Seemed like the perfect chance to come enjoy the magic of star signs stuff together. I'm leaving. Chill, big guy, I'm just joking. You know about the IS-7 incident, yeah? Your old man's last case? Of course. Karma took great pleasure in showing me the files as soon as I became a prosecutor. Long Karma. I reviewed them again last night after your invite, see? I do see that. I was also present at the trial all those years ago, but my memories of it are somewhat hazy. As a child, I was completely in awe of my father. The sight of him in court was inspirational. Same finger point and everything. My father like son. Gregory Edgeworth, attorney at law, and opposite him, the man who would become my mentor, and Fred von Karma, case. However, yo, evening chill, how's it going? It ended with the conviction of the accused. Ah, so you were there too? You were in the courtroom for Gregory's final outing? This Fender guy always wants a hug. Well, explaining things easier. Wanted you to know something, see? That something being what really went down. Not the truth in those files, but the capital T truth. Oh. It was 18 years ago, smack dab in the middle of a real doozy of a winter. The buildings were covered with a blanket of snow. It looked like the streets were lined with popsicles. But things weren't so innocent behind those frozen doors. In fact, some pretty sordid stuff went down. And this is back before yours truly was the fine vigor of an attorney you see before you today. The young Fender. 18 years ago. December 24th, 5 p.m. Detention Center, Christmas Eve. Visitor's room. Hey, Mr. E. Mystery. This one really came out of the blue, huh? It did. We were called in before the ink on the arrest papers were even dry. My name is Gregory Edgeworth, defense attorney. You're visiting a client with my assistant Eddie Vender. Oh. Murder on Christmas Eve? What's the world coming to? What is the world coming to? In the dark of night, at the end of the day, I saw two timely sabers coming my way. Welcome, my friends, to the visitor's room. We're not friends yet. I'm sure we will be soon. Whoa, talk about an entrance. I was not expecting that. Where was I? Another receipt. Sorry if I surprised you. I'm so happy to see you both. Thanks so much for coming out. Seriously, I can't thank you enough. You're the accused, I take it. I am. Gregory Edgeworth, attorney at law. At your service. Oh, you free? That's a good one. I look forward to representing you. This is my assistant, Eddie Vender. But pleased to meet you, sir. I'll do everything I can to help. Come now, Edward. Calm down, please. You have to forgive him. He still needed this. Edward Vender. He's been helping me out part-time, but he's far from fully fledged lawyer material yet. Unless, I'm hoping I'll be of some assistance in investigating these particularities of this case. Oh no, spoilers alert. The first one is really, really good. Hey, Felina. How's it going? Gregory and Eddie, it's an honor to meet you both. My job as a defense attorney is to save my clients from wrongful convictions. So the first thing to do is establish whether or not he truly is innocent. Perhaps we could begin by having you tell us a little about yourself. What am I thinking? I haven't even told you my name. Samson Tangaroa. Oh, it really is you. Samson Tangaroa, the world's greatest confectioner. You flatter me, my young friend. You can call me Samson, all my pals do. Wow, thanks Samson, I will. Get to meet you in person. Literally starstruck. Seems Eddie knows something of our client. Mystery. It's the Samson Tangaroa, the singing, dancing confectionery making sensation. Things are rough. Oh no. I'm sorry to hear that. I hope things get better soon. Dang. Yeah, I hope we can find something. What shall we make today, kids? What? Macarons. Waffles with cream. Chiffon cakes that are light as a dream. Laugh and sing. Smile, it's true. All that sweetness waiting for you. Look there. What, where? Over there. Dylan's got something special to share. Now let's see what we've got for you. Only some time before things change. Hoping this, yeah, I hope so. It's not a great time to, you know, be in that situation. So here's hoping for sure. Keep me updated. And Gregory is sweet. No way. I got to sing with Samson Tangaroa. This is a dream come true. Okay, thanks, little pal. Means a lot to hear you say that. My apologies. I think we need to discuss the matter at hand. Of course. I'm sure you're both very busy. Alright, where'd you like me to start? Start with Samson Tangura. So, you're not just a confectioner, but also a singer and dancer? I sure am. When I'm having fun, my body just starts moving. I get that. Just really enjoy making desserts. Wouldn't be much of a confectioner if I didn't. I live to make sweets that'll bring joy to others. Hey, and they're not just things, they're works of art. Sparkling, dazzling, mouth-watering creations, the stuff that dreams are made of. So he aims to create joyous and inspirational pieces, does he? I understand that the incident in question happened at your mansion. It did. We were holding an international confectionery contest there when the body was found inside one of my creations. What? How in the world? Inside one of your... No way. Clear as day. The detective in charge placed me under arrest because of it. Now, here I am. But I could never take a life. Never. I'm sure the police will see that too in time. They'll realize their mistake. I sure hope so. What can you tell us about the victim? His name is Artie Frost. He was taking part in the contest. Mr. Frost was a wonderful confectioner. His creations were things of real beauty. I just don't understand. Why did he have to die? I'm sorry. He seems genuinely upset over the victim's death. I think I have a pretty good measure of the man now. Mr. Tangara, one last thing I need to confirm with you. You didn't kill Mr. Frost, correct? That's a great question. Correct. I swear to you, I did. Like I told you, I can never take a life. Never. He seems quite sincere. Right. I'm gonna take your word for it. Thank you for being so forthright with me. Likewise, it's good to talk to somebody other than those detectives. We'll head to the scene of the crime and see what we can learn. I'll be in touch when he has something more to tell you. Goodbye, Gregory. Goodbye, Eddie. Counting on you both. Seems like a nice guy. 6 p.m. Christmas Eve. Fountain Room. Brr, it's pretty cold out there, hey, Mystery? Never saw so much snow. Yes, and it doesn't seem like it'll be letting up anytime soon. Just look at this place. What a sweet house Samson's got. It's huge. Yes, big enough to hold an international confectionery contest, no less. Welcome, welcome, everyone. Come on in, we'll have us some fun. Said that. Whoa. Oh no. Are you alright? Sorry. Damn, you got whipped by our apron. Chat me, Mr. Gregory Edgeworth, by any chance? I would. It's a pleasure to meet you. I'm Eddie Fender, Mr. Edgeworth's assistant. Mr. Edgeworth, Mr. Fender, welcome to our humble abode. Duty bound. It's... Sorry. Got me. An honor to meet you both. I'm the housekeeper here. Mr. Tangaroa's assistant. You're no housekeeper, you're duty bound. The duty bound. You know a little something on my work? Little? I watch you on TV every chance I get. I'm Bacon Bob's biggest fan. It's very kind of you to say so. We'd be nothing without our fans. And what think Bacon Bob be? What might Bacon Pop be? It's only the biggest show on TV. Every kid on the planet loves it. The dynamic duo of Samson and Judy make delicious sweet stuff, all while singing and dancing. Like this. Check it out. What should we make today, kids? And cookie dough, caramel too, fluffy show cream, tiramisu. Everyone, come along. Bacon treats with a smile and a song. There, ooh, where, ooh, there, it's true. The oven's got something special for you. Ping, just take a bite and you will see. I was off. That was a wonderful performance, Mr. Bender. Bravo. Hehe. I dance along every time I watch the show. Hello. Ghosty, how's it going? Perhaps Miles might enjoy it too. I'll suggest it later. But all this dancing really takes it out of a guy. Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm the world's worst hostess. Here, nothing relaxes the body and mind quite like a cup of tea. It does sound good. Clink, clink, clack, clatter. Nice. It's pretty awesome so far. This is Ceylon, correct? It's delicious. Citrus aroma is said to improve one's ability to concentrate, as I recall. Interesting. So this is what Ceylon tea tastes like, huh? How odd. The saucer's cold. Ooh. Yes. It's so that the tea cools down more quickly, I'm afraid. Some of our guests don't like it too hot. See. These teacups are very unique too. The design is really something. So, thank you very so much. I ordered them all the way from France. They're my absolute favorite. They were designed by a marvelous sculptor named Paul Halik. Have you heard of him? He makes the most amazing tableware in the world. You're clearly a big fan of his work. Oh, I am. These teacups are my greatest treasure. He's certainly not afraid to show when she's passionate about something. If you don't mind, Miss Bound, I'd like to move on to the reason we're here. Can you tell us everything you know about the unfortunate incident that occurred earlier? I'm still laughing over Judy Bound. Such a good name. Of course. I'm sorry for getting so distracted. I guess I'm still in shock. Because I'm the one who found the body, you see? You discovered the victim? Is it true that the body was recovered from inside of one of Mr. Tangaroa's creations? It is. We were in the middle of the contest's final judgment phase when I heard the sound of something big collapsing coming from Samson's room. It's weird. Samson, are you in here? Ah. I opened the door, went inside, and there was Mr. Frost's body. Thank you. I'm sorry to make you relive such a traumatic experience. Think nothing of it, please. I only wish I had more to tell you. Now, if you don't mind, Miss Bound, I'd like to begin our investigation of the crime scene. Oh, Mr. Edgeworth, Mr. Fender, you have to save Samson. He's no murderer. He can never do something like that. Of course, that's what he said too. Leave it to us, Miss Bound. Thank you so much. I'll go serve the others their tea then. Come, Meddy, to the scene of the crime. Yes, sir, Mr. E. December 24th. Contest venue. Tangaroa's room. No way. Everything in this room's made of chocolate. Whoa, the land of chocolate. Can't believe I'm getting to see so many of Samson's creations up close and personal. I'd be more excited myself if the room wasn't a murder scene. Better, just hearing you say that sends a shiver down my spine. That might just be the temperature in here, it's rather cold. Yeah, now that you mention it, it is pretty chill. Shoot. Oh, look who it is. That's in the scene already? That was fast. Pleasure to meet you, Gregory Edgeworth. I'm representing Mr. Tangaroa. This is my assistant, Eddie Fender. Nice to meet you. Bad. Detective Tyrell Bad. Detective in charge is named Bad, a man of few words. Something about this just doesn't taste right. You're eating your notepaper? He likes to chew over his thoughts rather literally, I'm afraid. Helps him to digest and remember them. It's a little quirk of his. Please try to ignore it. Though I'd be the first to admit that it's said than done. With introductions out of the way, Detective Bad, would you mind if we join you investigating the scene? Sorry, not gonna happen. What? How come? Mr. Edgeworth and Mr. Tangerow is an attorney. Yeah, and attorneys will do anything to get him off the hook. Even put words in the client's mouths. Think I need that on my crime scene? Well, Mr. Edgeworth would never do something like that. Oof. I don't trust attorneys. Okay, kid. Detective, you established my client's supposed guilt based on an investigation of the crime scene, correct? That's usually how it works, yeah, what of it? They extend me the same courtesy. I believe he's innocent, and I'd like the chance to prove it. You believe he's innocent? And you didn't even see the scene yet? That's some flimsy lawyering. That's exactly why I wish to see the scene for myself. I need to ensure that my belief is based on solid evidence and sound reasoning. You have to tell me you're not leaving until I let you look over the scene. I am. Fine. Knock yourself out. Thank you, Detective. I'm coming around with you. Like I said, I don't trust attorneys. If you're good with that, go ahead and get to it. That was a lollipop this whole time. I must admit, I didn't see that coming either. We better get started then. We need to take notes, Eddie. On it, mystery. And then I'll eat them. Let's get this over with. The Red Rover and the Crimson Tide. Looks like this title is the inspiration for everything on display here in this room. The ship and the treasure chest, of course, but also the other nautical objects on display. It's certainly a suitably grand theme, which to showcase Mr. Tangerow's talents. It's a fine selection of nautical paraphernalia. You think one of them could be the murder weapon? No, they're all made out of chocolate. You'd have a hard time bludgeoning someone to death with one of them. Death by chocolate. Can't tell it's real in here. They really do look genuine. I can't really tell the difference myself. A true testament to Mr. Tangerow's skills. Fuck to this guy. What are you investigating, officer? Sir, I was just taking the temperature of the water here. What have you learned? Oh, it's warm, sir. The stream in each room flows into the main fountain, and the water is circulated back to the rooms. Oh, that's cool. Unusual to say the least. I've never seen a house quite like this one. Rich folks, they're all crazy. Oops. I was looking over here, officer. Nothing of interest in that cupboard, or... Yes, sir. So there is? Oh, no, there isn't. Just a blowtorch used for cooking and some tableware, sir. You heard the man, Mr. Attorney. Nothing to add, am I right? Nope. So, you do have something to add. Oh, no. Can't get a straight answer out of anybody. Perhaps you should ask a straight question. Okay. Oh. Who this guy? And you are? Herg. Sorry, meditating. Did you want something, detective? Oh, I'm an attorney, not a detective. Gregory Edgeworth, a pleasure to meet you. And I'm his assistant, Eddie Fender. I see. Name's Carmelo Gusto. I'm a confectioner, here for the contest. You are? What's your specialty, Mr. Gusto? Whoa. What? The art of air and sugar. It's amazing. No way, look at that. It's a little baby seahorse. It's a dragon. A noble soaring creature of the skies. That's a dragon? Almost looks like a dragon air. It does look more aquatic than airborne. No need to sugarcoat it. My design sense is weak. I know that better than anybody. I'm heading to Shengfa. This is all over. I need to train hard. Perhaps we should get off the subject of his design sense for now. Shengfa. What are you doing in here, Mr. Gusto? I didn't think they were allowing civilians on the scene yet. The detective wanted to know more about one of the pieces in here. Makes sense, seeing as he's a contestant. Perhaps I should ask him a few questions of my own. Carmelo Gusto. Those are some interesting implements you use, Mr. Gusto. There's sugar blowing pumps. They put air into the sugar. Oh, that's cool. They're so cool. It's like watching a swordsman do his thing. I'm no master. When a day goes by, myself one way or another. That's why I wear red. That way it doesn't matter when I make a mess. And the way of the confectioner is a lonely one. You never stop learning until you die. Yikes. But the way of the confectioner sounds like a long one, too. If he's still injuring himself on a daily basis. What can you tell us about the contest? Based on what we've seen so far, flavor doesn't seem to be the only criteria at play. The contest was Tangaroa's idea. It's about art, confectionery as art. Confectionery as art? Art you can eat, every part of it. Every single item in this room is edible. The whole place does kind of smell like chocolate. Tangaroa is a genius. Once-in-a-generation talent, flavor and flair, he has it all. If you can't outdo the god of confections himself, you can't win. I don't know, man. Beating out the greatest in the world does seem kinda hard. Yeah. As it should be, whoever beats him becomes the greatest in turn. That's the real prize here, nothing else matters. So you're competing for a title, effectively. And a treasure, the ultimate cookbook. Tangaroa's most prized possession. If you want to know more, it's all written down here. It's the list of rules that was given out to contestants. Piece of paper listing the rules. About the incident. I don't know much about what happened. I only heard about it after the judging was over. How was the judging organized? It started at 3 p.m. Tangaroa began making rounds right about then. He left his own room, worked his way around the venue clockwise. Frost's room. My creations were the first to be judged. After that, he went to Scone's room. She's another one of the contestants. What can you tell us about her? Ruthless, brutal, nothing she wouldn't do to win. He was working with Cream, some kind of dreamscape. Then, last of all, Frost's room. His thing was flavored ice. Sculptures this time, or so I heard. Found the body. Tangaroa still making the rounds. She panicked, ran to call the cops. Tangaroa went right on judging, claims he didn't know a thing about it until afterwards. And looked over the victim's work, even though the guy was nowhere to be seen. He had his head in the contest. Pretty suspicious behavior in anyone's book. I don't have enough information to challenge him on that yet. By the way, Detective Bad, what were you and Mr. Gusto talking about earlier? I was gonna ask about the piece on the wall here, the one in the frame. Seemed like something was off. Angel beset by thorns. Thought I'd better ask somebody who knows about this stuff. Diary of Despair, the Light of Life. Then you bozo showed up and pulled me away from my very important work. Perhaps we can take a closer look at it together. Can't take a hint, can you? Mr. Gusto, would you mind helping us out? Of course. Infectionary is my life. If you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them. Thank you, that's very kind of you. Got a few things here. First of all, what's this? That's a fire alarm? Okay. Yeah, and before you start prodding it, it's not made of chocolate, but everything was. Push it and bells will start ringing, people will come running from the security room. A whole bunch of hassle, so don't. I know you want to, but don't. He does know I want to. Honestly, the thought hadn't even crossed my mind. Typical attorney. What does being an attorney have to do with anything? A candelabra made of chocolate. There's a title here, The Light of Life. One of the things is missing. Well, this particular light seems to be missing one of its life-giving flames. There we go. It has some sort of symbolic meaning. Could it be... It's a journal, belonging to the captain of the chocolate ship. Also made of chocolate. A Diary of Despair. That's in title. Come, hearken, see how he crossed the sea and rode the red tide to misery. Quite a jaunty rhyme for such a tragic-sounding tale. This must be the title of this piece. Angel beset by thorns. It's pretty mysterious. Really gets you thinking, huh? I think I'm a fan. Yep. You have good taste. I'm especially fond of it myself. Really captivating. Mr. Edgeworth, Mr. Gusto praised me. And now, Eddie. Don't make this into a thorny issue by bragging about it. Yeah, bad taste. Was that a dad joke, Mr. Edgeworth? I better make note of this momentous occasion. Where did I make a joke, dad or otherwise? Edward's dad makes a dad joke. Who knew you could make a picture this pretty out of chocolate? Samson really is a god among men. Is it really made out of chocolate, though? Looks far too much like a regular illustration to me. You have a good eye, I'm impressed. That's no piece of candy. That's the ultimate cookbook. Oh. Why is it there? Also, what's that fingerprint? Looks like a hand touched it. A chocolate hand. The ultimate cookbook. In other words, the grand prize. What? So it's not made of chocolate after all? No, the book is simply framed in some... Tangaroa showed it all. Tangaroa showed it to us. Tangaroa showed it to all of us when he gathered us here to explain the rules. Reading is tough. Participants knew that the grand prize was in this room the whole time. Anyway, you see it too, right? The frame. Something's missing. Ah, the oddity Detective Bad was going to ask Mr. Gusto about earlier, yes. You're right, Detective. Something is missing from this frame. So it's not just me. Huh? What's missing? Better show Eddie which part of the frame is missing some chocolate. So we got a leaf here. It's right here. Take that. Oh, look at the decorative work in the corner here. Something's missing, no? Oh yeah, it's different from the other side. That's not like Tangaroa. Balance is all wrong. That's not all. Take a look around. Every convection in this room is missing some small bit. Oh. You're right. Candle holder, the nautical stuff, they're all like that. Did someone deliberately damage them? Tangaroa's creations have been tampered with in several places. That's a very good question. Or did Tangaroa just want it to look like somebody messed with his work? He never did that to his own creations, never. Could this have some deeper meaning for the case? I'll scour the scene and inspect anything that catches my attention. So first of all, this. Are these finger marks? Yeah, we don't know whose yet. Still haven't figured it out. No fingerprints, no ID. No fingerprints. Finger marks without prints. They could certainly be important to the case. They're chocolate fingerprints. Frame finger marks added to the court record. It's a real head scratcher, alright. Not really. I'm guessing however it was for gloves. Where's a sense of romance, of adventure? There doesn't tend to be much of either at a crime scene, Eddie. Achoo. Are you alright, Eddie? Yeah, but it sure is chilly in here. I guess it's kept at a certain temperature, so the chocolate doesn't melt. Yes, it wasn't exactly warm out in the fountain room either. But it's even colder in here. Would you like to borrow my jacket? No, I'm fine. Besides, you said you'd give it to me when I finally got my attorney's badge. Yeah, I did, didn't I? Why do they have the heat down so low? Chocolate needs to be kept to the right temperature. I knew it. Take a look. Behind that panel on the wall. What panel? Look at that. It was here this whole time. There's one in each corner. And there's one in each of the contest rooms. Tangaroa hid them so they wouldn't spoil the aesthetic of our works. And what do the controls do? They adjust the temperature and the lighting. Goes all the way down to minus 22 degrees Fahrenheit, equivalent to keep any confectionery from melting. Ooh. So in effect, each room is a giant freezer. That's wild. It's 59 degrees in here. No wonder I'm cold. Hey, Detective Bad. You, mind if we turn it up a little? Preservation of the crime scene is the foundation of detective work. But I'm not a detective. Same goes for attorneys, Eddie. Was never to serve the scene of a crime. Get used to the cold, it's all part of your training. Chocolate needs to be kept between 59 and 65 degrees. There's no way around it. 59 and 65, got it. You know the temperatures by heart, huh? Guess it is your top. At the very least I should know. Any real confectioner should be able to tell you that, and more. Alright, what about lollipops and cream? If it's not too hot or too humid, the lollipop should be fine just about anywhere. Cream needs to be kept at around 50 degrees. Need to watch out for heat and humidity, huh? Duly noted. Detective Bad kinda brightened up when he was talking about lollipops, didn't he? Suppose he must be very fond of them. Yeah. I don't believe there's any more to be found here. So check that, and check that. So I need to check the side of the frame. The picture's not made of chocolate. It's the cover of a book, the Ultimate Cookbook. The Ultimate Cookbook, in other words, the grand prize. Yep. So they knew that the grand prize was here the whole time. I gotta check this. These control speeds to adjust the room's temperature and lighting. Red, yellow, green, dark blue, light blue, white. It's a huge range. That is. Temperature set to 59 degrees. Light's color is white. And the pieces in here are made of chocolate, that's why. White light makes them look better. Mr. Tangaroa must see the room itself as part of his carefully crafted creations. Nice alliteration. So nothing else here. I talked to him. Well-cooked kitchen, as one might expect. Sadly, it doesn't look like there's much to be found in the way of clues. Nothing of interest in the fridge either. Yeah. I'll take his word for it. There's some very tasteful tableware here, along with some kitchen utensils. This tea set is the same design as the one Miss Bounds served us with the earlier. You think Samson could have been drinking tea out of that? The pot and the cup were dusted for prints. These were the only ones they found. And was that the case for the utensils too? Everything else had been washed, so there wasn't any prints to find. And Mr. Tangaroa was wearing gloves while he was working on his confectionaries. That could explain why prints were only found on the teacup, pot and cup. Mr. Tangaroa's teapot. Okay. So... and gloves. Tangaroa wore them when he was working on his masterpiece over there. They're conveniently good at hiding fingerprints too. Oh wow. I suppose it's possible to employ them in such a manner. Is it really all that suspicious to find a pair of gloves in a kitchen like this? I'm a detective, everything's suspicious, that's the job. Wow. Not too bad. A real crime scene, this is so exciting. And again, Eddie, I need you to take it seriously. Don't worry, Mr. E, taking notes on everything. You are? What kind of notes? Notes about how this delicious stuff is made. Myself. I'm not playing around, Edward. Take this seriously. Yes, Mr. Edward. Okay. Notice anything? You're doing this all wrong. An investigation's like a popsicle. You walk around the scene, look at stuff, talk to witnesses. Everything you do, it's like a look at that popsicle, slowly eat away at it. What's left is the stick, and written on that stick is the truth. I suppose I'd better hope it doesn't say guilty. Wow. That's quite the analogy. Now we look at this. This is where the body was discovered. It'd be hard to get the body under that chocolate chip. Yeah. They took it away already, but everything else is just how we found it. One of the stands for the ship is broken. Ship collapsed because one of the stands broke. Oh, so it wasn't up there before. Ship must have collapsed onto the treasure chest and smashed it open. Well, wait. Do you think could that be how the victim died? Was he crushed by the ship? If he was, this becomes an accidental death and not a murder. You too serious? Don't worry, detective. For the moment, we're simply discussing a possibility. I was being serious, though. What's this one? Okay. It's really rather impressive, making an entire ship out of chocolate. Such a big one, too. That's Samson Tangaroa for you. You just want to take a big bite out of it? What part to bite first, though? That's the real head scratcher, you know? Bite any part of it, kid. You'll be off this crime scene so fast your head will spin. Hey, it was just a joke. Stop staring at me like that. I do sometimes wish Eddie would keep his cool a little better. So that's fine. Nothing over here. It appears the body was inside the treasure chest. Yeah. One by the name of Bound found it. She was Judy Bound. Hanson, are you in here? Ah. It seems she heard something breaking. Came to see what it was. What was the sound Bound heard coming from Tangaroa's room? Maybe he was just taking a nap in there. If only we had just a little more information. Something else in here. Huh? Looks like a seal of some kind. Somebody's initials. And an intricate shape carved into it. It's like PH or BH. Is it for making those fancy wax things on documents? Do you think it belonged to the victim? No idea, but it's gotta get locked anyway, so I'll take that. What could the design signify? Detective, can you tell us a little more about the state of the victim's body? Let me see. Got a picture here someplace. You can see for yourselves. Death was from blunt force trauma. Blunt object. But the weapon hasn't been found yet. You can ask the prosecutor in charge about that. The detective's not one for sharing much, I see. Would you mind if we borrowed this? Let's get off my nose. It's not like it's official. A bound ticket with an instant camera when she found the body. Instant camera. Like it's disposable or something? Like a Polaroid. It means that it develops pictures right there. And then when you take them... No way, it sounds pretty convenient. Now then, I better get my facts straight and take down some notes of my own. Something in this picture that contradicts with the current crime scene. I need to call on my powers of detection to figure out why. Crime scene notes added to the court record. We did check everything else. Powers of deduction. And damage creation. Could stand. I'll put these two together, I think. Hopefully wrong. Oh, hey, I'm right. Sand broke. And the ship collapsed with it. The loud sound it made Miss Bound running. Yeah, but the ship had already keeled over by the time she got in here. And why did the stand collapse? What caused it to break? Maybe the whole thing was off balance from the get-go. That really have been the case. Damage creations. Why did it break? All of Mr. Tangaroa's creations are missing a little piece each, including one of the stands that was holding up the ship. Somebody really went all out. Do you think it could have been the killer? It's certainly a possibility. Either way, I think we can safely say the stand was damaged in our mystery person's tampering spree. tampering spree. When it broke, the ship fell and smashed open the treasure chest. It would have remained closed otherwise. Makes sense, makes sense. I guess there's more to see over here. Scour the scene and inspect anything that catches my attention. So... Stand is breaking. I don't know. Okay. I don't know. Very tasteful tableware. Think Samson could have been drinking tea out of that? Bought and covered us for prints. These were the only ones I found. Is that the case for the utensils too? Everything else had been washed, so there weren't any prints to find. Mr. Tangeroa was wearing gloves while he was working on his confectionaries. Explain why prints were only found on teapot and cup. Okay. Definitely something. Do I have another? I don't have anything to put with that. It's really rather impressive making the entire ship out of chocolate. So found it. Heard something breaking. Seal. Okay. Maybe that's it, right? Scene of the crime. Nothing's been moved since the body was found, correct? Preserve the scene. That's rule number one of any investigation. Took the body away, but everything else untouched. Can you tell us a little more about the state of the body before it was taken away? Found. Took a picture. Make do with it, Mr. Lawyer. Detectives none too fond of defense attorneys. Probably best not to rely on them too much and search the scene for clues and contradictions myself. Clues and contradictions. anything. So guess we related to the event somehow. Non-confectionery items may not be used as decoration. The plant materials will be provided. Contestants may not enter other contestants' room until it has been completed. Yes, what a gorgeous design. Really? Seems a bit out there to me. How do you even get your tea in there? Art isn't about function, Eddie. It's about form. Guess I'll have to take your word for honesty. This art stuff is way beyond me. Oh. Look, something stamped on the bottom. It's PH. Suppose that must be Paul Halik's potty remark. Those are his initials after all. Miss Bound said she's a big fan of his work. His initials, huh? So if I'd made it, it would say EF. Perhaps you should practice by initialing your personal belongings first. Okay. Hold on a minute. Let's consider the relationship between the evidence and what we see before us. Contradiction. Considering the ship before us, we're lucky it's made of chocolate. Otherwise we'd be on it right now. Putting down a little stream over there. Not exactly the most pleasant way to be ejected from a crime scene. Darn. Kinda think this over one more time. Something missing that ought to be here. I can't think of what it is though. Okay. What could be missing from this boat? I don't know. There should be like a chocolate piece missing, right? Oh yeah, right here. Maybe? First trauma, okay. The only thing that has been removed from the scene is the body. Oh, yeah. Makes sense. Took me way too long. Yeah, that and the piece of cloth it was wrapped in. And something here doesn't quite add up. Doesn't? But you want to look at the scene in front of us, detective. Very conspicuous pool of blood. That should be here is clearly missing. You're right. Don't remember anybody mentioning they'd removed the blood along with the body. Let me check with forensics. What is it, Mr. E? What did you figure out? Are the treasure chests and the photographs the real thing? In the picture, the solid chocolate bottom continues underneath the deceased head. And yet, that part of the chest is now gone. The part with the blood all over it. Exactly, so did the police remove it? Or perhaps the killer? It wasn't forensics. I'm saying nobody took anything like that away. Interesting, so somebody deliberately removed the blood from the scene. Could be. That's about the crime scene. Police taking custody of the body. Okay. I think we're about done here for now. Well, if I wasn't convinced before, I am now. Tangaroa did it. No two ways about it. What do you mean? All the rooms in this place, locked from the inside. The only way to unlock them from the outside is with this key. See, and who had access to that key? Who do you think? Tangaroa. It's the only one. There aren't any copies. But then, how did Miss... How did Judy get it? With the mansion key, Tangaroa could slip into anybody's room. Anybody else's room, anytime he liked. And he could even lock his own room from the outside if he wanted. Mr. Tangaroa's room wasn't locked, was it? Nope, which is exactly what makes him a suspect. Did you care to explain your thinking? Well, I think Tangaroa did it. If the door had been locked when the body was found, Tangaroa would have been the obvious suspect. Which is why he deliberately didn't lock his room. And why he smashed in the lid of the treasure chest so that the body was on full display. Why would he do that? Everyone was supposed to gather in his room when the judging finished up. So he made it look like the murder happened when I wasn't there. And the one thing he didn't plan on was finding the body. Anyway, that's my thinking on this whole thing. Good enough for you, Mr. Attorney? And do you also believe it was Mr. Tangaroa who damaged the other pieces in this room? Yep. I know you have to believe your client. That's your job, but I'm a detective, and I serve the law. No matter how squeaky clean somebody might seem, suspect is still a suspect. That's is still sus. Fully understand your reasoning, detective. Now, would you mind if I applied a little critical thinking amount? Do your worst. Just as the detective won't compromise his devotion to the law, won't compromise my beliefs either. And I'm not about to just accept his version of events. In fact, I'm going to show him the piece of evidence that highlights the contradiction in his claims. Unlocked when the body is found. That's fine. Deliberately didn't lock his room. Okay. Why he smashed the lid of the treasure chest so the body was on full display. But when the ship fell, Judy ran in. So she was the only one in the room. This doesn't make sense. Let's present the crime scene notes. The lid was closed until the ship collapsed. Okay, let's present this thing. We've established that the body was hidden inside the chest, and that Miss Bound only came running into this room when she heard a sound. It seems reasonable to infer that the sound was that of the chocolate boat collapsing. Sure, seems likely, based on the evidence. And yet you assert that it was Mr. Tangaroa who had smashed the lid of the chest. I believe this photo makes it clear that it was the ship that did the smashing. And that had occurred only moments before Miss Bound had entered the room. And it couldn't have been broken by Mr. Tangaroa, who was out judging the contest at that time. I never said he did it then and there. He could have done something to the stand, so it collapsed when he was in the middle of judging. Have you any way of proving that assertion? Nope. The investigation isn't over yet, there's still time. So he doesn't have anything conclusive. You found any prints in the room? Besides those of Mr. Tangaroa? Yep, on the door. But we found Tangaroa's and Frost's prints on there too. We were all brought in here for a briefing right before we started work on our creations. Those prints are probably from then. I take it you haven't checked any of Mr. Tangaroa's works or prints yet? Why would? We know that somebody tampered with them. It's possible they left some prints behind when they did so. Fine. If we don't find anything, your guy's still top of my list, got it? Bro, you check all those chocolate stuff for prints now. Sir, right away. Detective Bad. We finished testing the chocolate, that was fast. We found prints that didn't belong to Mr. Tangaroa, sir. Go on, who is Delicia Scone, sir? She's one of the contestants. Good work. You can go back to whatever you were investigating before, sir. Delicia Scone, what a name. Means you have a suspect besides Mr. Tangaroa. Miss Tangaroa. Mr. Tangaroa. Even without your lawyerly input, I wasn't about to wrap up the investigation anyway. I'm gonna speak to Mrs. Scone, see what she has to say for herself. Delicia Scone. Mr. Gusto mentioned her too. He said that she was ruthless. She'd do anything to win. The Scone lady sounds like a pretty suspicious character, huh, Mr. E? Yes. I think you better try to speak to her ourselves as well. Detective Bad. Would you mind if we accompanied you? And babysitting you is not my job. Oof. Come on. But I guess you did pick up a couple of useful clues already. So I'm gonna tag along and be my guest. Thank you, Detective. You're too kind. The bow. Gregory's property. But Detective Bad, sir. I don't think that's such a good idea. The lead prosecutor's still busy in there. It'll be fine. Me and him don't exactly see eye to eye anyhow. He really doesn't like prosecutors. Who's this him? Who did they assign to the case to? Manfred von Karma. What? He gave it to von Karma? He hasn't lost a case in 25 years. Manfred von Karma, a living legend over at the prosecutor's office. Never faced one another in the courtroom, but I've heard plenty of stories. Say I'll do anything to ensure a guilty verdict. But I can't let that distract me. For now, I need only continue to do what I believe is right. To be continued. save here. December 24th, 7:30 p.m. Contest venue. Scones room. Whoa. Whoa, a candy castle. Look, there are even some little elves to go with it. Wow. That's pretty impressive, actually. Chocolate? Room's laid out pretty much the same as Tangarora's. Not as cold, though. That's something. It's cold. Let's see. Yeah. Looks like there's a temperature control panel in here, too. Over there where that orange light is, right? We better take a closer look at it when we can. It's like a fairy tale storybook in here. This whipped cream covered construction must be the work of Miss Delicious Scone. Where is Miss Scone? Me? Well, I'm just over here, dearie. Oh, just look at you lovely boys. Delicious Cone at your service. Some cheeky bladders back in Buddy even call me Miss Delicious Tea. Miss Delicious. Called the lovely boy, 34. Unexpected to say the least. Lovely boys, really? Even Mr. E? Oh yes, dear. You, the detective over there, you're all lovely boys to me. I'm nobody's lovely boy, lady. No. Name's bad. I wonder just how old she is. Finish this up so we can get out of here, Mr. Attorney. Yes, alright. What's the meaning of this? Chit-chatting with the defense. Mr. Edgeworth, some scary guy to step out of the castle. Von Karma. What? He's Manfred Von Karma? Sorry, mannequins. Mannequins. The notorious prosecutor, Von Karma himself. Pleasure to meet you, Mr. Von Karma. Gregory Edgeworth, attorney at law. I couldn't care less what your name is. Your job is to lose to me and disappear. Never to show your sniveling face again. Wow. What a thoroughly rude individual. Those piercing eyes, that furrowed brow, shudder, you're even scarier than they say. Oh, some dust got in my throat. And you might want to keep such rude thoughts to yourself, Eddie. We were hoping you might permit us to carry out some brief inquiries, Mr. Von Karma. Why would I wish to extend you any such courtesy? This clearly isn't going to be easy. So long as your inquiries are limited to this room, I suppose I'll allow it. Why the sudden change of heart? You, the tall fellow. Name's bad. Is that so hard to remember? I didn't ask for your opinion. Thoughts of a lowly detective do not concern me. Oh. But I do admire your spirit. Bad. See to it that these worms don't step out of line. Why do I have to? I'm not offering you a choice, detective. I need to go and look over Gusto's room. Good day. Wow. Great. More babysitting. Why aren't Detective Bad and Mr. Von Karma investigating together? They don't seem to know each other well enough for there to be bad blood between them. Bad blood. Well, looks like we have permission to investigate. Guess we better get to it. Indeed. I'm not sure I trust Mr. Von Karma's motives. At least we can do that much. Hold up. I haven't been over this room yet either. You're not messing it up before I get my chance. I have to wait till I'm done. Huh? But I thought you were the lead detective? How come you didn't take a look at this room yet? Because I wasn't the first one they assigned. One of Von Karma's pets was on the job before me. Damn Von Karma. I read up until just now, in fact. I got here not long before you did. That answers my question as to why they're working separately, I suppose. Let's say we look over the room together, Detective. Worked out well enough before. Then you don't have to worry about us messing things up. You can keep an eye on us as we go. What kind of screwball attorney asked to have a detective breathing down his neck? Oof. Guess I'm stuck with you for a little while longer. Yes, you're amazing, Mr. E. Have our thanks, Detective Bad. Don't be too grateful. This is my scene. Second you get in my way, you're out of here. Of course, we understand. Now shall we begin? Scones room. First of all, what's this guy doing? And don't turn around, don't turn around. If you turn around, you'll eat it. You can't eat the castle. Don't eat the castle. I guess he's watching a sugar intake. Don't eat that castle. There's a blowtorch and some chemicals here. This is all for cooking with. Wonder what these chemicals are. Let's take a look at the labels. Mango down 911. Homicide 247. Wait, they're all poisons? No, sir. They're common colorings and flavorings used in candies and desserts. The first is concentrated mango, boiled down to its pure essence, hence mango down. And they're asking for trouble with a name like that. I'm curious as to what homicide it might be. What might it be indeed? That one they must have made up. What is this? Oh. A small door on the wall here, just like Mr. Tangora's room. Here, I'll open it. Temperature 68 degrees. That's weird. I can swear they said that the temperature for keeping chocolate warm was cyanide. Oh yeah, cyanide. Makes sense. That's 59 to 65 degrees, the ideal temperature for chocolates. Not to melt. Nothing sketch, nope. Didn't Gusto say cream needs to be kept at 50 degrees? Temperature in here is too high. Yeah, it sure is. That is odd. I wonder why. Very strange indeed. It's a cute little elf made of candy, sitting on a little tree stump. Huh? The whipped cream decorations around it are beginning to lose their shape. It's melting. But the elf seems completely fine. Strange. What was the elf made of? Candy. Guess I can't get around the castle from behind. So... there's another elf here. It's gonna say the same thing. What's the matter? Something about the ladder? It's not a ladder, Detective Bad. It's a step ladder. Same difference. Far from it, actually. You know if you observe their basic natures more closely. Amazing mystery. I'll have to remember this for future reference. Ladders and step ladders. I got an achievement for that, apparently. These must be the various tools Miss Scone used to build her castle. And buckets full of cream, trowels, and a brush. Is she a patissier or a pastor? There you go, making jokes at my expense, you cheeky young devil. I don't just slap stuff on walls like a silly old pastor. And spread the cream out lovely and smooth, then work out all the rough patches. And that's literally exactly what a plasterer does. Why is she looking into her bowl so weird? Sus. The 4 adorable elves in the sweetest little castle made of sweets. That's the theme behind Miss Scone's creations, huh? Unlucky for her. Things aren't quite as sweet around here as she's trying to make out. Oh, there are 4 elves, it's true. I wonder if the water here is warm too. Ah, the thick, sweet scent of delicious whipped cream is in the air. It's like a fairy tale, but in real life. And yet, there he was, standing in the middle of it all, with that evil look on his face. This whole experience is wasted on the scary old creep. I'm now Eddie. You can't call people names like that, it's rude. Sorry, Mr. Edgeworth, I'll try to be more careful. It's just, he reminds me of this teacher I once had, who was always super angry with me. That stern school teacher, huh? Now that he mentions it, Mr. Von Karma does have the look of one. But I shudder to think that it would be like for Miles to study under him. Would it be like for Miles to study under him? Wow. It's foreshadowing, I guess. I wonder how Edgeworth got to be studying under Von Karma. That's really wild. Anyway, let's look at this. And I wonder why Von Karma was inside of it. It's an incredible piece of work. Hard to believe this whole castle is made of sugar and cream. No, right? Sounds so delicious. It's like we're inside a magical medieval story or something. And then the officer is like, do we need the castle? Do we need the castle? I didn't know you were so into fantastical things. I'm sorry, Mr. Edgeworth. Didn't mean to get so carried away. Oh, no need to apologize. I admire your enthusiasm. I'm not just my own son was as animated as you. You have a son, Mystery? I do. He's still in elementary school. Yet, he'd rather read a statute book. Than a fairy tale. I can't help but pray that his interests will make it hard for him to make friends. Say that. He sounds super interesting. Make a ton of friends, me included, I'm sure. I like to think he'd be more of a big brother to him than a friend, Eddie. A big brother, huh? Guess I have some growing up to do. Better take this more seriously. Indeed. Then with that in mind, shall we continue our investigation? Scour the scene. Okay. Nothing wrong here. Huh? And these pillars. They have hexagonal indentations. Looks like something's supposed to go in there. Wherever they were, they're long gone. Hexagonal indentations, huh? I wonder. I wonder what they're for. Castle's covered in whipped cream, so maybe a giant strawberry? Giant strawberry with a hexagonal bottom? Look, I like strawberries, okay? I'm the guy for wishing. For bananas myself. Blueberries for me. I love it. Blueberries are good. So what else is the open... The doors of the castle have been left wide open by Mr. Von Karma. Yeah. Oh, was the guy born in a barn? He could have at least closed them behind him. I'd like to see you say that to Mr. Von Karma's face, Mr. Eddie. Eddie? Wait, there's a bunch of stuff inside. Let's see. Hold it, kid. If anybody's gonna be handling evidence, it'll be me. Cream's going already. Cream's melting and loses its shape with the slightest touch. It's all over the detective's shoes. Why are these items being stored inside a Kennedy castle? Right. Tell me what you want me to look at first. Clearly, first this one. two big rock crystals. Like somebody was using the castle for storage. Kinda expected something a little more exciting behind those doors. Oh, I know, maybe they're giant uncut gemstones. Maybe this whole thing is based on a story about a castle. The priceless treasure be hidden inside. I think I'd treat my place's treasures with a little more care. There's something on the bottom of them. It's like a little stand or something. Oh, they go in the hexagonal indentations. Stands out on the bottom of the rock casts. Yeah. I was right, they are gemstones. Stands must be so they can be put on display. Whatever they are, seems like they're not just a large set of paperweights. And this. And there's a bunch of blue cloth back there. 1, 2, 3, 4 rolls altogether. Certainly aren't made of candy. No idea what this stuff is for. Almost looks like somebody hid it in here. I think I've seen fabric of the same color somewhere else before. Oh, it's interesting. I think we looked at everything here. Yes, we did. Let's talk to this lady. Sigh. What's the matter, Miss Scone? You seem a whole lot less cheerful than you were a minute ago. Is it Mr. Von Karma? Something happened between you two? Why, yes. Nothing happened at all. She's lying. But you just said yes. That was the hello, yes, you silly boy. You're just the sweetest little sugar dumpling. Remind me, what was your name again? Oh, Eddie. Eddie Lumpkin. Oh, you'll go far, dearie, I can tell. Eddie Lumpkin? It seems our English gentlewoman has taken a liking to you, Eddie. A small accomplishment. She's not exactly what I picture when I think of a gentlewoman, Mr. E. Never mind that now. We should ask her a few questions while we can. Could you tell us about what you did over the course of the contest? Of course, dearie. Let's see. It all started at about 10 in the morning. That's when we set to work. That sounds really late for a baker. And well, I spent most of the time here in my room, getting everything ready, as you'd expect. Oh, and then there was lovely afternoon tea for an hour or so from around 1, I think. Afternoon tea? It's an English tradition. Chance to drink tea, enjoy a snack, make small talk. So, kind of like recess? I suppose you could say that. Oh, you really know your onions, don't you, Greggy Pegleg? Such a clever boy. When did I become Greggy? Where was this afternoon tea served? Out in the garden, of course. There's a lovely little one just outside. TBS. And they do it at the same hour every break time during the contest. And a nice little spread, you know. But today, only me, Samson Silly Pants, and Moody Judge were there for it. Samson Silly Pants. Moody Duty. Sammy Poople had already finished his big creation, so he was there the whole time. But poor old Chillywinks and Gusty Pants had to miss out, because I hadn't finished yet, bless them. So Frost and Gust? You're saying everybody except Mr. Frost and Mr. Guster was present? That's right, dear. To tell you the truth, I hadn't finished yet either. But it wasn't about to miss out on tea and cakes. I served by our two TV superstars. I went back to work when I finished, though. Tootled off while the others were still nattering away. At any point during the contest, did you visit any of the other competitors' rooms? Well, no, dear, don't be silly. That's strange, because your fingerprints were found in Mr. Tangaroa's room. Eek, caught red-handed. Wait, so you admit you were there? Oh, well, I can hardly deny it now, can I? But I didn't kill anybody, I swear. Suppose I better tell you what really happened. Just promise you'll believe me, won't you, dearie? What really happened that day? What exactly were you doing in Mr. Tangaroa's room? Well, I suppose you'd call it research. Research? Sammy Poople's a dab hand when it comes to the old sweet making. Everybody knows that. So when I noticed there was no one in there, I just popped in for a quick bit of research, I like to say. Name of research. What kind of research leaves fingerprints? Yes, well, it stands to reason I leave fingerprints, doesn't it? After all, it's hardly research if you don't have a little nibble on it, is it? What? You ate little pieces of them? So, the traces of tampering in Mr. Tangaroa's room, that was all you? Right. I'm ever so sorry, sweeties. I didn't mean to make a mess. I had to take a little bite here and there, didn't I? I didn't want poor Sammy Poople getting upset, so it was just the teensiest bits and pieces. Dang. And the stand holding up the ship? You took a bite out of that too, I suppose. Oh, yes, dear, of course I did. It was you. You brought the whole thing crashing down. Eek, I'm sorry, my lovely, truly. I'm sorry, my lovely, truly I am. Hold on, is that why you left the afternoon tea early? You're heading off for a second helping of sweets? Look, just please believe me, I never killed anybody, I promise. Actions were certainly suspicious, but that's about all we can say for now. Just one other person I need to talk to. The room's laid out the same as Tangaroa's. Does anything else strike you as strange? When Karma was inside the castle, must have been looking around in there. Who knows, maybe he had a reason to. How did Von Karma leave the castle without getting cream all over his shoes and stuff? And what about Miss Scone? Did she seem suspicious to you? She's hiding something. I bet my badge on it. Call it Detective's Intuition. Detective's Intuition, huh? I'll have to say, I don't disagree. Something's not right here. I think we better hear Miss Scone's side of the story. Already did. So, first off, hexagonal indentations in the rock crystal stands. Let's fit together. The rock crystal stands and the pillars in front of the castle feature the same hexagonal shape. I believe the crystals are meant to be placed on top of the pillars. Yeah, hexagon to hexagon makes perfect sense. But if that's the case, then why were they being hidden inside the castle? Why indeed. And the rolls of blue cloth and rock crystals inside the castle. I imagine both must belong to Miss Scone. Miss Scone. What are you using the items inside the castle for? Oh, those? Sorry, Lambkin, but I'm not allowed to say. Let me guess. On Karma? Eek, how did you know? Please don't ask me to tell you. Love my cuts for garters. It seems the prosecution really has no intention of sharing anything with the defense. Man, I thought we were onto something with those giant rock crystals, but... What's that, dearie? You're interested in my little trinkets? Your trinkets? Yes, my sweet. I use them to make people all lovely and relax. You use rock crystals and cloth to do that? I do. It's wonderful. You should see it. And they're not just any old rock crystals either. They're great big lumps of salt with lights in them. It's so relaxed that they're dead. Wow, those things are lamps? Hehehe. Oh, that's not even half of it. Those cloths hold an even more exciting secret. She really opened up the moment we started talking about her trinkets. Since you're here, why don't I give you lovely boys a taste of my relaxation magic? Oh, Batty Bumpkin. Can you get it all out and set it up for me? The name is bad. Is that a no? Why are you being so selfish, Batty Bumpkin? Have you finished taking photos of this room yet? Yes, sir. You have, sir. Then help Miss Scone here for something, will you? Yes, sir, right away, sir. Hee hee. Oh, you're a sweetie at heart, aren't you, Batty Bee? That's amazing, Miss Scone. You got him to do exactly what you wanted. That's some talent. What's this? Thank you ever so much, Battykins. And you, Officer Lovely. She's been giving nicknames to the Princess guys now. It's her way of showing that she cares. So what about this is supposed to be relaxing exactly? Don't be a big sourpuss, Batty Bee. Fun's only just beginning. Officer Lovely, you can switch it on now. Yes, ma'am. Wow. Huh? Oh. Wow, it's beautiful. It is. I wish my son were here to see it. Isn't it, though? Isn't it just wonderful? The four adorable elves and the sweetest little castle made of sweets. It's my theme, you see. And I thought it would be extra lovely if it was all lit up. Isn't it the nicest thing you've ever seen? One of the elves must be feeling a little left out. And this is how it was supposed to look for the contest. But I'm glad you lovely boys got to see it at least. Wait, shouldn't the lamps be lit up too? Oh, what's happened there, I wonder. I think you better take a look at the lamps and the elves one more time. Look at the elves first. And this elf doesn't have an illuminated cloth over it like the others. It's not fair to leave the poor guy out, Miss Scone. Well, I didn't want to, did I, dearie? But one of my cloths and one of my little machines went missing. A cloth and what sort of machine exactly? Oh, you'll never guess how it all works. Those luminous cloths are connected to these little thingamajigs. They're called full spectrum light emitting devices. They send light down the main cable and each optical fiber strand. Thus makes cloths glow. Wow. A little bit of fiddling, you can change the light to any color in the whole wide world. Bright red like ferocious fiery flames. Cold blue like clinging crystals of ice. And they have these special batteries that last for donkey's years. They don't mind the cold at all. Forgive me, so these machines, they're what makes a special luminous cloth light up in all these beautiful colors, Mr. E. I see. So much new technology, I can barely keep up. So these light emitting devices. You lost one of them in a piece of luminous cloth. That's right, Lambkin. Heaven only knows where they could have got to. This cloth. It could have something to do with the case. Color shading cloth belonging to Skillum. Lost a roll of it. Okay. Let's examine these lights. I must scour the scene and inspect anything that catches my attention. Oh, I see something immediately. First of all, my shoes are already covered in cream. Wouldn't go any closer, and so I want the same thing to happen to you. You've seen what's behind these doors. There's really no need to look again. So Miss Scone had actually intended to use these lamps in her display. Then why were they stashed inside the castle? Maybe because they're broken? Except, there's plenty of other places she could have put them. The best place to hide some salt is in some sugar, isn't that how it goes? Or perhaps the best place to hide a tree is in the forest. Anyway, her intention was to put these salt lamps in her final display. That contradicts a certain piece of evidence in my possession. You pointed out by making a deduction. The lamps appear to be broken. Bulbs are smashed. Both of them. Maybe they fell and broke on the floor. Look, there's a red stain on one of the left. That's not just a stain, that's... Yep, it's blued, alright. I can smell it. I saw him stain somebody's blood. What? Blood? Blued? Why is there blood on this lamp? Could it have something to do with why its bulb was broken? We better take a closer look at this one too. There's the box that powers them. But they're not lit up. Let's do some deductions first. So first of all, runny cream, high temperature. And the whipped cream in this room is collapsing. This temperature is too high. 68 degrees. My messed up shoes can vouch for that. And yet, when you open the doors to the castle, the handles themselves were just fine. Yeah, they were sturdier than expected. Sturdy? That's not the way I would describe most things made of confectionaries. I think we better take another look at those handles, don't you? What the? I think it's safe to say those handles aren't made of candy. It's not just the handles, the whole castle, the little elves. They're all just plastic models with whipped cream spread on top. What? So none of this is confectionery art after all? No, it's simply made to look like candy. But the cream haven't been added to lend it all an air of authenticity. Well, fakes. What's she up to? Let's put these together first. You know that the victim was struck and killed with something blunt. Blood on one of the lamps, which is a smashed bulb inside. Could the lamp not have been the murder weapon? For sure, it could definitely do enough damage to kill someone. You, a science guy. Did you finish analyzing the blood from the lamp yet? Yes, sir. Just done a minute ago, sir. The blood is the victim's, no doubt about it. Wow. Science guy comes through. There you have it. Salt lamp added to the court record. So the murder weapon was hidden in Miss Cone's room. I'm beginning to think we may need to add her to our list of suspects. Maybe. Let's put these two together. Why not, right? No. I suppose that was a bit forced. Ouch. So we need more evidence then. So... Miss Cloth. Whoa, look at all these buttons. They're there for changing the color of the light. If I press one at E. Whoa, that's cool. All solid up. It's so pretty no matter how many times I see it. cloth is now glowing with a pale blue hue thanks to the light limiting device. Didn't Miss Cone say one of the cloths on its machine are missing? Who do you think could have taken them? No idea, but I suspect it might have something to do with our case somehow. Yeah. I guess that's everything about this. Mansion key. Oh. What do I do? Yes. And yeah, non-cooked items may not be used as decoration. Sands and display materials are provided. So why would she use her own? Take a look at the list of rules for the contest, detective. Non-confectionery items may not be used as decoration. That means the salt lamps and the luminous cloth both would have been against the rules. Is that why they were stashed away inside the castle? Maybe I need to dig a little further into this with Miss Scone before I can say for sure. Yeah, I can connect those two, but I don't know if I have enough evidence yet. Temperature 68 degrees, that's to green. Green is kept at 50 degrees. It's odd, I wonder why. You little off-meta candy, it's sitting on a little treat dump. If we go over it in the other direction, so end up really out of the dreamlike atmosphere. If we're at it for too long, we might get swept up in the fantasy ourselves. Yeah, well, our job is to stay right here in reality, get to the bottom of this. Nobody's getting swept up in any flights of fantasy on my watch. Clearly not. Okay. Maybe let's put those two together now. So not only did she use decorations that were against the rules, she didn't even make any real sweets. Miss Cohen made a mockery of the rules. Yeah, I guess she's not gonna get crowned world's greatest now. Why is it so warm in here? I think it's got something to do with all this. Big plastic models covered in a thick layer of whipped cream. That's a good question. You better go ask Miss Scone herself. That thickens. Miss Scone, why is the temperature of your room set to 68 degrees? Because I hate the cold, don't I, dearie? Besides, being chilly is no good for a girl. If I want to keep my fresh face complexion, gotta be careful about these things. You ladies have to stay young, don't you know? How old is she really, though? I'd like to know. It's not polite to speculate on a person's age, Eddie. But most of your work is made out of whipped cream. And whipped cream needs to be kept at 50 degrees or it starts to deflate. Is that so, dearie? Silly me, eh? Well, I got and made a whoopsie. An whoopsie. Wait, she really didn't know that. This girl doesn't seem to know the basic facts about making confectionery. More sass. World-class confectionery on my foot. Not only did she break the rules by using fake candy, she's ignorant of basic facts about her supposed craft. Miss Cone grows more mysterious by the minute. Okay. I don't believe there's any more to be found here. What does this say? I can inspect it. Yeah, don't eat the cake. That's the investigation. Now that we know more, we should probably take another look at a few things. Great, the luminous cloth, the elves and the lamps. I think all three might merit a second glance. Where are they in the castle? More to the point, why are they hidden inside the castle? Something stinks. It's not all the screen that's going bad, it's going. Just look up the seat again and see if we can cover anything new. So all the so-called confectionery in this room is fake. The woman's a crook and a phony. Something I still don't understand though. It's a high-profile international contest. Why employ methods that were so obviously going to be found out? Maybe she foolishly thought she could get away with it. That, or I'm starting to see what she was trying to do. I have the pieces in my head, I just need to put them together. I can't look at the cloth, okay. So... no, we're good. Confectionery research, lack of knowledge. Here we go. This fits together. Miss Cone appears to lack basic knowledge about how confectionery is created. And she says that she snuck into another entrance room for research purposes. Or did the actions of a world-class confectioner competing for a major prize. Yeah, not how I'd picture a top pro acting. Did she maybe just lack a little confidence, or is she not actually a confectioner at all? Perhaps she had another agenda altogether. After all, we only have her word for it that she went to that room to do some research. Wait, you mean maybe she went in there to commit a murder? There's no way of saying so for certain just yet. But she's hiding something, that much I'm certain of. Investigation complete. And that's enough investigating for now, don't you think? Yes, we've certainly found plenty of interest. Something's been bothering me for a while now. Mr. Von Karma surely found the murder weapon when he searched this room. And yet, he didn't arrest Miss Scone. He didn't even seem interested in questioning her. I think our first priority should be to find out what he's really up to. Detective Bad, I have a few things I'd like to ask Mr. Von Karma. Me too. Him and Scone. Eek, how could you, Batty Bumpkin? Stop staring at me like that. It appears Detective Bad is just as suspicious of Mr. Von Karma and Miss Scone as I am. Miss Scone, would you be so kind as to accompany us? Of course, dear. Where are we off to? To find Mr. Von Karma. December 24th, 8:05 p.m. Contest venue, Fountain Room. Mr. Von Karma, I'd like to speak to you if that's alright. Tisk, tisk, tisk. Judging by your faces, I'm guessing you found the murder weapon? We did. It was in Miss Scone's room. Which means that Mr. Tangaroa should no longer be the only person of interest. Huh, nonsense. It doesn't matter where the weapon was found. Tangaroa is guilty. As long as this is my case, guilty he shall remain. How can you be so sure Mr. Tangaroa's guilt? You have an explanation, I assume? Yo, Sick White Tiger, thank you for the raid. We're raiding in. Dizzy Dennis, how's it going? Welcome, welcome. Hope you had a great stream. What are you playing today? We are deep in this murder mystery. He has been raided. Welcome, Retrospective. Yo, that's how Smut is coded. Of course I do. I'd be glad to share it with you. Art night tonight, oh nice. We love Danganronpa, nice. Absolutely fantastic games. I actually have to play Danganronpa still. I will eventually. Yo, Brett. We're just about to hear Mr. Von Karma's testimony. The murder weapon. It is styly. Tangaroa killed Frost with one of Scone's salt lamps in order to frame her for the murder. Interesting. Oh yeah. These detective-y games seem to have great music all the time. To complete the deception, Danganronpa is one of your all-time favorite games. Woo. That definitely is supporting evidence enough for me to check it out. At some point, to complete the deception, he took it back to her room once the deed was done. Danganronpa 2. After all, if it had been found near the victim's body, Tangaroa would have seemed doubly suspicious. A body may be hard to move, but a murder weapon considerably less so. And that is why there was no piece of evidence in the scene that pointed to a particular suspect. What did he just say? Oh, that smile. So it's your assertion that Mr. Tangaroa took the salt lamp back to Miss Cone's room. Never finished too. And goals. It is indeed. But it's more than an assertion. It is a fact based on my own investigation. You mean you have proof that he did so? I don't need any such thing. I don't need proof. What? Tisk, tisk, tisk. If you have a rebuttal, I'll be happy to hear it. I highly doubt you'll be able to fault my logic. Let's fault this guy's logic. And that is fair indeed. So... why the backlog has a tower? I feel that. I have a huge backlog of games that I need to finish still. And that I need to start as well. Complete the deception, he took it back to her room once the deed was done. As though if been found near the victim's body, Tangaroa would have seemed doubly suspicious. The body may be hard to move, but a murder weapon, considerably less so. You packed up your Switch games? Yeah. Sometimes, you know, you just buy a game just to have it. Following a playthrough on something awful forums? Okay. Not the SA forums. That's too bad. childhood desire to buy a game, but the adult responsibility not have the time for it. I feel that. Also, I feel the never installing them too. No piece of evidence on the scene that pointed to a particular suspect. That's a wild statement. Maybe we got some evidence. Right, there's a cloth missing. Isn't this? Play more than 3 games, hey. Sometimes playing 3 games is all you need. It's true that the murder weapon and the blood-stained chocolate were removed from the scene of the crime. But something else remained. It does point to one person in particular. Take another look at the photograph of the body, if you will. I didn't even think about it, I just thought that one cloth was missing. Cloth covering the victim's lower half. Is that not one of the same luminous cloths we found in Miss Gone's room? It is. That's the missing one. What's that, dearie? One of my lovely colorful cloths of the scene of the crime, you say? Luminous cloth. Nonsense, I see no light to speak of. Guess he doesn't know how it works. It may look like ordinary fabric at first glance, but attach one of these light-emitting devices, and a different scene becomes apparent. We shed some light on the situation. Look at his face. I don't think he was expecting that. But the fact that the cloth can be lit up is neither here nor there. We had to show why it's important. One of the rolls of cloth from Miss Scone's room went missing. If you look closely at the blue cloth in the picture, wouldn't you say it's clearly made of the same material, Mr. Von Karma? The salt lamp and the luminous cloth both belong to Miss Scone. And seeing as the body was wrapped in said cloth, surely even you have to admit that's suspicious. Mr. Von Karma, I think it's time to accept that a number of factors point to Miss Scone as a person of interest. Eek. Oh, she dropped the bowl. Wait, what? Greggy Pegleg, how could you? You're accusing me of all people. I'm not accusing you of anything just yet. But I do think you're hiding something. That's not... Just to clarify, your assertion is that both the murder weapon and the cloth were in Miss Scone's room prior to the murder. Exactly. This disc. Something funny? Only that you walked so carelessly into my trap. Snap. Neither the cloth nor the murder weapon were in fact in her room. So sorry to have to break it to you. What does he mean? Tangaroa spotted them before the contest began. He noted that the lamps and cloths contravened the rules. He subsequently confiscated them, took them to his own room for safekeeping. Wow. Lie on the spot. What? Nani? And then after the contest began, nobody saw hide nor hair of Frost, as he had secluded himself in his room. The only person capable of entering his locked room was Tangaroa, possessing as he did the only key. And as you now know, he was also in possession of the lamp used to commit the murder, so you see... Snap. I have had everything I need to get Tangaroa convicted all along. Well, how does it feel? To have lost to me before even setting foot in the courtroom. This can't be happening. Oh wait, all our hard work was for nothing? Miss Scone, why didn't you tell us your stuff was confiscated by Mr. Tangaroa? Well dear, the mannequin said that if I spilled the beans, I ended up being the one under suspicion. Mr. Von Karma said that. He wasn't wrong now, was he? You two accused me yourselves just a second ago. This disc, pathetic. curse you on karma. You led us to the murder weapon knowing we'd make certain assumptions as a result. One more thing, my pathetic friend. There are two, and only two, sets of fingerprints on the murder weapon. Two. Yes, those of Delicious Scone and Samson Tangaroa. No others were found. Tangaroa used the lamp he confiscated to murder Frost. He was foolish enough to hide it in Scone's room without first removing his fingerprints. Tisk tisk tisk. At this rate, no one will even need to testify. Perfect evidence will do all the talking for me as I secure his guilty verdict. But wait. What about the luminous cloth that was left behind in Mr. Tangaroa's room? Got it. He probably meant to return it after disposing of the body. Arg. I don't have enough to disprove any of what he's saying. Tisk tisk tisk. No more pitiful objections. Snap. Then get out of my sight and close the door behind you. Mr. E, I'm about to just give up. Oof. I see you mean to waste more of my time. Bad, escort them off the premises now. Hold it. This investigation is not over yet. Detective Bad. What is the meaning of this? Sorry, but I'm not in the habit of leaving cases half solved. There's still one last thing from the crime scene we haven't identified. He's right. We still have the evidence of somebody's activities to account for. We can discuss your lingering doubts at our leisure, Detective. But whatever they might be, we're no business of the defenses. I beg to differ. This piece of evidence I'm still not satisfied about either. I suspect it might be the same thing that's bothering Detective Bad. What? This is the yet unidentified something that was left in Mr. Tangaroa's room. I still haven't properly identified this piece of evidence. That's not what I was thinking of. Oh. Thinks you're the only one who's unsatisfied here. I assure you, there's no such thing as an unidentified piece of evidence to its strong karma. Picked the wrong thing. Well, a single thing does remain. I guess it was the framed finger marks. There are finger marks on one of Mr. Tangaroa's creations. Supposing they belong to the murderer. It could certainly explain how their prints didn't end up on the murder weapon. Oh, he's sweating. How do you know so much about the crime scene? Because I let them look around. You let the defense examine the scene, Bad? Are you out of your mind? I don't remember you telling me not to. Insolent worm. You do well to remember this then, Detective. The results of your next salary review are up to me. Oof. Got him there. Detective Bad's in trouble now, too. I'm sure glad you're my boss, Mr. Edgeworth. And you do well to remember that the results of your salary review are up to your performance here. A mere attorney uncovering such a fact based on a cursory investigation, I'm almost impressed. Almost impressed. But it's entirely impossible. It's entirely possible that those finger marks belong to Tangaroa. After all, he wore gloves while preparing his creations. But can you prove conclusively that the finger marks are his? Furthermore, there's still something about Miss Scone that doesn't add up. Is there? Or are you simply not prepared to admit defeat? Whoa, stop it, Greggy. Stop it, stop it. Why are you being so mean to your poor old pal, Delicia? I end up nibbling poor Sammy Poople's sweeties. What more do you want? I don't want to have to make you a suspect, that much is certain. But you lied to us. You're still not telling us everything. Stop, Greggy. Stop it. Stop bullying me. Sorry, but you don't even know the temperature what cream should be kept at. What kind of professional confectioner doesn't know something as fundamental as that? I'm sorry, alright. Sorry, I'm just a silly, muddle-headed girl. What more do you want me to say? I don't think you're muddle-headed at all. I think that you were never a confectioner in the first place. Enough. I'll thank you to keep your baseless accusations to yourself. Evidence is everything in a courtroom, in case you've forgotten. This isn't even a courtroom. If you're going to accuse a witness of perjury, then I demand that you present something to back it up. But this isn't a courtroom, is it? Nevertheless. Proof to the hand that Mrs. Scone doesn't know the first thing about making desserts. Fake confections. Every single one of Miss Scone's creations break the rules of the contest. The offending items, the cloths and the lamps, were duly confiscated, as we've established. The witness did not go and bring them back to her room herself. But those weren't the only rule-breaking items in her room. The entire fantastical world Miss Scone created, every last bit of it. It's all just a collection of plastic models, southern whipped cream. That cream is the only authentic confectionery in the room. Well, you definitely said it now. No real-world title contender would ever stoop so low. Is this true, Bad? Yep, I saw it with my own eyes. Stepped in it with my own shoes. Do you finally convince him? To lies exposed like this, surely he can't continue to deny the facts. Miss Scone, your actions place you firmly on our list of suspects. No, dear, I'm no killer. Then why don't you finally start telling us the truth? Who are you really, and why are you tampering with your rival's work? Sigh, alright. The truth comes out. And the truth is, I'm not the adorable little cook you see before you. What? I'm actually a pharmacist, if you can believe it. A pharmacist? I can't blame him for being so surprised. This couldn't be further from what we'd imagined. So what's somebody in your line of work doing entering a contest like this one? Well, I just love eating sweeties, if you must know. And Sally People sweeties are the best, so they say. I just had to enter. I didn't mean to end up making it all the way to the final. Even Mr. Von Karma's lost for words. But that's it. That's the only reason you're here. Yes, dearie, and it was worth it. Samson's silly pants sweeties are the tastiest treats I've ever did eat. And the finger marks? You're the one wearing the gloves? Eep. No, that wasn't me, dearie. I didn't even wear gloves. Remember? Wow, what a baker. Remember, Miss Scone's fingerprints were found elsewhere on Mr. Tangaroa's other creations. I'd say that points to her not having worn any gloves. Exactly, Lambkin. Greggy Pegleg's got the right end of the stick. I'm an innocent woman. Is her head filled with cream, too? Eek, sorry, mannequins. Her head may not be filled with cream, but she's certainly no master of subterfuge. Miss Scone. Were Mr. Tangaroa's works the only ones you sampled? No, dear. Couldn't help myself. When I finished my afternoon tea, I tipped it over to Chillywink's room for a little taste, too. You were in the victim's room, too? Yes, dear. Nobody was in there, you see. Quite possibly because the occupant was already dead. But I could only stomach one little bite. I never tasted anything so salty in all my life. Salty. So I had myself one of the tasty star-shaped bits off to the side to cleanse my palate. You have quite the sweet tooth, don't you, Miss Scone? Indeed. What didn't she sample? It's everything, I promise. Greggy Peggles, mannequins, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to make a mess of things. As long as what you told us is the truth, that's all that matters in the end. Do not think for a second this means I myself believe you. I'm gonna investigate the victim's room now. We'll see how truthful you've really been after I'm through. Mr. Von Karma, please let us accompany you. I think it's only fair that we be allowed to investigate the veracity of our conclusions. Accompany me if you'd like, but don't think for a second you'll be permitted to conduct your own investigation. I'd like to accompany you all the same. Wow, it's heating up. 9 p.m. Christmas Eve. Frost's room. What is the meaning of this? Whoa. It's all frosty. When we got to Frost's room, we saw nada. It was all gone, the whole enchilada. Was this the work of the culprit? A dead body hidden in the chocolate chest. A murder weapon moved mysteriously to another room. This case was a real peach, and it was going to take some serious sleuthing to get to the bottom of it all. To be continued. Exciting. Middle, an incident occurs. Okay. April 2nd, 10:15 a.m. Zodiac Hall Fountain Room. We're back to Edgeworth now. Oh, went deep on that one. Sorry, Mazzarino. Didn't mean to bend your ear for so long. I had no idea that was how it all came about. I read the files, but they don't go into anywhere near that level of detail. Yet, I'll bet they paint things in a much rosier light for the prosecution, too. Karma was the one in charge, after all. What happened with the case after that? Well, what with the ice sculptures vanishing from the victim's room, things hit a bit of a rough patch. So rough, in fact, it took a full year before they could even reach a verdict in the trial. A year? This is back before they brought in the whole initial trial thing. You didn't have to finish up in double quick time like you do nowadays. I see. Did they ever find out how the victim's creations managed to just disappear? Well, they were sorbets or frozen desserts or whatever you want to call them. Mixed, in other words. If it's made of ice, it can melt, which is exactly what they concluded must have happened. But there's a chance that wasn't how things actually went down. What do you mean? So this place is a gallery these days. But back then, it was Samson Tangaroa's place, yeah? Indeed. And the site of the IS-7 incident. Well, word is, frost-sized sculptures are suddenly back on display 18 years after that fateful day. The very sculptures the victim made? Who knows? Could be they're just modeled on the originals. But I figured it was worth coming down for a little look-see just in case. It seemed like the least I could do for poor old Gregory. Well, alrighty then. Let's go take a look at these icy marbles, shall we, kiddo? Okay. So that's why we're here, because the ice sculptures suddenly showed up again. I believe they're on display in the Winter Wing, as it's very snazzily known. So, Winter Wing. I guess that's Frost's room. I don't believe it, it's locked. The gallery's open for biz. But Winter Wing's off limits? What gives? Bender? Perhaps you should look more closely at the pamphlet we were given. The Winter Wing is over there. It is? Freaky, could have sworn it was this one. Anyhow, shall we? Time to dive on in and see what we should have seen 18 years ago. Whoa. April 2nd, Zodiac Hall Winter Wing. Brr, I see they're still keeping it chilly as all heck in these rooms. I'm about to turn to a popsicle stick. It is the Winter Wing, you know, but you're right, it's like a freezer in here. Could be a trick of the light, but it feels like the whole room is made of ice. The temperature controls will be somewhere at the back there, if memory serves. Yep. In that panel. Hey, Monster. Can you go peep the degree count? Making a complaint to the management's in order. There was such a thing as too cold, yeah? Right, if you insist. Take your time, mosey around taking the sights while you're at it. Got a camera and you prep for action. Feel like your pop might appreciate a picture of all this. Put it on his grave so you can have a gander. Of course. I guess let's go have a peep, huh? Vendor, I can't seem to find the temperature controls you mentioned. Oh yeah, it's a little tricky if you don't know where it's at. I'll have it open for you in a jiffy. Huh? Dang thing's locked. Makes sense, I guess. Wouldn't want the visitors cracking up the thermostat and melting the yard. According to the pamphlet, the winter wing is kept at a constant 27 degrees. Oh that's colder than a snowman's cold bits. I'm gonna freeze to death in here. Guess there's only one thing for it. Somebody's getting a snuggle. How much is that in Fahrenheit? Or in Celsius, I mean. Maybe like -2? Someone's getting a snuggle. Wait, what's with the icy stare? You want me to freeze to death? No. This lamp appears to be made of rock salt. It's illuminating the diagram of the zodiac just above it. Yes, both Gemini and Taurus are not only zodiac signs, but constellations that are visible during winter. Gemini and Taurus. Winter constellations on display on the winter wing, and uniquely, these statues are made of flavored ice. Flavored ice. According to the pamphlet we received, the ones in the other rooms are made of crystal glass. Ice might be rather fitting for the summer wing too. It isn't like a nice snow cone on a sunny day. But then it'd probably be too similar to this room, I suppose. That's true. There's a huge block of ice on display here. Must be incredibly heavy, but maybe not. What with it being hollow on the inside. There's a constellation engraved into the surface, along with some explanatory text. The Pleiades, known to some as Subaru, they form part of the larger constellation of Taurus. But why cram so many stars into one tiny part of a single constellation? I guess people in ancient times weren't hugely careful about such things. Okay. A boy wearing a backpack. What's he doing in an art gallery on his own? Sigh. She wanted to run a gallery so bad she just quit the industry. I don't get it. I just don't get it. Does this boy know the owner of the gallery, perhaps? Okay. Leaving so soon, Miles? Stick around, taking the sights. Might as well, we're still here. It's too cold. I was thinking of getting somewhere warmer. If you want, I can lend you some of the old Bender threads. In exchange for your jacket, of course. I'll be fine, thank you. Since I has to get a little longer. There's an enormous block of ice on display here. Some explanatory text engraved in it. Castor and Pollux. Every year in December, countless shooting stars can be seen emanating from this constellation. I didn't know that. So then Damask needs to... Yeah, and then I wish these two would stop talking so loudly it's difficult to concentrate. Never mind, I'll just go take a look at some other exhibit. So, how about this? I scream out, oh no, this is the work of that villain, Damask. Yeah, and I go, that's me, the legendary Mask Damask. Yeah, and then, no. Say that, and you'll be in Casa Freak and Blink, Ronnie. You gotta take this more seriously, otherwise, how are we gonna get this to market so? What exactly are these two plotting? Are they thieves? Leaving so soon? I don't know. I wanna talk to him. I don't wanna leave. And Miles Areno, mind if I ask you something? Yes, assuming it's something I can help with. I was wondering, do you think we're allowed to take pics in here? Well, you didn't check. Well, I don't see any signs and we weren't told not to, so the feels is probably okay. Good, because even if it wasn't, I was planning to grab my shots anyway. Gregory always wanted to see this place. Gregory wants, Gregory gets. Older. Would he have noticed if he were here? Perhaps if he had had the chance to see it, that trial might have... what's happened. There are two large ice statues on display here. I can guess these are remakes of Frost's work from 18 years back. You like hatching stuff. The sculpture's a heck of an art form, huh? Are they remakes or are they the originals? It is. And these are the works my father never got to see. I think that I get to see them instead, so many years later. Sorry to butt in while you're deep in a think hole, master. Would you mind looking this way a sec? This way. Beautiful, yeah, just like that. Fender, really? Taking a selfie? Say cheese. Please, don't do that again. I don't like having my picture taken. My bad, big guy, my bad. Better check if this whole thing is still working as well. Now that you mention it, your camera does look rather ancient. Yep, vintage model. You ever hear of an instant camera? It develops pictures right after you take the shot. So that's my noggin trying to think how it works. I know what an instant camera is, although I never used one. Yeah, should have known Mr. Know-It-All would know it all. Really are your father's son. Step aside, I need to get some good shots of the room here. For all his joking, he looks very serious about the pictures he's taken. He must have his own theories about the IS-7 incident. I should have been a paparazzo. These are gold, and they develop right away. See? Well, since you already shoved one in my face. Right, Brainiac question. What do these two sculptures represent? Taurus and Gemini. Two constellations best observed during the wintertime. Bingo. He shoots, he scores. Ooh, you're a regular encyclopedia master. Guess that's why this is the winter ring, right? See how the winter star stuff on display here. Anyway, seeing as I'm the nicest old rogue on the block, that one's yours for keepsies. Thanks. Winter ring photo data jotted down. So the victim made these same zodiac statues out of flavored ice for the contest 18 years ago? I sure did. Only crafted life-size desserts. Sounds really good. I saw the old ones in photos though. These ones are the split of the originals. So this is what you wanted to show me? Yep. And Gregory would have wanted you to see them too. And I know I've had it in me to come here on my own. Sorry to drag you along. Well, happy to be able to see where my father's final case unfolded. Good to hear you say so, Palio. Let's say we grab another quick snap to commemorate this heartwarming occasion. Absolutely not. No. Alrighty, I got the shots I wanted. Shall we scoot on over to another wing and see what's cooking? Might as well do the full tour while we're here. I suppose so. What's that? Came from the fountain room. Come on, let's go see what's up. So winded from walking out of one room. April 2nd, Zodiac Hall Fountain Room. Is that the butts? Something smells. Usually the butts. And there's someone on the ground. Is that Larry Butts? Larry, what are you doing here? Actually, never mind that. What on earth is going on? Edgy. You should have seen it. It was awful. Just calm down and tell me why there's an unconscious man on the floor. I didn't do anything. He just fell down in front of me. Wait, I know this guy. Is everything alright? You know it's rude to make a racket in an art gallery, you naughty boys. Wait, the smell. He's still breathing, but I know these symptoms. It's not safe, Miles. We need to get everybody out of here. Everyone with me. There's no moment to lose. There's poison gas coming out of that room. Poison gas? 2nd, 10:42 a.m. Zodiac Hall. Phone room. How's the victim doing, Bender? Not good. He inhaled a lot of gas. He's still out. Sounds like it's pretty serious. Paramedics said there are no signs of external injury. He was conscious before it happened. Anyway, he's alive, just barely. It's lucky you found him when you did. Like I said, he's not out of the woods yet. I'm in the medical room with the specialist. See, I couldn't help noticing. It seemed like you knew him, Bender. Sure do. That was Carmelo Gusto. He was here back when the whole IS-7 thing went down. Confectioner. So he was here 18 years ago, too. Any hoozles, this guy here seems like he's in rude health. Both Hollywood's Mazzarino? Yes, something like that. I'm glad you're okay, Larry. Something like that. Are you serious, Edgy? You've known me since elementary school. Crush the guy's feelings, why don't you? Anyway, you know you're supposed to call me Clarice Donham. I'm dressed like this. So no more Larry, okay? Got it? Clarice Donham. This is Larry Butts. He's a bit of a troublemaker. He's one of my only friends from back when we were little kids. Ever since he developed a passion for it, he's been trying to make it big as Clarice Donham. But new name or not, he's still the same old Larry. Well, grade school buddies. I need to go tell Gregory about this. He'll be over the moon to hear you have a pal. He's always worried you never click with anybody. Hear that, Edgy? He'd have a friend like me. I never knew I was the cause of such worries for my father. Never mind that now, Larry. What are you doing here? Clarice, Edgy. How many times do I have to tell you it's Clarice? What are you doing here? Eek, what's with the demon eyes? Alright, I'll talk. Just stop looking at me like that. Good, now talk. You wanna know why I'm here? Why the heck do you think? For Marriott, of course. You know, I'm coming on a date here with Lulu soon, so I thought I'd better scope the place out. So not actually for your art at all. Clarice, my man. An artist and a romantic. You'll have to introduce me to this lady friend of yours. Sure. It's nice to have somebody take an interest for once. Spare me. Oh, by the way, Laurashio. Did you notice anything when you found the victim? Nothing in particular. Didn't you say you'd seen something awful? Oh, that. The old guy, he just appeared and then splat. He was on the floor. Scared the life out of me. But for once, I had nothing to do with any of it. You don't look so proud. That's the least we should be able to hope for. An honored guest. I can only apologize for the trouble you've experienced. I'm Judy Bound, the gallery manager. Another person from the IS-7 incident. Good to see you, Judes. Mr. Fender, it's always a pleasure. She was at the reception desk when we arrived, so she's the one in charge here. I can't believe you had to go through something so awful, and on our first day in business. Hey, quit that. It's not your fault. Oh wait, I guess I better introduce you guys. Judy, meet Miles Edgeworth, son of the late great Gregory. Really? You're Mr. Edgeworth's son? No. What? Isn't this fabulous? The great man's son here with us. 18 long years have passed, and I look, he's here at last. It's very lovely to meet you, Mr. Fine Attorney number 2. Judy, that was the bomb. I see you're in good voice as ever. Miles Edgeworth, Prosecutor. Pleasure to meet you. Oh, you're a prosecutor. I'm so sorry. Forgive me for jumping to conclusions. She's very polite. There's something strange about her. Hey, Judy? Can I get an autograph? You can write it in here. Well, if you're sure you'd even want such a thing. Why do you want it, Larry? Rude. You know who she is, right? Come on, Monster. You don't keep up with showbiz news or nothing? Guess it's no big surprise. What's going on? Why are they looking at me like that? Judy here's a living legend. It's not just TV. Movies, musicals, chart-topping hits, you name it. Hee hee. Oh, don't be silly. I'm just a humble art gallery owner now. Finally quit the biz for good. I finished shooting my last movie just the other day, in fact. Some of my co-stars were even kind enough to say that they would come visit once we opened. Anyway, here you are. And good luck with your artistic endeavors. Thanks so much, Judy. I'll treasure it till my dying day. You and me are peas in a pod, Larice. Peas in a gosh dang pod. Lovely for you both. Larry, could you go practice your drawing somewhere or something? You did come all the way to an art gallery after all. It'd be a shame to waste the opportunity. A real artist drawing our exhibits? What an honor. Guess even you can have a bright idea once in a while, Edgy. Alright, Judy. Seeing as you were so nice about it, I guess I will. Be right back. That smile. He's a real live wire, that one. What's one way of putting it? I can only apologize. By the way, there was another woman with you before. Where is she now? You mean Delicia? Delicia's gone? She's in the medical room, helping to care for Mr. Gusto. I call it the medical room, but it's nothing quite so grand, of course. I couldn't stay with them, as I'm the only one on staff. I can't leave the gallery unattended for long. Delicia's gone. You've heard that name before, haven't we, Fender? Sure have. Sounds like our IS-7 bingo card is complete. Celine tells me this is in a quinky tank. Perhaps I could offer you gentlemen a cup of tea? A drop of the old Judy Bound special blend? Why not, for old time's sake? That'd be lovely, thank you. Clink, clink, clatter, clatter. Now, if you'll both excuse me, I better go and explain things to the other visitors. You go do your thing, Jude. Thanks again. She seems sus. This aroma. Ceylon, I believe. Let's give it a try. Good for concentration. This is a fine blend. Top quality Ceylon indeed. It's citrus aroma. Said to improve one's ability to concentrate, right? Your old man said those exact words 18 years ago. Will it takes you back? There's just one difference. Jude's cooled the saucers back then. Not today, though, it seems. What? Cooled this? That's interesting. Anyway, don't you think this is all a little odd? Every single person from an 18-year-old case all assembled in the same place at the same time? Yes, it almost feels as if an investigation is in order. Mr. Edgeworth, sir, you're alright. How about they just bust in? That's so good. And the Adagrassi theme. Tops. Mr. Edgeworth, Mr. Pender. I heard he got caught up in a poison gas attack, so he came as fast as we could. Well, if it isn't the cavalry, come on team, bring it in. No way. Besides, you're both doing just fine. Gummy and I got ourselves all worked up for nothing. Detective Gumshoe, what were you thinking bringing Kay with you? Sorry, sir. I knew it was dangerous, but with the poison gas and all, but she wouldn't take no for an answer. I ran, and I ran, and I ran, and I ran, and I ran, but I just couldn't shake her off. When it comes to running away, great thief, right here is the world champ. Then run away. Don't chase the poor detective. All set, sir. To say the word, I'll head in there and start investigating. You guys stay here. That gas could still be dangerous. Alright, we're counting on you, detective. Good luck in there, Dicky boy. No way. Gummy almost looked like a real detective. I'm so proud of him. But he is a real detective. This is Edgeworth speaking. Mr. Edgeworth, looks like the gas is mostly dissipated, sir. Very good, detective. Calm down and tell me what you see. Why? Is there like a broken glass on top of the case? Yes, sir. First up, the exhibits. The statue of two people on the left side. And on the right, some kind of two-horned animal. Wait, there's liquid on the floor. There's the step ladder. Wait, a statue of two people and a two-horned animal, that sounds familiar. In fact, it sounds identical to the display in the winter wing. Other than that, the place is looking pretty damp. Sprinkler sprayed the place good. Must be what stopped the gas from spreading. Sprinklers? Are there any signs of a fire? No, sir. Fire alarms hasn't been triggered either. Sprinklers look like the type that detect heat and smoke. When they detect something, they send an alarm, whether fire or smoke, to the security room. I guess they read the gas as smoke and trigger the smoke alarm that way. Was anyone in the security room when that alarm went off? This place only has one employee, and that's duty-bound, the manager. Just one. And she was at the reception desk across from the security room the whole time since the gallery opened. So she heard the alarm from across the way and turned on the sprinklers? Yep. Seems it can only be switched on manually, and only from here. From there. Wouldn't want the art getting soaked for no good reason, I guess. If it's manual, you could maybe even check how bad the fire was and try to get some stuff out first. So the security setup is geared around protecting the exhibits. That makes sense in an art gallery, I guess. Brr, and one more thing, it's freezing in here. This isn't the autumn wing. It's the deep midwinter wing. So the autumn wing is cold too. I checked the temperature. It's 26.5 degrees in here, sir. Why is the autumn wing being kept at the same temperature as the winter wing? That's about all I got for now. Well, you know, if I find anything else, sir. Understood. Thank you, Detective Gumshoe. That is so weird. April 2nd, 11:15 a.m. Zodiac Hall Fountain Room. What did Gummy have to say? It said that the autumn wing is actually quite wintry. Huh? I don't get it. I'm wondering what it could mean myself. But it's a bit hard to tell from out here. We should try to get in there as soon as the police are done with their investigation. Aim into that. We need to see what the deal is for ourselves. Is there anybody else who might know something in the meantime? Oh yeah, there was one guy. Merle's his best bud. His what? If we have to, I guess we have to. And there he is. Sketching away. And that's the butts. Okay, didn't expect to see you here. Looking as fresh-faced as ever. Yeah, long time no see. Larry, right? Larice. So here's the deal, Kay. I'm Larice right now. See, I'm also a bit of an artist. So it's your alias. I like it. Good to see you, Larice. I always knew you were a nice, thoughtful kid. Unlike some people. I have some questions for you, Larry. What the? How am I a suspect? Just because I found the guy doesn't mean I did the crime. I never said you did. I just need you to tell us what you saw. You said you saw something awful. How so exactly? Look, I didn't see anything. I didn't do anything, okay? I don't think I did anyway. Yeah, right. You always see something. Whoa, Chief, you didn't sound too sure of yourself at the end there. Something you should know about him, Vendor. When something smells, it's usually the butts. And there's the line. We've been saying that about Larry for 26 years now. And it's always true. His ability to attract trouble is legendary, for want of a better word. possibility to cause trouble too. I suppose I better find out what he did this time. Alright, is to uncover anything that Larry might be hiding. Oh, mine chest. However, I didn't see anything, I didn't do anything. Can't prove otherwise. It's almost impossible for him to keep his cool. I need to bide my time when he gets agitated. Wait for him to calm down. Start by asking him to go into detail about what he's doing here. He shouldn't prove too much of a challenge. Let's get started. What's that smug look? Why are you here? Why exactly did you come to the gallery today? The question is that. You think I don't belong in a gallery or something? Bide my time. Hey, if you're gonna ignore me, I'm gonna paint your portrait. When I'm done, I'll scribble all over it. Bide my time. I'm joking, okay? I never scribble on one of my own pieces. How could I? They're valuable artworks. According to you, perhaps. Imagine I might struggle to agree. Well, laugh it up, funny guy. Hopefully some people actually believe in my work. Most people lack eye for aesthetics. She's called Lulu, okay? She says my pictures are masterpieces. So if she likes something, I'll draw it for her. Or anything at all. Where is this Lulu? How come you're here alone? What? A guy can't be apart from his girlfriend for 1 second? I have my own life too, you know? Fine. Lulu said she's a Gemini, okay? So I thought I could do a sketch of the statue to show her on our date. I expect you're pretty proud of the sketch. Not so much this time, actually. But, you know, it being her sign and all, I just thought maybe she'd kind of like it. So here for the Gemini sculpture. However, I'd like you to try to tell me nothing. You give so much away in the process. So to summarize, I came here today to draw a sketch of the Gemini statue for your girlfriend, Lily. What? How did you figure all that out? We're incessant prattling. You just can't help yourself. You just can't help yourself, can you? Fine, I won't say another word. Larry may keep his mouth shut now. I'll have my answers one way or another. Ask him what he did after he arrived here at the gallery. What did he do once he got here? What's the big idea? Why are you staring at me like that? I don't remember. I didn't have a pamphlet, so I didn't know it was there. I just kinda hung around by the fountain. Wait, he's crying. You didn't get a pamphlet? You didn't receive a pamphlet when you paid your entrance fee at the reception desk? You mean entry isn't, it's not free to get in here? You snuck in? You didn't pay upon entry? You mean to tell me that you entered without paying? Dang. I'm sorry, okay? It wasn't deliberate. There wasn't anybody at the reception desk is all. So I thought entry must be free. Miss Bound wasn't at the reception desk. You're saying Miss Bound wasn't at the reception desk at the time? Yeah, but it looked like there was maybe somebody in the little room opposite. Interesting. According to Detective Gumshoe, Miss Bound had to enter the security room to activate the sprinkler system. I expect she wasn't at the reception desk because she was busy responding to the incident. After she finally got the place open for business, too. Poor Judy. The Winter Wing, the gallery's greatest attraction. It's gonna be ruined now. Seems to know a lot about this. Say you don't have a pamphlet, and yet you seem to know all about the Winter Wing. For example, the Gemini statue you came here to draw just happens to be in that said room. Therefore, it was your intention to visit the Winter Wing all along, wasn't it? How did you get me again? Fine, you're right. I came here for the Gemini statue. And yeah, I came here to visit the Winter Wing, I won't deny it. Larry's not one to confess so easily. And again, he's always managed to surprise me in unusual ways. Let's see what Murray can tell us about the Winter Wing. I expect even Larry has found his feet a little by now. I'll have to watch his reactions more carefully and see what information I can glean from him. I'm done with you, go home, wow. This question probably comes after this one. Did you enter the Winter Wing? Larry, be honest. Did you enter the Winter Wing? What is that? Is that suspicion I see in your eyes? I tried to get in there, sure, but... You mean you didn't go in? You tried to get in, but you couldn't? Yeah, exactly. I wanted to get in there, but... that old guy came out and fell to the ground, and... like I said, it was all pretty shocking. The victim prevented you from entering? You were unable to enter the Winter Wing because the victim emerged and collapsed in front of you? Yeah, he came out of the Winter Wing door, and then down he went. Wasn't it the Autumn Wing that the victim came out of? See what poison gas thing had ever happened. They'd be in there happily sketching away right now. Larry seems to have the Autumn Wing and Winter Wings mixed up. Regardless, it seems like his aim really was to make a sketch out of one of the statues. This could be a useful clue. What did you see in the Winter Wing? Larry? You don't let up, do you? I told you, I didn't see anything. Galleries are nice and all, but I kind of changed my mind once I got here. Thought I'd go meet my girlfriend instead. I think it's time to deploy my clue. Objection, yo, Rack, how's it going? So what became of your sketch? Didn't you say you came here to make a sketch? One of the statues for your girlfriend? You gave him that a little easily, didn't you? Surely you saw something, even if you were distracted by the victim's collapse. Nice. Big chillin'. Well, I did not see something. That doesn't prove that I did see something totally terrifying either, does it? So you saw something totally terrifying, did you? Really, Larry? You at least try to make this a little harder for me. Right to you, Larry Butts, that you did in fact see something totally terrifying. Ooh, right. How do you do it, Edgy? Are you some kind of mind reader? I guess there's no point trying to keep a secret any longer. I'm not sure there's much point in you trying to keep any secrets, given your track record. It wasn't exactly the most edifying use of time. That's checkmate. Mine chest checkmate. I couldn't help staring at the Gemini statue. My eyes were drawn to it. You keep talking about a Gemini statue. There's no way you saw what you think you saw. It's simply not possible. What do you mean? You think I saw a ghost statue or something? They're still laboring under the misconception that he was looking at the Winter Wing. This piece of evidence shows us what Larry was really looking at. It's the real Gemini statue, but he wasn't in that room. So he was in the autumn ring. Take a look at this pamphlet. The autumn wing features sculptures depicting Capricorn, Aquarius, Pisces, and Aries. Not only that, I've seen the statue depicting Gemini in the winter wing for myself. Which means that whatever you saw can't have been a statue of Gemini. Guess that makes sense. He just accepts it. Why is he not more surprised? It did seem pretty weird now that I think about it. One of the two people did look like a goddess. So the other stuff, I guess that wasn't my imagination either. Other stuff. You're interested in it too, aren't you, Edgy? Great, let me show you. Show me what exactly. I drew a picture of it all. Got the whole scene down exactly as I saw it. But I'm still not that confident in my work, so I want to see. Really? Alright, here. Shows it off. What on earth? It's grotesque. Why is it crying? You're trying to tell me that the statue is crying tears of blood? You say, Larice. It's pretty scary. Right? Because it was scary. It was supposed to be a statue of Gemini. It up and turned into a goddess right before my eyes. It freaked me out so bad I screamed out loud. So he wasn't reacting to the victim collapsing in front of him after all. Wait, when you say it turned into a goddess, what do you mean exactly? What do you mean? What do I mean? The bottom half is suddenly a fish. That's what I mean. A goddess with a fishy bottom half. Sounds like Pisces to me. I heard it's all based on this legend of a goddess and her son turning into fish to escape some baddie. Oh. Well, really? I thought Pisces was just two plain old fish. Edgy, do you think the statue's cursed? I mean, tears of blood turning into a fish? Some pretty cursed stuff right there. Yeah, that sounds pretty cursed to me. Don't be a fool. I imagine you simply mistook one statue for the other. Pisces statue, sketch jotted down. Oh, look at you, tucking it carefully into your organizer. I simply thought I might have use for it later. Maybe in the bathroom. What does that mean? You're the worst, Edgy, the worst. Kinda freaky deaky though. A statue with the bottom half that changes shape. I'm pretty keen to find out what went down in the autumn wing, aren't you? I suppose I am, yes. Could there be some kind of trick to the Pisces statue, perhaps? Yes, Edward speaking. Just about done in here, sir. No danger from the gas anymore. You can come in now. Thanks. Good work, detective. Seems it's finally safe to enter the autumn wing. The good detective sure has impeccable timing. Come on, let's go take a look. I want to see the Pisces statue. Are you going in there, Kay? Maybe I should come along too. Did you really think I was gonna leave you out here on your own? I know better than that. Alright, everyone, to the autumn wing. Here we are at last. And it really does look a lot like the winter wing. Glad you could make it. Oh, hey there. You're, Harry, was it? Good to see Harry. No, for the last time. The name is Larice Dunham. Detective, your report if you don't mind. Sir. First off, I found a blowtorch. Blowtorch? The nozzle was still warm when I found it, so I guess it was used pretty recently. Somebody using it to heat something? Use blowtorch. Was the stepladder already like that when you entered? Yeah, I guess it was used by whoever let out the gas. The gas was inside the case until someone opened the lid. Is that so? And the Pisces statue. Huh? You're sure up on your constellation, sir? You know the one in the other case is, too? This is the Autumn Wing, so I imagine it should be Capricorn. Guess there's no fooling you, sir. I thought it was supposed to be Taurus. That weird cloth that's draped around it kind of tripped me up. Cloth? Isn't that a piece of luminous cloth from way back when? What's that doing here? And you have evidence from the IS-7 incident, too? Luminous cloth data jotted down. Taking a look around. It seems there's a piece of luminous cloth in each of the cases, too. Yeah. And that just makes you want to see what's hiding underneath real bad. Sure, let me whip them all off for you right now. So sharp. Wow, they're beautiful. Whoa. That's Capricorn, okay. So the transformation there I witnessed. Could it have been the moment when the cloth around the Pisces statues half fell away? See, Edgy, see? Was I imagining things? I wasn't mistaken. Listen, Master, I think we can all agree this room is fishier than a bucket of fish. My hunch is that somebody deliberately tried to make this room look just like the Winter Wing. Yes, I was thinking exactly the same thing. They even covered the statues up in just such a way as to make them look similar. With the cloth over the bottom half. And the Pisces and Gemini statues look almost the same. Ditto for Capricorn. The cover was bottom half up. He pretty much looks like Taurus. Oh yeah. The other two can't be fixed as easily, so covering up their cases up completely was the only answer. So somebody went to some lengths to disguise the Autumn Wing as the Winter Wing. I think we need to take a closer look at things in here, wouldn't you, Vendor? Hold it. Mr. Winner and Judge Cavell. Uh-oh. What the heck are you guys doing here? You're the last thing I need. This is my scene here. Mr. Edgeworth, it seems I have failed in my duty yet again. Pray one day to make you see that your presence is not required at every crime scene. Kirk. And that co-opting the good detective for your own ends is neither right nor good. I will have to give serious consideration as to how the goddess of justice would have me judge you. You got it all wrong. It was me who asked Mr. Edgeworth to help, not the other way around. It was? Well then, you know what that means, Detective Flatfoot. Oh, you mean... Exactly, your, salary check is taking a hit. I bet you're looking forward to payday now. Yeah, always wanted to say that. Man, getting a wage cut from you of all people. Not so fast, Mr. Winner. I was simply assisting with the police's investigation as a witness and bystander. Detective Gumshoe was entirely in the right. Oh, he is, huh? So you're saying I should give him a bonus instead? That's saying it all. Hey, I wouldn't mind a little salary bump. Your compassion and generosity are truly heartwarming, Eustace. We must take into account past transgressions and making judgments that concern the future. And I hereby judge Mr. Edgeworth and his associates, unfit to tread the hallowed ground of this scene. Oh. What? We only just got here. The goddess of justice has conferred her blessings on Eustace, and Eustace alone. But what you mean, this is Mr. Winner's case. That's exactly what she means. It's time for the warm-up act to get off the stage. Oof. After all, I solved this one already. I have a suspect lined up and everything. What'd you say? A suspect already? Who? Who else but your artist friend over there? Me? What's going on, Edgy? Your guess is as good as mine. Can't even begin to imagine how the boy's mind works. Unsurprisingly, you lack the attitude to understand the winning mindset. I lack the attitude. Something tells me he doesn't know the real winning turn of fate or praise. Well put, Eustace. Mr. Edgeworth does indeed lack a certain aptitude. Yeah, exactly. Is your aptitude smart guy? He's totally shameless. Underestimate my information gathering skills at your own peril. Before I came here, we dropped by the medical room. Asked the doctor there a few questions. And he told me where the poison gas came from. And where might that have been? It was, it's this chemical you find everywhere. I can't think of the name just now, though. Wait there a second. Let me just call him real quick. Perhaps I can answer your question while Eustace is on the telephone. Well, let him make the call if you know the answer. The gas was created by mixing two specific chemicals. Ubiquium and asphyxian. Asphyxian? What kind of chemicals are they? Ubiquium is a red liquid used in all manner of everyday products. Paint and dishwashing liquids, among various other things. On its own, it's entirely benign. So it's something anyone can get their hands on? Precisely. The same cannot be said for asphyxian. But it does sound nasty. What's it used for? It's the main ingredient in a product called Infesticide Ultra. It's pure white in color. It's unavailable to the average consumer. In fact, it's not impossible for members of the public to obtain it here in this country. As such, we're currently investigating where it might have come from. I have an inkling. Poison gas ingredients. I'm back, and I know the name of the chemical now. Don't waste your breath. Judge Gavell informed us already. Oh, great. That'll make this quicker, I guess. So the source of the gas, Ubiquium, is used in paint and stuff, right? There was somebody here at the art gallery today who brought paints with them. Your friend, the artist. You can't accuse me just because of that. Objection. To the paints in that palette in your hand. Edgy, is this kid okay? He seems a little... Indeed, I haven't known him long. He's a little prone to jumping to the wrong conclusions. Hey, quit talking about me like I'm not even here. Ignore them, Eustace. Simply intimidated by you, nothing more. Not giving me yet another reason to fear you with one of your winning deductions. Winning? Yeah, good idea. Get a load of this, losers. Losers. Winner's winning deduction. Our friend, the artist here, won the race to find the victim. Was first in the scene, correct? Sure, that makes sense. And the gas the victim was poisoned with is made from ubiquium, which as we know is found in paint. Well, here's what it is. He was carrying paint in his person. He used one winning stride away from the victim, which surely makes him the winner on our list of suspects. Right, Gavell? You think so too, right? It's a possibility that certainly cannot be discounted. Well, would the artist like to share his version of events? Did you leave the red paint at the scene of the crime? Or something more sinister? The catalyst for toxic gas, perhaps? God, I left my heart there, you know. And you might have picked it up, eh? I'd be careful what you say to me. The gavel's already primed to deliver a guilty verdict. Ignore him, please, Your Honor. It's for the best. Quit stalling. Can't run away from the fact that my reasoning is flawless. So admit defeat and crawl out of here. Tails between your legs. 'Cause I win. I have better things to do than pick holes in your faulty logic. I don't suppose I have much choice. Easy. This is the one. This. Your deductions are anything but winning, I'm afraid. Unless you're looking to win a prize for incoherence. Okay, so you agree that I deserve a prize? What you deserve is to be set right. Gas came from within the case containing the sculpture of Pisces. It did? And it was created by the artist guy. With the red paint that we know is full of William. I would offer you a bit of advice. One prosecutor to another. It always helps to listen carefully to others. The gas is created when ubiquium is mixed with another substance, asphyxian. Paint containing ubiquium alone wouldn't create any kind of gas at all. This expression, it wouldn't. As I said, the guy was asphyxiated with ubiquium. So you're telling me all this was based on a mishearing of the forensics report? Yeah. The gas had already done its work by the time Mr. Butts found the victim. Perhaps it's your own aptitude you should be worrying about. Aptitude? What does that even mean? You literally used the word 5 minutes ago. It means one's ability or how suited one is to a particular task, Eustace. And attitude, the other word you misused only minutes ago as well, is another thing entirely. I get what you're doing. You're making fun of me again. What I'm doing is demonstrating that you do not have the aptitude required to head up this investigation. Oof. Before you go any further, you might wish to consider some of the flaws in your own statements. What flaws might those be? Firstly, that you cannot prove your artist friend did not enter the autumn wing. That's... And secondly, prove the red paint did not have something to do with the crime. But the paint is important on its own, surely. What's important is the combination of the red ubiquium, white asphyxian. Exactly were the two substances introduced to one another. Surely we need to figure that out before anything else. Indeed we do. And that is what Eustace will be investigating next. Or what he would already be investigating had you not been here making needless trouble. We're not here to make trouble. Quite the opposite, in fact. We're here to help. Are you saying you know how the gas was made? I don't believe you. I can certainly point you towards a vital clue as to how it was done. He's bluffing, Eustace. Ignore him. It's fine, Gavel. He's clearly lying. Might as well let him talk himself even further into a corner. If you're sure. Come on then, show me what you got. What shows how the gas was created, huh? The Pisces statue sketch. Take that. Saying this somehow shows us how the chemicals were mixed to make the poison gas. Exactly what I'm saying, yes. Thank you for noticing. Well, did you say have a good eye? The red tears Mr. Bott saw, that was the ubiquium. Oh, wait a second. You're saying the statue cried the stuff out? What, so our culprit is some kind of evil spirit? How much time am I gonna have to waste talking him through this step by step? And the red tears alone would not have been enough to create the gas. They must have mixed with something else inside the case. What? What evidence do you have that this would happen? And the evidence is right there in the sketch I just showed you. I need to find out the part that shows the two liquids mixed together. Oh. Clearly this. Observe the pool of pink liquid beneath the Pisces statue's glass case. This clearly shows the two chemicals mixed. Wait, I don't get it. Does that prove that some ubiquium mixed with some asphyxion? We have an artist with us. Why don't we ask him? Larry, you claim to be something of a painter. I imagine he has some experience mixing colors. What happens when you mix red with white? Don't treat me like a dum-dum, Edgy. I did graduate from junior high, you know. Any idiot knows that red and white makes pink. I mean, there's variations. You got your rose pinks and your baby pinks. That'll be more than enough, thank you. You see what I'm getting at now, Mr. Winner? Oh, I think I do. Your big cream is red. Asphyxion is white. You mix the two together, you get pink. That's what that pink liquid is. Well, duh. Yes, very good. We got there in the end. Yes. Interesting. I think you finally convinced him. Mr. Edgeworth, you've raised a possibility, nothing more. We cannot know for sure, but this shows the results of the two chemicals having mixed. And besides, the sketch you're attempting to enter as evidence was drawn by a suspect. How can we possibly hope to rely on its veracity? Hey, I drew everything exactly as I saw it. A true artist never lies or embellishes the truth. Forgive me, but I did not ask for your opinion. Oof. Oof, she's a cold one, but I like it. You may rest assured, Your Honor, that I mean to prove my theory to all of our satisfaction. It may not be wise to jeopardize your position any further, Mr. Edgeworth, especially as there is another question to which you have yet to provide a satisfactory answer. How can you prove that this man did not enter the Autumn Wing? Until you're able to, there's little more to discuss. Wait, maybe the victim could help us out with that. Mr. Gusto? He's still unconscious and in critical condition. He is? Oh. Oof, she's slammed the hammer down. Now, if you don't mind, assistance to carry out his own investigation of this area. If you'd be so kind as to leave him in peace. Hold it. For the presiding judge's sake, I pray to the goddess that you need not ever be summoned to testify. Now then, is there something you wish to say, Mr. Artist? If you could just hold that pose for a moment there, Miss Ice Queen. I am Justice Verity Gavel, and I'd be grateful if you'd dispense with the childish epithets. Oh, finally she tells me her name. Nice to meet you, Verity. My name's Loris Denim. You can call me Loris. Larice. If you could stop wasting the court's time, Mr. Denim. Oh yeah, sorry, it's just something I forgot to mention. The door was locked. I tried to open it, and then the old guy came tumbling out. It appears the door can be unlocked from the inside. However, that does not necessarily mean that it was locked at the time as you claim. Without proof, your statement carries little weight, I'm afraid. Well, as it happens, I can back our pal up here on that. What? Yep. We tried to come in here too, but it's just like the guy said, it was locked up tight. Ain't that so, Mazarino? It is. I distinctly remember how it went. So, Winterwing, Winterwing. Huh? I don't believe it. It's locked. And the gallery's open for biz, but the winter Winterwing's off limits? What gives? Prior to the incident with the gas, it's not possible to enter this room from the outside. And what is to say that your suspicious friend was not in here with the victim the entire time? And the fact that he didn't suffer the ill effects of the gas. Search him for a gas mask if you like. I doubt you'll find one. I see, then I suppose we'll have to take you at your collective word. That was a little too easy. Well, Judge Gavel, you accept that Mr. Butts is no longer a viable suspect? And that once again, Mr. Winter's deductions have fallen short of the mark? What are you talking about? I just need some more information, that's all. Can't blame the guy for being a little hasty with his deductions. You know it's not code for a prosecutor to be saying stuff like that, right? Very well, then perhaps we should call our next suspect. Mr. Donim, you may step down from the stand. Huh? Go, you mean? I was enjoying our time together, Verity. Let me stick around, please. Overruled. Correct. Show no mercy. Twist my heart into a goofy mush. I love it. Who exactly is this next suspect? The pharmacist, Alicia Scone. Your artist friend may have struggled to lay his hands on a bottle of pesticide ultra. But someone in your line of work would surely have a better idea of where such a thing might be acquired. The court hereby calls for a 10-minute recess. Eustace will go and fetch the suspect. Your winning smile will bring her running, I'm sure. My winning course, Cavell. Go get her at once. Hey, Detective Flatfoot. You carry on investigating while I'm gone, okay? Sure. Is it possible? Could Judge Cavell have suspected Miss Scone from the start? Now that you mention it, she wasn't helping Mr. Winter like she usually does, huh? What exactly is your angle here, Judge Cavell? To be continued. Yeah. And here we go. April 2nd, 12:05 p.m. Zodiac Hall. They sure are taking their time. This is supposed to take a 10-minute recess. To be a 10-minute recess. Sorry to keep you losers waiting. But wait no longer. I won the race to find Alicia Stone, and here she is. Hello, dears. This lovely young man said he wanted to speak to me. Delicious Scone, purveyor of the most wondrous wares the pharmacist can offer, at your service. Delicia to my pals, and even Miss Delicious to some. You can call me the winner. I'll call you whatever I want. Alright, Winnie Pooh. Whatever you say, it's lovely to meet you, dearie. So much for calling me the winner. Oh, have we met before, young man? Get a load of this, Alicia. That's Miles Edgeworth, Gregory's son. Well, I never. It's a pleasure to meet you, Milesy Smiles. If you must address me by my given name, just Miles will do. Ho ho ho. Greggy Pegleg's boy. And all grown up, too. Makes you feel my age, why don't you? Wonder just how old she is? I've been wondering that for 18 years. Eustace, I believe we have some questions for our pharmacist. Oh yeah. What brings you to the gallery today, Miss Scone? Why, I came to see dear old Moody Judy, of course. We've been fast friends for 18 long years, and no one's gonna stop me visiting her now. I understand that you helped look after Mr. Gusto in the immediate aftermath of the attack. Oh, I didn't do much, really. I just whipped up a quick antidote for the dear old doctor. Wow, you can make an antidote just like that? Oh yes, dear. As long as I have the right ingredients, I can throw together just about any medicine you like. Certainly helped the medical room was well equipped, though. Much better off treating him here than losing vital minutes taking him to a hospital. Anyway, we did what we could. The rest, well, it's up to him. And you know the victim, Miss Delicious? Oh yes, well, sort of. It's been 18 years since I last saw him. Apparently, he's famous these days. One of the best confectioners in the world, or so they say. Interesting. So he's a well-known public figure. Oh, yes, dear. He's on the news and everything. Confectionery crafting king of the world, I said. Wow, so the old dog really went to Shangfa and upped his game, just like he said he would. Perhaps if we could proceed to the matter at hand. Miss Scone, are you familiar with a substance known as Infesticide Ultra? Of course, dear. You use it to get rid of you-know-whats. Well, it's awfully strong, though. That's why they don't sell it in the shops. And I ask what you mean by you-know-whats. Little biters that frighten the life out of 4 innocent ladies like yours truly, that's what. Ghastly little creatures running around people's nice, clean kitchens and terrorizing them. Fruit flies? Oh, I get it. Those. Thank you, Miss Scone. One more question if you don't mind. Are you aware of what happens when the chemicals asphyxion and ubiquium are combined? Oh, yes. It's right there in the Infesticide Ultra instructions. Do not mix with products containing ubiquium, ever. If you do, they react with each other and make a horrible poisonous gas. What was it again? Effects of inhalation include respiratory complications and death. At rural Gusty very nearly didn't make it. To make that much gas, you need, probably 500 milliliters of each chemical, I'd say. She certainly talks like a skilled pharmacist. Ubiquium's awfully thick and sticky, and it heats up very quickly indeed. It's also bright red and smells minty fresh. Oh, and cheap as chips. That's why these in everything. Asphyxian's more watery. That's white in color. That'll do, thank you. You're clearly well informed, Miss Scone. As well I should be, dearie. Well, Pesticide Ultra is made by the company I work for. Ding. Oh, before you get the wrong idea, we don't go handing out free samples. As I say, it's awfully terribly dangerous. You couldn't buy it even if you wanted to. Yes, Miss Scone, very interesting indeed. I think that tells us all we need to know. Strange. I thought you suspected Miss Scone. Something in that smile makes you wonder if she has some other angle in mind. What is it, Detective Loudfoot? Any developments to report? Yes, sir. Turns out the sculpture's glass display case is open from the top. Huh? That's rather unusual. And the temperature inside can be adjusted too, all the way down to 0 degrees. Icy's case was kept at 26 degrees. Dang, I got my hand stuck to it. You're lucky you escaped alive. Anything more relevant to the case? Yeah, they found something on the underside of the top part of the Pisces case. Traces of ubiquium. Whoa, now we're talking. That's odd. If there was ubiquium stuck to it, it should have stayed stuck. After all, at 26 degrees, it would have been frozen solid. It would have. So, how do things wind up as they are now? I think Kay might be able to help us figure out just that. Or at least Mr. Thief might. Yep, you guys are that desperate to get on my good side, huh? Fine, I don't know what the heck you're talking about, but take it away. Can't believe I'm taking orders from this guy. But whatever, anything for the truth. Before you get too carried away, the goddess of justice has no need of your help. We will find the truth ourselves. Ouch, why so frosty, Judge G? Your baby prosecutor just gave us the big thumbs up. What's the issue here? Oh, wait. Don't tell me the committee has some dirty little secret it doesn't want us finding out. I'm not required to explain myself to you. If you feel that you absolutely must participate in the investigation, perhaps you can prove to me that it'll be worth our while to keep you around. What exactly does she have in mind here? Can we trigger the release of the poison gas? If you can answer this question, I'll consent to your participation in the investigation. You heard the lady smiles. Somebody opened the Pisces case and let out the gas. Considering what we've learned so far, there's only one person it could possibly be, no? Yes, the answer is indisputable. In that case, please kindly provide it now. Release the poison gas. Well, he was the only one inside the room. It wasn't any of these three. Suspicious Gun wasn't in the room either, nor was bound. It has to be Gusto. The victim, Carmelo Gusto, was the only person to have entered the Autumn Moon. That's only he could have opened the case. Correct. It appears to be the only logical answer. Very well, I'll permit your participation in this investigation to continue. Oh, so nice. However, if at any point I feel you're contributing nothing of value, you'll be removed immediately. Understood? Even if Mr. Gusto did open the case, we still have no idea why. Alright, Mr. Edgeworth, tell me what you want to see. Let's use the data we've collected to recreate the scene where the poison gas went off. Eek, don't scare me like that. Hmm? So, what you were talking about, you're Mr. Thief. Let's begin by examining the Pisces sculpture. There's a generous amount of ubiquium frozen to the underside of the top part of the case. Yeah, which is what's keeping that lid on real tight. And the actual glass lid is all cracked though, right? True. Somebody really went to town in your little house there, huh, Pisces? Do you have any idea how the glass lid came to be so cracked? Doesn't look like the outer facing side of the glass suffered any damage. See, so we have a cracked pipe. So we have a cracked piece of glass that we know is ice cold. Its inner facing side. We also know that it wasn't damaged in any direct way. Its outer facing surface. That's ice cold. Makes me think of the way you glare at people, sir. Cracks. Make me think about those deeply etched lines on your forehead. It was cracked by heat expansion. Applying heat to ice cold glass from the outside will cause it to crack. Oh. Well, I appreciate the science lesson. Was it all heat cracked in the first place? Why, indeed. Heat cracked glass lid. Lined on its underside with frozen ubiquium. You look like the cat that got the cream, Masserino. You know what happened, don't you? I certainly do. What's more, I know how Mr. Gusto opened the case. What? You didn't give me a chance to figure it out first. It would have been quite the wait. Well, don't keep it to yourself, Edgeworth. I want answers. How did Mr. Gusto open the case? By applying heat, right? Used just before the police arrived. The blowtorch showed signs of having been used recently when it was found here in the autumn wing. I think it's likely that it was used on the glass lid, causing it to crack. Blowtorch? It uses a blowtorch to open the glass case. Oh, I get it. Mr. Gusto was trying to melt the frozen ubiquium so he could open the lid. Indeed. And you missed the answer by a second, so he wins in the end. Don't try and tell us you nearly had it. You didn't have a clue. Nuh-uh. It was Edgeworth making things hard to understand. Okay, would you mind updating the recreation so that Mr. Winter can follow along too? Sure, just for him. Here goes. Mr. Wintergato. Mr. Gusto was alone in the autumn wing. While he was here, he used this blowtorch to melt the frozen ubiquium on the other side of the lid. And as the ubiquium melted, it mixed with the asphyxiant that was already present inside the glass case. Oh. And thereby producing our poisonous gas. And it blew off the lid too. If Mr. Gusto had finally managed to open the lid, he would have released the gas and poisoned himself. Bingo. He made it as far as the fountain room where he collapsed. Right in front of Mr. Butts. So he opened the case. Out came the gas, huh? Yep. As Seems we got there in the end. But why the heckadoodle did he want to open the case in the first place? I'm not sure. In fact, we don't know what his ultimate goal was. Thinking he might have come here for the same reason I did. Check out not the autumn wing, but the winter wing. Ah. Oh, right, because he thought it was the winter ring. And I guess people from 18 years ago would have known it as a winter ring too. You remember, right? I thought this is where the winter ring was when we first got here. Caught you up too, did it, my little Eddie Lumpkin? I was ever so confused. What with it being where Chillywink's room was all those years ago. It's even the same little tree in front of the bus-up door. It wouldn't be all at 6s and 7s, eh? Did everyone involved with the IS-7 incident make the same mistake? I think we need to go and take another look at the winter wing. Time to see how quickly I can convince Mr. Winter, I suppose. Eureka, ladies and gentlemen, I have the answer. The answer to what exactly? The man was going to end it all. A dramatic, exit stage left, sort of artsy-fartsy farewell. Have you been listening at all this whole time? At my level, I barely need to listen to a word. I still understand exactly half of what's going on. Too bad. I'll just explain a few of the finer details to you later, Eustace. Winner's prerogative. Winners? Sure, thanks, Cavallo. Thank you indeed. I find it's always best to leave things like child wrangling to a professional. In the meantime, don't you have something to tell Mr. Edgeworth and his friends? Oh yeah, totally forgot. What is it now? I took the liberty of investigating our friendly pink pharmacist here. Or rather, I had one of my underlings do it for me. That's something to brag about, you know? Shut up, can't you see I'm talking? Anyway, let's put a pin in my suicide theory for now, yeah? There's something more important to tell you. It was Miss Delicious who set up the poison gas trap. Eek, how could you say that? I was greatly saddened to learn of this, Miss Scone. Your profession is one dedicated to saving lives, yet you used your expertise to try and take one. I beg your pudding? How dare you? I did no such thing. Perhaps you could explain, Mr. Winter. You bet I can. Get a load of this. This is Miss Delicious's pharmacist's license. And it says it right here that she's authorized to handle pesticide ultra. A product that we have established contains asphyxian, one of the ingredients of our poison gas. Exactly. It's almost impossible for ordinary people to get a hold of that stuff. Miss Delicious is no ordinary person. She's a card-carrying pharmacist. I didn't do it. It's all just a terrible misunderstanding. And that's not all. There's a bottle of pesticide ultra in the victim's pocket. And what do you know? It's covered in your fingerprints. Eek. We know that you and Miss Bound took the victim to the medical room. What better moment to slip the bottle into his pocket? No. There was only one person on the premises licensed to carry pesticide ultra, and that was you, Miss Gilman. Furthermore, you're acquainted with Miss Bound, the owner of the gallery, meaning you would have had access to the building and an ample opportunity to prepare your trap. No, dear, listen, you don't understand. That pesticide ultra was stolen from me. You're lying only lengthen your sentence, Miss Scone. I'm not lying. Oh, it's in my bag somewhere, I'm sure of it. What is she looking for? That's not it. And that's not it. That cloth looks familiar. Here we go. I knew it was in here somewhere, look. And what is this? There's something written on it, I think. April 1st. Complaint filed. Offense theft. Item stolen. Pesticide ultra, 1 bottle. It's a crime report relating to a theft. What? See, you silly billies? I told you somebody pinched it off me. A week ago, no less. By which you mean to say that it was not in your possession at any point today? That's exactly what I mean to say. I think the bottle you found might be the one I lost. Lost? I always have some in my medicine bag just in case, you know? I'm supposed to keep my bag locked up tight, but well, I'd forget my head if it wasn't screwed on. And now, thanks to silly old me, someone's gone and mixed up a cloud of poison gas with the stuff. I see. Why on earth would you carry such a hazardous substance around with you? Like I said, just in case, you never know when one of them might appear. You mean the ghastly little creatures that run around in people's nice, clean kitchens? Type of them. You could just roll up a newspaper and whack one done. Give out. What do I do now? Ah, of course. I think perhaps it might be wise to confirm the authenticity of the crime report just to be safe. Can't hurt to verify Miss Gone's story after all. She may be lying to us. Good idea. Alright. I'm gonna go to the precinct to call. Don't go anywhere. So, Miss Gone might not be guilty after all. Indeed, if she really were the one who set up the poison gas trap, then I highly doubt she would have used a method that directly implicates her. So, who do you think did it, Smiles? Someone with knowledge of the victim's likely behavior, and the time and the means to prepare. Two factors just point to one very specific person. Oh yeah? Who might that be? Don't leave us hanging, big guy. I have a suspicion. I believe it is Judy Bound. Surely only Miss Bound, writer of these premises, could possibly have prepared in such a way. And she has the key. Need some solid evidence to support such a theory nonetheless. So it was her, huh? Strange. It's like he already knew. Ooh, nice shooting, Mazarino. I had to make that associate position a permanent deal. And that is not what I was hoping for. Okay. I'm back with results. Police have confirmed that the theft really was reported and logged. Which means we may have been a little hasty with some of our conclusions, team. Oof. You mean that every single one of your conclusions proved to be hogwash? No. I mean, we're only just getting started. Oh, what's our next move? Well, first we need to go and talk to Miss Bound. Then I'll think about what to do after that. Who's this? Mr. Gusto's real destination appears to have been the Winter Wing. Perhaps it'd be worth having someone investigate the room more thoroughly. Oh yeah, we should totally do that. But go investigate the Winter Wing. Yes, sir. Goodbye. And we're gonna talk to Miss Bound. Very good, Eustace. We'll join you if you don't mind. April 2nd, 1:35 p.m. Zodiac Hall. Alright, you have your orders. Go talk to Bound for me. Hey, Mr. Winner. Weren't we gonna go talk with Miss Bound ourselves? Sure, but I thought, why not let the grunts handle the grunt work, you know? Means I can just sit back and wait for the report, a winning strategy. You spoiled little. He's so exhausting. I need a break. Huh? There's something in the fountain. Eek. Whoa. God, it's a body. What on earth? What on earth indeed? Order in the court. Somebody call forensics. Bad news, sir. Real bad news. Order. I'll have order, detective. The ice sculptures in the Winter Wing. They gone. All melted. How? What? Did... say... What is the meaning of this? Now we have two victims. Talk about deja vu. Just like 18 years ago, even the ice melted again. Again. This is like some weird rerun. Same people, same everything. I said it before, I'll say it again. It's no coinky dink. You're with me, right, Mazzarino? I am. I think the answers lie in the IS-7 incident itself. In fact, I'm convinced of it. Great minds look alike. Alrighty then. Time for another trip down memory lane. I think I'm gonna take a break here. So I'll be back in like a couple of minutes. I'm gonna get more water. Go to the restroom and stuff. So. Eighteen years passed. It's a long time. I still can't believe the IS-7 incident was Gregory's last case. Or that it's been 18 long years since. A murder at a confectionery contest. One of the participants, no less, Artie Frost. They pulled his body out of a treasure chest, and that was a part of Samson Tangaroa's chocolate tableau. He'd been hit in the head with a large rock salt lamp, subsequently bled to death. They found the lamp hidden inside the candy castle the witch's Scone had made for the contest. Then, before anyone had the chance to investigate Mr. Frost's own room, all of his icy creations had melted clean away. Kim, dungeon room. Back to Christmas Eve. 18 years ago, all of Mr. Frost's works ruined. Mr. Von Karma wasn't very happy. He told us to get out, in no uncertain terms. So what do we do now, Mr. E? Can't believe he just up and kicked us out. Von Karma's a total jerk. Yep, I know, Eddie. It was always the job of the police and the prosecutor's office to investigate the scene. Yeah, but he didn't have to talk to us like that. Who cares if we're cops or attorneys? We should all be working together to find the truth. You can't assume that everybody's aims same as your own. You may wish to expose the truth, but others might prefer to accept things at face value. Which way of thinking is right will depend on the person. What if somebody innocent ends up behind bars because no one manages to uncover the truth? It can happen. We're all human, police and prosecutors included. Which is why defense attorneys exist. Our job is to help people in just such situations to be friends to the friendless. It's the friendless. Now, we may not be able to investigate Mr. Frost's room as I hoped. But that doesn't mean we give up. You're right, Mr. E. I'm sorry. I thought more before I opened my big mouth. Yeah, you're young, Eddie. You'll learn soon enough. I will, I promise. Mr. Edgeworth, Mr. Fender. You look like you could use a little pick-me-up. E. I'm afraid this is all I have, but please, by all means. Oh, you're the best, Miss Bound. Chocolates out of the court record. Tangoria's favorite. Rather mishappened and incredibly sweet. Thank you. A little sugar boost might actually help. Though these are a little too sweet for my liking. And a little uniquely shaped. I'm sorry if they're not to your taste. No way, they're great. They're so sweet. You're very kind. So I imagine me of all people, a mediocre confectioner. What? You mean you made these yourself? Yes, Samson loves chocolate, so I had to learn. Keeping him supplied with his favorite treats is just one of my many duties. Though he does spend most of the time coaching me on how to improve my technique. Mr. Tangaroa sure is a lucky guy. Getting to eat homemade sweets made by the one and only Judy Bound. Whatever you want sounds amazing. I'm sorry, did you say something? Nope, nothing at all. Dear sweet Eddie, you really do still have a lot to learn. Seems you're quite committed to the work you do for Mr. Tangaroa. It's bound. Of course, where would I have stay here otherwise? What do you mean by that? I was abandoned as a baby. Mr. Tangaroa took me in. Oh no, tragic past story. That's right, one snowy Christmas Eve, many years ago, he found me on the steps of this very mansion. He saved my life, and became the father I never had. I can never repay him, so my work for him is the least I can do. I'll be here for him as long as he needs me. That's the most beautiful thing I've ever heard. I must be getting old. I'm welling up a little myself. And to think today is Christmas Eve, and I can't even give him his present in person. I do anything to save him anything. Please, if there's something I can do to help, just say it. We're very grateful, Miss Bound. Perhaps you could help us by answering a question. Did you know the victim? Not very well, I'm afraid. Oh, but if you wanted to see some of his work, a picture of the sculptures he made for the panel. My, and they're stunning. Aren't they? I think they're masterpieces. Who would have thought you could make such intricate statues out of flavored ice? There's something weird about these pictures. And there's that device that powers the color changing blankets. And one of the statues, I guess, is draped in one of those blankets. Samson toward them too. Oh hey, that's Taurus and Gemini, right? I didn't know you were keen on constellations in the zodiac, Eddie. Oh, I love it. Stories the stars can tell. Take Gemini, for example. See the lyre? That's what the harp is called. And the arrow and the... Hold up. The lyre doesn't have any strings. Huh? Did Mr. Frost forget to add them, maybe? It doesn't sound like something he'd forget to do. Wait, really? I thought you just said you didn't know him very well. Oh, well, he didn't seem like the type. You just got something to hide, too. You took this photograph yourself, Miss Bound? Yes, here's this instant camera here. Those pictures it's useful. Oh, I love to see it in action. Then why don't I take your picture? Yes, come on, Mr. E. Let's get a shot of the both of us. Well, alright then. You'd be ashamed to waste a good hair day. Ready? Say cheese. There, all done. The picture's yours to keep, Mr. Vendor. Oh my gosh, thank you so much. It's a cool camera. It's the only one we got, so we use it for all our picture-taking needs. It's very convenient, but lack of negatives is something of a shame. So there aren't any negatives for us to reference, huh? You, Mr. Tangaroa, used the same camera during the contest? Yes, you assumed correctly. He used it for some work-in-progress pictures of his seascape. Later, to take some photos of the other contest work. Contestants' work. But didn't you take a picture of the body when you discovered it? And didn't you discover the body while the judging was still underway? Ah, yes. Samson wanted pictures of all the entrance completed rooms. The film ran out just as he finished photographing Mr. Gusto's work. So he asked me to go put it in a new cartridge. He seemed to think there should have been more shots left than there were. In other words, the film ran out sooner than expected. Yes, the number of shots he took didn't line up with the number of shots remaining. But he thought maybe he just lost track somewhere along the way. But had he really, though? I went to our living area to change the film, passing through the fountain room on the way back. When I heard the sound of something break and collapse in Samson's room. Samson, are you in here? Mr. Frost's body was just lying there. I was in total shock. It was all too much. But I remember I called the police. And then I went to tell everybody else. And the camera, it's been with me ever since. I see. I'm grateful if you could lend us the camera in this picture, Mrs. Bound. Of course, here you go. Thank you. It's the camera out of the court record. 20 exposures, but there are only 3 remaining. 17 pictures were taken. Mr. Frost, I managed the court record. Detective Bad, Miss Cone. Are they done investigating? And they're done with me, that's for certain. Big Meanie told me to clear all. Honestly, that mannequins will be the end of me. The cheek of him. Guess he got tired of people cluttering up his crime scene. Did he run you off too, Detective Bad? Yeah. Von Karma seems to think I'm a nuisance. Can't do things his way with me around. Why would Mr. Von Karma go so far as to exclude his own lead detective? Still, got a pretty good look at the scene. As for Gusto, he's doing a nice little chat right now. Across from... What about? But the fact that Miss Bound said she saw him going in there during the contest. Mr. Gusto went into Mr. Frost's room. That's right. I have to say, he looked very much like he didn't want to be seen. I don't know what he could have been up to. Well, he's candidate number 1 at the moment. That's the guy who melted Frost's work. Is that really why Mr. Gusto went into Mr. Frost's room? Got a photo of the room right here, if you need it. It's all yours. Wait, what? Why would you just give it to us? I gotta spell it out for you, kid. I'm offering to help you guys. I want the truth about this case to come out. Detective. Really, Detective Bad? Mr. Von Karma won't be happy about this. Yeah, well, I'm not Von Karma's stooge. Ooh. He's gonna stonewall my investigation. But I'm not gonna play by the book either. Can't let some pesky rules keep me from finding the truth. Now can I, Mr. Edgeworth? Indeed. Thank you, Detective Bad. Wow, I can't believe you won him over, Mr. E. Well, I haven't the foggiest what you're all going on about. Here's some new friends, eh? It's definitely nice to have the good detective on our side, that's for sure. Alright, let's take a look at that photograph. Here. And this is what Frost's room looks like right now. Yikes, there's nothing left of his flavored ice sculptures but puddles. The floor appears to be completely covered in a pale blue liquid. Pale blue. I should compare these with the photo I just borrowed from Mr. Bound. I assume the unplugged power cord has something to do with all this. Yeah, so that was out of the socket. The display case has lost power, and up the temperature went. Looks like they were all connected to the same power strip. Do you have any idea when it was unplugged? I'm still working on that. Those sculptures were beautiful, what a waste. It's that again. We're taking a few more bites out of them while I still have the chance. So they tasted good. Did they ever? Never tried ice. It's so scrumptious in all my life. Really? Man, I wish I could have had a bite. Scrumptious except for that salty bit, of course. That was unbearable. You bit? It's in the other photo you got there. This bit. The harpy thing. Oh. Gemini's liar. Wait, that's why it had no strings? Because you ate them? I didn't eat that much, you cheeky little devil. I told you, it was all horrible and salty. Frost's sculptures were scrumptious. Except for the liar. It's interesting that only one particular part of this one particular sculpture tastes different from the rest. Could somebody other than Miss Scone really be responsible for eating the rest of the strings? Do you notice anything else, Miss Scone? Come to think of it, I did. Just a funny little mark on Chillybank's work. There's 2 little letters. HP. If I can draw it for you. There we go. PH. Yeah, that looks just like that. It's almost like a signature or something. Wait. I just knew Mr. Frost wouldn't have made that harp without strings. He's not the type to skip an important detail like that. Hope you don't mind me asking, Miss Bound. You certain you didn't know Mr. Frost particularly well? No, I barely knew him, I swear. That's so. You certainly seem to have some strong opinions about his attitude towards the work. No, I just... Sculptures were so carefully made, I didn't think he'd miss something so important. He's sweating. Sorry, but I don't believe you. You have a more personal connection to his work than that. What makes you say that? I have an item of evidence that appears to have been one of Mr. Frost's possessions. It shows a key feature with another piece of evidence. I don't know what you're talking about if you don't share. What are these two pieces of evidence of yours? Which two items point to Mr. Frost? First this one. And now the second. Let's go and found two letters carved into Mr. Frost's ice sculptures. Going back and forth like that. I think they were a signature of sorts. Well, it's not unusual for an artist to initial their work. I guess not. That's right, dear. It's just like you said. Chile makes statues that had the letter PH carved in them plain as day. PH. Wouldn't be AF. You'd think so. Take a look at this. It's the seal we found at the crime scene. It seems reasonable to assume that it fell from Mr. Frost's pocket. And when pressed into the surface of an item, it would leave behind the letters PH. Same pottery mark we see imprinted on the bottom of the items in the tea set. The same remark? We've already established that the tea set was the work of the sculptor Paul Halik. Now, we can assume that these same letters would mark any item out of this piece of its work. A fact of which you're well aware, correct, Miss Ben? Well, yes. I know that he always marks his work with just like that. He's never revealed his true identity in public. That's the only way to know his works are truly his. You mean Paul Halik was... That's right, Detective. Artie Frost had another identity. He's no ordinary confectioner. At least as far as Miss Ban was concerned. You see, Mr. Frost was in fact a famous sculptor. Mr. Frost was in fact other than famous sculptor Paul Halik. What? Mr. Frost and Paul Halik were the same person? It's not like the mark's hard to copy, though. Anyone who's seen it could fake being him with it. Not exactly conclusive proof that Frost was who he said he was. It's proof enough for Miss Bound. What matters is that she believed it. His true identity wants to be investigated by the good people of the precinct. Alright. All the boys look into it. I should have known I couldn't hide it from you, Mr. Edgeworth. You admit it, you were aware of who Mr. Frost really was. I was. When I discovered his body, I saw the seal you found. You didn't ask me how, but I just knew straight away that he was my dear Paul Halik. Imagine, his entries in a confectionery contest, his final legacy, a great man like that. And be honest, you enter Mr. Frost's room at any point. Huh? Why are you asking me that? Photograph from Mr. Frost's room. I'd like to know when it was taken. Oh, it must have gotten mixed up. The ones Samson took during the judging. I'm afraid I find that rather hard to believe. You said yourself that the camera ran out of film during the judging. And that you've had charge of the camera since before Mr. Tangora chance to visit Mr. Frost's room. That's how you were able to take the picture. That picture when you discovered Mr. Frost's body. I suppose so. It suggests that you took only 2 pictures with the new film. Mr. Frost's body in one of his room. A piece of evidence that says otherwise. You do? Span only took 2 pictures. Um, hmm. This. The camera? You gave the picture of the body to the police. That's one. And the picture of Mr. Frost's room to me. That's two. Oh, and you gave us that picture you took of me and Mr. Edgeworth too. Three. 3 photographs in total, and yet the film cartridge in this camera only has 3 exposures remaining. A total of 20. You took more pictures, and I want to know what of. Okay. I'll need to see all the photos you took. Then we'll finally learn what you're really up to. I'm so sorry. Confess, I've been lying to you. These are all shots of Frost's room. So sorry. Looks like she took pictures of his work from every possible angle. And when they were taken, the ice still hadn't melted yet. Wait, don't tell me. It was you? It was. At least, I'm pretty sure it was. You are? Why? Well, you see, I'm a huge fan of Mr. Fairlake's work, as you know. I was petrified that they might be ruined with the investigation that was going on and everything. So I thought I should at least capture the sculptures on film for posterity. And how did that make them melt? I think perhaps I so intent on getting the perfect photographs that I might have tripped over the power cord without noticing. My mistake, are you sure? I didn't notice it at the time, but, well, how could I have been so careless as to cause the loss of his final masterpieces? Seems a little convenient to me. Not sure I believe it. But I'm not in a position to refute it either. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to cause any trouble. Please don't worry about it. The important thing is that you told us the truth. What he said, no hard feelings, Miss Bound. Thank you. Mr. Edgeworth. Picture's yours. It helps. 2 photos, one from Bound, one from Detective Bad. Look here. You need some of this granola bar. Okay. Your infernal nuisance is still here. You don't know when to give up. Linger for as long as you like. The answer is still the same. You're not part of this investigation. Whether we're part of it or not. I want to cover the truth nonetheless. It seems you don't know when to shut up either, but I commend you on your stubbornness. Mr. Bonkarma, I'm afraid I'm the one responsible for Mr. Frost's work melting. What? What is the meaning of this? I'm so sorry, and to you, Mr. Gusto. No concern of mine. I didn't do anything. Mr. Bonkarma agrees. Nothing at all, Mr. Gusto? You went to Mr. Frost's room, didn't you? Perhaps you could tell us why. Sure, I was. Silence. You're not to give the attorney even the tiniest shred of information. Oof. Duty bound. Come with me. I have reason to believe that you are an accomplice of the accused, Samson Tangora. No, I'll be interrogating you personally. You better get your story in order. I understand. Wait, please. I'm done questioning her myself. And you think I care because? Think. gusto and use come. I have questions for all of you. I expect answers. Fine by me. Oh, you could at least ask nicely, mannequins. Apparently not. He took literally everyone with him. Indeed, well, I suppose that means there's little point in us hanging around either. Perhaps it's time we get going anyway. It's rather late. Snow, is that up? You're right, home time. I guess my stomach's in agreement too. Alright, let's go grab a burger. Oh, burger. My own stomach starts grumbling too. Sounds like good to me. Let's eat up and rest up. I'm gonna be fighting for tomorrow. Well, indeed, our first protocol will be with Mr. Tanguro. To be continued. Again. December 25th, 10 a.m. Center visitors room. Hey, it's Miss Bound. Oh, Mr. Fender. Mr. Edgeworth. I'm so sorry about what happened yesterday. She looks rather tired. Is Mr. Von Karma finished interrogating you? Yes, though he really only seemed interested in how I melted those sculptures. You're here to see Mr. Tangora, too? Yes, I'm terribly worried about him. Sorry, you know, they just caught to Dr. Bad. What are you doing back there? No, just happened to be here. I'm heading back to the scene soon. Not sure how anyone just happens to be at a detention scene, but okay. Good morning. What? Mr. Tangora, what happened to you? Oh, no, Samson, what did they do to you? They didn't seem to want to let me sleep. I had no idea interrogations could be so involved. Sorry if I seem distracted. I think I'm a little, tired. They're not letting you sleep? That's not police work, that's torture. What's going on here, Detective Bad? I'm not the one doing the interviewing. It's the guy they put on the case before me. I like Von Karma's methods about as much as you do, which is why I'm doing what I can to help. It was Detective Bad who got me out of there. I'd still be in that interrogation room right now, if it weren't for him. Detective Bad really is trying to look out for Mr. Tangora in his own way, it seems. Alright, Eddie, let's share yesterday's findings with Mr. Tangora. You got it, E. My notepad is at the ready. Mr. Tangora found out quite a bit, if you'd like to hear it. Of course, I thank you. Are you alright, Mr. Tangora? You seem kinda spaced out. I'm fine. I just think I think my blood sugar might be running a little low. Samson, do we have anything that might give him a little energy boost? Mr. Tangora, You're kind of spinning all over the place. I'm sorry. Like I said, I think my blood sugar might be running a little low. Let's present him with chocolates. Huh? Is that chocolate for me? Oh, those are the chocolates I wish I could just give them to you, Mr. Tangara. But the rules here don't exactly allow me to do so. Oh, that's a shame. But rules are rules, I suppose. There must be some way we could hand them to him. Detective Bat is noting the meaningful looks in his direction. Just let me take a look at them. If they seem legit, I might consider passing them on to the suspect. Thank you, Detective Bad. My hero. I'm touched. Thank you, Detective. Yeah, whatever. Just sit tight. Here. You don't know how much this means to me. Yeah. Keep it down, will ya? Both our sakes. Of course, Detective, I wouldn't want to put your livelihood at risk. Now it's empty streets. Detective, I apologize for putting you in a tight spot. I didn't do it for you. It was my call. Guess you're not such a bad guy after all. Oh, the sweetness. I feel like a man reborn. Were they your handiwork, Judy? Yes. How are they? Feel the melt. And soft and smooth. And chocolate. And that'll comfort. And soothe. Ear to ear. Head to toe. Smile. And savor. And the taste as it flows. Delicious. Not exactly beautiful, but they're sweet and not so flavorful. Thank you, Judy. I'm so glad you like them. And I'm glad you're back to your old self. My apologies, friends. The food they serve here is just so flavorless. Between that and lack of sleep, I was about ready to collapse from sheer despair. Wow, is the food here really all that bad? It's the usual French fries, ham sandwich, stuff like that. Yes, and yet I couldn't taste a thing. That's weird. Anyway, I'm heading back to the scene. Where you go, Detective? Do you have any new information to share? Yeah, you're right about the victim's identity. Frost worked as a sculptor in France, where he was known as Paul Halik. Artie Frost was Paul Halik? I never would have imagined. Or Mr. Halik? So the famous French sculptor wasn't a Frenchman after all, huh? So would certainly explain why Mr. Halik was such a recluse and refused to show his face in public. He was busy working on his greatest masterpiece, apparently, which Zodiac statues. Guess I'll never finish them now. Never finished his greatest masterpiece? Nah, it seems he was making statues for each season. But he never got around to the winter constellations. The winter constellations? You mean Taurus and Gemini? So the two you made a device would have completed the set. Yeah, now they're nothing but puddles. Bummer. I'm so sorry. Oh, Mrs. Band. Wasn't blaming you. One last thing. Seems he had himself a bit of a spending habit when it came to his work. Every statue cost him millions to make, which means he was always strapped for cash. We're checking to see if there's any chance someone called in a debt. I guess not even famous artists are safe from money problems. Do you have any idea why he entered the confectionery contest? None. Betty and I didn't even tell his family. See? Alright, I really gotta get going. I'll go fetch another guard. They can't be hanging around here any longer. I said, Detective, we'll see you again shortly. He's a good man. He certainly is. And an uncompromising one. Someone who can be trusted to stand up for what he believes in. And scare the pants off anybody he meets. Now, you're gonna tell me about what you learned yesterday? Of course. Allow me to give you a full report. Thank you for that. And allow me to apologize on Judy's behalf. I'm so sorry. It's fine, Mr. Tangaroa. As I told her yesterday, the important thing is that we learn the truth in the end. She accidentally ruined a millions of dollars statue. Now, would you mind if I ask you a question or two? By all means, I'll gladly share all I can. And can you tell me about the contestants who took part in the final round of the contest? Let's see. There's Miss Scone, loved her design concept. Unfortunately, her entry was in violation of the rules, so disqualifier. Mr. Gusto's creations were a perfect balance of flavor and design, at least up to the semi-final. But disappointingly, his entry for the final was subpar on both counts. Oof. And there was actually something a little unusual about his entry for the semi-final as well, which was, it tasted identical to Mr. Frost's. It may have looked different, but I could have sworn I was eating the same thing. What exactly did his work look like? Oh, there should be a photograph back at my mansion. I'll show it to you later, Mr. Edgeworth. Much appreciated, Miss Bound. But Mr. Frost's entry for the finals, that was truly sublime. So you were able to finish judging it? Even though his body had been discovered in the meantime? Yes, I wasn't aware of what had happened after I completely completed my assessment. Mr. Frost wasn't in his room when I visited, so I took the liberty of sampling it a bit. Word of the liar, I believe. I never tasted anything like it. It was like a dream. I was so moved that I burst into song. Wasn't it salty? Sorry, but he's saying that the liar tasted good? I'd like to hear more about that if you don't mind. I'm quite sure it was a liar that he tasted when he sampled Mr. Frost's work. I'm certain of it. It was part of the Gemini sculpture. It's the only sculpture in that display case. Mr. Tangaroa, would you mind taking a look at this photograph for me? So the part you tried was the lyre, the one shown here without any strings. Oh, there were strings originally. And that was the part I ate. Wait a minute. Strings were missing because Mr. Tangaroa ate them all, and he enjoyed them. Miss Scone told us that she ate a part of the lyre as well. She said it was far too salty for her to finish. And it's true. Truth is, I've suspected for a while that there might be something wrong with my sense of taste. Something wrong? How so exactly? Taste disorder characterized by an inability to detect salty flavors. I suspect I've been suffering from it. I eat so many sweet foods on a daily basis. It took a while for me to even notice. There's no denying it now. Not explain why the food here seems so bland to them. Your taste buds are your livelihood. Even if there were some long-term treatment option, I doubt a total cure for a condition exists. Nevertheless, you should put in a request to the police for a proper evaluation. But that won't be necessary. I have a recipe for a cure back at my mansion. You do? I do. You can take a look at it for yourself if you like. Samson, we can't tell that recipe to anybody. Judy, Mr. Edgeworth is hardly just anybody. He's my attorney. No secrets from him. Yes, you're right, of course. And that's what you asked why she's fighting over that. The nurse's secret recipe or miracle cure that they've been hiding. Uh-oh. Well, I suppose I should be getting back. Alright, I'll be right behind you. Judy. Yes, Samson? There's more to life than just me. Please, Judy, think about the life you want to live. Because I won't always be around. Don't say that. Without you, I don't have a life to live. So I'll be waiting right there at the mansion till you come home. Now, if you'll excuse me. Wait, Mrs. Bound. Judy. Whoa, she seemed rather upset. She seemed really upset. Thought I saw tears in her eyes. Why'd you even say all that to her? Because I worry about her. She can't keep putting my needs ahead of her own. What do you mean? The elite collection, the candy making. It's all because she thinks these things will make me happy. She never thinks about what she wants, what she likes. I just want her to be her own person, choose her own destiny. The last thing I want is for her to miss out on all that life has to offer because of me. I guess that makes sense. He really does see her as his own child. A parent wouldn't want their child to walk on their own path. A parent wouldn't do everything they could to protect them. I know exactly how he feels in this moment. Bro, I think I've asked you everything I can for now, Mr. Tangora. We should be getting back to the scene of the crime. Oh, you're leaving? See. I suppose I'll be going back to the interrogation room for another session. Ah, yes. Let's do something about that. Speak to the police for me? That too. But we're putting something else in place as well. Nice up our sleeve for when the time comes. I look forward to learning more. Counting on you, Mr. Edgeworth. I'll be back to brief you, Mr. Tangora, every day. And Judy too. Thank you, Eddie. Look forward to it. Mr. Tangara, your interrogator will do everything in his power to extract a confession from you. I hate to see an innocent man suffer like this. But please, you have to do everything you can to hold out. If you can't, Mr. Von Karma will use that confession against you for as long as this case lasts. We'll hear, and it'll make it that much harder for me to save you. I understand. I'll try. Won't give up until you're out of there. Shangara, you have my word on that. Man, now I really wonder what happened. Christmas, 11:03 a.m. At this venue. Fountain room. Detective Bad, thank you again for what you did earlier. Yeah, thanks a ton. What are you talking about? Yeah. There's no need to be shy about it. Disc. Never mind that now. Guessing you two are back here, looking to investigate some more. We are indeed. We'll need something solid if we're gonna save Mr. Tangara. Well, I hate to break it to you, but apart from this room, the whole place is on lockdown. But we need to see those other rooms. This is Mr. Von Karma's doing, I presume. Who else? Haven't seen the autopsy report yet either. Guy's probably got a hand in that too. Don't expect to speak with anybody except us cops and Miss Bound. Everybody else is gone. I doubt Von Karma would be handing out phone numbers. Is this all just a game to him? Why does he have to go so far? What's your plan of action, detective? Same as before. Do what I can to help you uncover the truth. Like I promised. You have my gratitude. And just you wait, Mr. Von Karma. We're gonna beat you in your bag of dirty tricks. Detective, may I conduct a brief investigation of the area? Sure, but like I said, everywhere else is off bounds. Probably won't be seeing those rooms again. That's fine. As long as there's at least some way of continuing our investigation, we'll make do. First of all, excuse me, may I ask what you're investigating? Sir, I'm analyzing the fountain water to see what might be in it, sir. And? What'd you find? Chocolate. It looks like the kind of flavorings and colorings used in frozen desserts, sir. Chocolate in the fountain. The composition of the chocolate seems to be the same as that of Mr. Tangaro's works. And the flavorings and colorings match the profile of those used in Mr. Frost's ice sculptures. Huh? That's weird. Those little rivers flow from all four artist rooms right here to this fountain. Guess that's how the stuff from the melted sculptures wind up in there. What's it all, sir? We also found blood. What? Why is there blood in the water? Think back to our investigation of the murder scene, Detective. Take another look at the scene in front of us, Detective. Very conspicuous pool of blood that should be here is clearly missing. You're right. Don't remember anybody mentioning they'd removed the blood along with the body. The victim's blood was mysteriously absent, as was the part of the chocolate chest it had pulled on. I believe that the blood probably belonged to... Oh, it's probably already Frost. The victim, huh? I'll have the guy compare it with the blood and the murder weapon. It's a match. The blood in the fountain is Frost. Well... But why would someone want to send the victim's blood downstream into the fountain like this? Why, indeed. Okay. A moment of your time, Eddie? Sure thing, Mr. E. What's up? Do you have any thoughts on the case? You bet I do. Mr. Tangaroa's amazing display, being used to store the body. Mr. Skeleton's beautiful dreamscape, being used to store the murder weapon. So we're really seeing some beautiful things being used for ugly purposes in this case, huh? I suppose we are. To make things worse, Miss Bound seems super down. When I asked if you had any thoughts on the case, I was thinking more about useful insights. Oh, sorry, Mr. E. Did I do something wrong? I worry about you sometimes, Eddie. How are you liking your first crime scene investigation, Eddie? Oh, it's great. I've been taking notes about everything, learning so much. I'm so happy you let me tag along, Mr. Edgeworth. So, you want to be an attorney, huh? You bet I do. Given and to be a hero of justice, to help us and fight for what's right. First time I saw Mr. E do his thing in court, I knew I found my calling. You know, cops look out for people too. Sure. But I want to be an attorney. Well, good luck to you. Get the feeling Detective Bad might be planning for an apprentice of its own. Okay. It seems these instruments are used on Mr. Tangaroa and Miss Bound's TV show Bacon Bop. Some of the few things in here that aren't made of candy. Is it just me, or does the detective seem a little disappointed? There's a drum set here, decorated to look as if it were made out of cakes. Cake drums. They must play it on Bacon Bop. Detective, about these drums. We already checked. There's nothing inside any of them. And no sign of anything having been put inside or taken out either. They're not relevant to the case. You've already done your homework, I see. I may like lollipops a little too much, but I'm no sucker. That was good. Let's check this. This lyre. There's a lyre here, and some maracas designed to look like ice cream cones. They're so well made that it's hard to tell what's candy and what's not just by looking. Maybe you shouldn't touch them, but then I'd be disturbing the crime scene. Hands off. I already checked them out. They're real. Check them out how exactly? Did you manhandle vital evidence, detective? I didn't touch them, not with my hands at least. Did he... Never mind. I don't want to picture it. You played the maracas. Authorized personnel only beyond this point, I'm afraid. Meaning what? I'm not authorized. Sorry, sir. No authorized personnel either. So nobody's allowed in. Let me guess. On Karma's orders? Guy's really starting to grind my gears. Boy, that really grinds my gears. It's a Christmas tree made from candy. These candy statues have everybody on edge. If ants get in here, that's our scene ruined. Yes, it'd be pretty disastrous, I suppose. That is how you get ants. Scone's room is through there. It's marked by a snowman. Candy snowman by the looks of it. Oh yeah? Well, I'll be. He's really sizing it up. He isn't thinking of making that into his next lollipop, is he? These trophies all belong to Mr. Tangaroa. But they're not all for confectionery contests. Some appear to be for charity work. A testament to both his character and his professional achievements. What's this one here? In recognition of Bacon Bob's long-standing achievement in making children's dreams come true. It's so sweet, it's got me wanting to watch it. Where does this elevator go? Second floor. Tangaroa and Bound live up there. Sounds like they live a pretty charmed life. Tea parties, candy making, that kind of thing. They even have a garden. It's pretty nice on a sunny day. Does sound nice. Perhaps they'll invite us when all this is over. You'd come, won't you, detective? Don't get ahead of yourself. No. I'm not in the habit of palling around with attorneys. Oof. This is quite the trophy. Awarded to Tangaroa. First place, International Confectioners Association Annual Spectacular. It's made of candy. I guess it wasn't meant to last forever. Makes sense. Prizes, fame, none of it lasts forever, right? That's anything quite that deep. Prizes. And that's the door to Gusto's room. Guess the candy reindeer is meant to show the way. Big antlers like that. Must be a bull. I think not. Male reindeer shed their antlers in winter. Therefore, this must be a female. Thanks, Mr. Trivia. Attorneys. Gonna teach you about reindeer in law school, detective. Santa. A Santa Claus statue. It's made of candy too. That door leads to Tangaroa's room, so yeah. Could be he made that thing too. Speaking of Santa, that reminds me, I still need to find a present for Miles. Come on, an attorney's badge. I wonder if Mr. Tangaroa would make one out of candy for me if I asked. Whoa. That'd be wild. Cards for so only. Yep. Karma's orders. Ooh. It's time. Sign shows which artist works is on display in the rich room. Left to right, Mr. Tangaroa, Mr. Gusto, Mr. Scone, Mr. Frost. Incidentally, the sign's also made from candy. What are they gonna do with all this candy? Was someone gonna eat it when the contest is over? Maybe. Excuse me. That's just in the pound to pick cherubs enjoying some chocolate fondue. Well, it looks work, apparently. Gotta hand it to him. It looks so real. Detective, are you saying you have personally seen cherubs before? Tisk attorneys, always poking holes in people's words. What? Wait, did I do something wrong? Okay. There's two people left to talk to. Any thoughts on the case, detective? Officially, as a cop, my thoughts are Don Karma's right about everything. As myself, I'm not happy. I need to investigate more. Here and elsewhere. Put a word in for you, forensics. Send the guy whatever you want. Much appreciated. I'm in your debt, Detective Bad. I didn't do it for you. I did it for the investigation. He's so hard-boiled. Miss Bound. We're here to continue our investigation. Oh, Mr. Edgeworth, I'm so sorry about earlier. She's still looking kind of down in the dumps, Mr. E. She must have been greatly taken aback by what Mr. Tangaroa had to say. Found the photograph of the semi-final entries for you. Here, it's all yours. Whoa. Oh, Miss Cohn showed us how to make a cute cake. It's probably plastic. Yeah, Samson left your design for that one. Ross made like a unicorn cake. Custom made Unix. The designs and flavors of Mr. Gusto and Mr. Frost entries too. And the problem was, Samson mentioned earlier, they tasted exactly the same. It's weird. However, the respective entries to the final tasted nothing alike, it seems. Is there anything else of note that changed between the semi-final and the final? Nothing major, but I guess there was one thing. Mr. Gusto's son was always here with him throughout the contest. He was nowhere to be seen during the final. Why would his son come and hang out at a contest venue of all places? Sure happy for us to keep hold of this? Of course, that helps the investigation. Semi-final entries added to the court record. We also have the book containing the recipe for the cure, Samson mentioned. Wasn't that the prize for the contest? We've seen this book before. It was in the chocolate frame in Tangaroa's room. That's right. He put it on display there, so everybody could see the grand prize. The cure is in the ultimate cookbook. So it's not a book of dessert recipes, I take it? Oh no. We told the contestants, of course. But I guess nobody told you yet. So the contestants all knew that the ultimate cookbook was this whole time. Cases of the chemical and pharmaceutical items. Oh. That explains why Mrs. Gone was in. I'd like to hear more about the cookbook, if you don't mind, Miss Bound. So if I understand correctly, the ultimate cookbook is actually a collection of recipes for different medicines? Exactly. Or rather, totally new medications that haven't made it to market yet, to be precise. The right buyer, a pharmaceutical company, for example, it'd be worth a fortune. Ross was in. But why make that the grand prize in a confectionery contest? Mr. Tangaroa is the sole heir to the Tangaroa family fortune. Perhaps you've heard of the Tangaroa group? The Tangaroa group? Yeah, I think I've heard of them somewhere before. It's a major pharmaceutical corporation. It's all kinds of pills and poisons. But yeah. The new Cold Killer Pro has been making some real waves since it went on sale. I always reach for a cold killer when I'm feeling under the weather. Which is never, as far as I've seen. I'd like to hear more about the Tangaroa group if you don't mind. So did Mr. Tangaroa not want to take over for his parents and go into the family business? No, he preferred the idea of making people's lives better. Or confectionery. His parents supported him in his quest to become the best in the world. Then when they passed away, he inherited the cookbook. But why would he make such a valuable heirloom a mere contest prize? He's been hounded by so many people looking to make that book their own. He was tired of it. But it would have been an insult to his parents' memory simply to give it away. So he decided to find somebody he felt was worthy of it. I'll bet the board of directors loved that. Handing over the fruits of all their expensive research to someone else. They hated the idea, of course, which is why Delicia entered the contest. Kangaroo group wanted her to win the book back for them. So you knew she was a pharmacist all along. Yes, not only that, I told her how to appeal to Samson's tastes. I tried to help her win. But why? I wanted to protect Samson by protecting the Tangaroa group. The cookbook fell into another company's hands. The board would never forgive them. So I wanted to find a way to keep it within the company, but in a way that Samson couldn't object to. Miss Scone managed to make it so far in the contest she had no business taking part in. But Miss Scone wasn't the only one pretending. She, Mr. Frost wasn't really a confectioner either. Still made it all the way to the final, just like she did, not bad. Yes, it's unbelievable, isn't it? Talented sculpture, and a gifted crafter of desserts, too. Gifted indeed, judging by the standard of his work in the final. But how did one man produce pieces of that size and quality in such a short period of time? sure I have much more to tell you. If there's something else I can help you with, I'd be happy to, of course. She's certainly very keen to ensure that she does all she can for Mr. Tangaroa. I could certainly use a cup of the tea you made us yesterday if you don't mind. I think that might help move the investigation along nicely. Have some too. Your tea is to die for, Miss Ma'am. Looking at possible reviews, I'll bring right out. You know, I think that cheered her up a little. Investigation complete. We learn a little more about the contest participants. So one question involving Mr. Gusto, which we never got an answer. Nothing at all, Mr. Gusto? Went to Mr. Frost's room, didn't you? Perhaps you could tell us why. Sure, I was... Silence. You're not to give the attorney even the tiniest shred of information. What's he doing in Mr. Frost's room? And that's not all. I also have questions about the work he submitted for the semifinals. The confectioner admits to lacking design sense. A sculptor with it in spades. Mr. Gusto could not have hoped to win such a high-level contest by himself. Which is why I'm beginning to wonder if there was some sort of connection between him and Mr. Frost. Detective. I need to ask Mr. Gusto a few more questions. Sorry, still doesn't quite add up for me. Me neither. We need to figure out how to get in touch with him. Oh, do you now? Uh-oh, here comes trouble. And good luck with that. Because I have no intention of allowing it. What's this guy's problem? Mr. Von Karma. Already in the midst of my own investigation into Gusto. So there's no need for the likes of you to pester him with the same questions again. This Tisk. I will, however, be happy to answer any questions you might have. He seems dead set on preventing me from talking to Mr. Gusto, in which case, fine, allow me to take you up on your offer. Very well. What is it? I need you to tell me about the connection between Mr. Gusto and Mr. Frost. Gusto and Frost connection. Do you mean Gusto and Frost? It's simply a matter of coincidence. Both happen to be taking part in the same contest. And that's all. And that's all I have to say to you. That doesn't help us at all. Confront him with the evidence if we wanted to draw the truth from him. It's imperative that we do. He's clearly hiding something. Well, there's only one option here. Having to take part in the same contest. So... I wonder if you could look at these two confections in the foreground for me, Mr. Von Karma. They're made for the contest semifinals. Both are quite exquisitely crafted, wouldn't you agree? Get to the point. As the nameplates suggest, these are Mr. Gusto and Mr. Frost's entries. Mr. Gusto told us that the confectionery design was far from his strong suit. And yet his work in the picture is just as good as Mr. Frost's. Exactly as good, in fact. We learned from another witness that their two entries also tasted exactly the same. What are you suggesting? I'm suggesting that they were helping one another out. Let's take a closer look, shall we? Well, at first glance, the two may appear to be superficially different. It soon becomes apparent that there are significant similarities in how they were put together. And they're made of the same ingredients, taste the same, share a similar design aesthetic. Pictures prove positive that the two are working together. If you figure that much out, I suppose there's little point in denying it. Mr. Von Karma knew all along that they were cooperating. I'll warn you, none of what you're about to hear will be to your advantage. Oh god, it's this trap again. The real connection. Let me confirm, you seem so desperate to prove. Gusto and Frost were indeed working together. Gusto spelled out the details of his relationship to Frost during his questioning last night. It seems they were helping one another right up until the day before the final. That wouldn't make sense. You knew the two were cooperating. Mr. Von Karma, why are you trying to bury the truth? Please, enough of the petty slander. I merely wanted to avoid you poking your nose around before I could provide proper context in court. It simply slipped my mind to explain that to you. Doesn't explain why he's being so slippery with the facts, though. Real facts. I need to figure out what he's hiding. Get things ending like this. Let me confirm what you seem so desperate to prove. That doesn't make sense. This one doesn't make sense. Because their finals entries were totally different. But why were they cooperating? Gusto's sense of design is subpar, and Frost was an amateur confectioner at best. Neither of them stood a chance of making it through the contest alone. So, what was their endgame? Well, cooperate only until the day before the finals. Gusto claims to have ended the scheme. Allegedly, he wanted to win the final on his own merits. His one and only goal, really, was to be crowned the world's best confectioner. He was proud of not allowing him to do so with the help of another. Cheaters can only ever win hollow victories, I guess. I was under the impression that the collaboration will last through the semi-final. I certainly think it might have lasted up to the finals itself. Mr. Von Karma, I'd like to ask you some more about how long they worked together, if you don't mind. If you must. Gusto's sense of design is subpar. Frost is an amateur confectioner at best. The two cooperated till the day before the final decided to keep compete on their own merits. Based on Mr. Tangero's assessment, it sounded as if Mr. Frost's entry for the final was the clear winner. Means he must have still been working with Mr. Gusto, right? That's precisely what I was thinking. This has some evidence that proves they were cooperating right to the final. Guess the sense of design is that part. Guess that's about the details of the relationship to Frost I was questioning last night. Before you ask, I'm objecting to your characterization of Mr. Gusto's design sense. Yeah, even in himself, he's not that great. He made what he alleged to be the likeness of me. Just thinking about the abomination he came out with turns my stomach. Yeah, I kinda like the guy's work. An artistically rich amateur, and an artistically impoverished professional. In a way, it was inevitable that they would wind up working together. two cooperated. Based on Mr. Tangaroa's assessment, this is Mr. Voss' entry for the final was the clear winner. Maybe I do have something. Yeah, what's this? Frost sculptures for scrumptious, except for the latter, which is salty. Because of his relationship to Frost during his questioning last night. Hmm? Two operated till the day before the final, so they in their own merits. Okay. This gun statement then. And they were working together during the finals. A little hard to believe. Miss Cohn is on record as having described Mr. Prosecution as scrumptious. He was certainly skilled, but even he could have become a world-class confectioner overnight. It's far more likely to me that he and Mr. Gusto were still cooperating during the finals. How many times must I explain this to you? Versions require proof. One person's entirely subjective statement is not proof of anything. Besides, even amateurs can occasionally make delicious food. Perhaps we're also simply lucky. My wife, for example, is an amateur whose cooking puts first-class chefs to shame. How is that not an entirely subjective statement? Furthermore, you're ignoring another crucial part of the pharmacist's testimony. Namely, she also described some of Frost's work as having been unbearably salty. In other words, your evidence actually shows that Frost failed to produce the perfect confectionery. Kirk. Disc. No more objections, I take it. Something's been on my mind. Yes. Was it Eddie? Mr. Frost entered for the finals. Wouldn't have taken a while to make. I would imagine so. Making flavored water, freezing it all, and then carving two whole sculptures. He really have done all that, and help Mr. Gusto with his work. If it was me, I'd have barely gotten as far as setting the flavored water up the freeze part. I just can't see how Mr. Frost could have pulled it off. Perhaps there's some lawyerly instinct in you after all, Eddie. Your ponderings certainly point to another possibility. Eddie's right. Mr. Frost would have needed to freeze his large blocks of flavored ice to create his art. And there wouldn't have been time to do that during the contest itself. So, Mr. Frost have done in order to finish his flavored ice entry. I stayed for the final. He must have made the flavored ice the day before, and all I would have had to do was sculpt it. What do you wonder about now? Oh, I'm sorry, I just realized something, that's all. I realized that you're correct. Mr. E, I hope you know what you're doing. accepting defeat at last, are we? The thing I'm accepting is that perhaps one of the things you said was true. We're helping one another right up until the day before the final. As you said, the day before the final really did mark the end of their collaboration. Mr. Frost's entry was carved entirely from blocks of flavored ice. Ice which would have needed at least a day to freeze. These flavors, therefore, have already been prepared by Mr. Gusto. Yes, which lines up perfectly with what Gusto told me. Frost the day before the panel. In the case, why didn't Mr. Frost reciprocate and help Mr. Gusto in return? I can hardly be expected to read the minds of the dead. Perhaps not, but I imagine Mr. Gusto could tell us. It's funny that I speak with him. What you saw in Sister interrogation was as thorough as you claim. How dare you call my methods into question? That's not my intention. I just don't understand why you would obstruct a perfectly valid line of inquiry. Give me one good reason as to why you're keeping Mr. Gusto from me. One good reason, certainly. The how and why of Frost and Gusto's collaboration, obviously no bearing on this case. How can you possibly say that without any certainty? If the relationship had broken down for some reason, that could very well have been the motive behind the murder. Could it indeed? Then why did Gusto himself tell me all about it? Why did the man you seem so keen on accusing share the details of the collaboration with the prosecution? You saw me as improved back at prosperous suspicion this time. Mr. Gusto only acted suspiciously one time that we know of. Imagine Mr. Von Karma is aware of exactly what that suspicious action was. Which means this is probably a trap. Yeah, well, can't go on your tongue. But even if this is a trap, we can't back down now. Mr. Gusto snuck into Mr. Frost's room, we still don't know why. That fact alone is reason enough to suspect him. Tisk tisk tisk. If that's your only concern, allow me to clear it up for you. I knew it was a trap. I was saving this for the trial, but consider it a taste of things to come. Possibly to hate for the proceedings to drag on because of your needless interjections. Here, take a look at this. Huh? That's Gusto and Frost and their sons. Or Frost, Gusto, and their sons. Gusto's son visited his father daily up to the semi-final. Yeah. Gusto snuck into Frost's room in order to retrieve this photograph. But why? Seems their sons attended the same elementary school. Gusto was concerned that the fact of Mr. Frost and his acquaintance might place him under undue suspicion. A concern that you've just proved was entirely well-founded. His actions make perfect sense. You give me no reason to believe otherwise. Oh. He's never gonna let me talk to Mr. Gusto. Never quite done obstructing my investigation. He's beginning on with. Damn. Wrecked. And that smug, self-righteous jerk, I'll give him something to be getting on with. What do we do, Mr. E? Tangaroo is finished if we can't figure something out. Things to get on with. Exactly could those things be? He has a body, a murder weapon, his husband in custody. If the prosecution means to pursue Mr. Tangaroo, surely they all they need. As Mr. Von Karma is still investigating the scene of the crime. Why, indeed. Something on your mind, Mr. E? You're missing something important. Mr. Von Karma has everything he needs to proceed with the prosecution of Mr. Tangara. Yet, he still doesn't seem entirely confident of his case. If he was, why refuse to share information with Detective Bad? Who else? I haven't seen the autopsy report yet either. Guy's probably got a hand in that too. 24 hours post-murder, still have to see. Dang. In addition, we still haven't solved the mystery of what happened to the evidence that went missing. Take another look at the scene in front of us, Detective. A very conspicuous pool of blood that should be here is currently missing. You're right. I don't remember anybody mentioning they'd removed the blood along with the body. Evidence that turned up not in Mr. Tangara's room, but in a most unusual place. It's a match. It's for us. We're getting all the clues now. This is Mr. Frost's blood left in Mr. Tangara's room. Yet we found some in the fountain instead. Why? Why indeed? Ooh, just like that. Mr. Frost's blood went missing from the crime scene. Traces of it showed up in the fountain. Why go to the trouble of removing the blood from the scene after the body had been discovered? Why only the blood? Surely the body would have also been in the way. Wait, could someone have moved the body aside to get to the blood? Whoa. No autopsy report. Body moved aside. Bingo. So the body might have been moved aside, or even removed from the scene of the crime entirely. After all, as far as we know, there's still no autopsy report. We've learned plenty about the murder weapon and the suspect, but very little about the body itself. Our assumption thus far has been that the body had been recovered by the forensics team. What if that assumption is false? What if Mr. Von Karma wouldn't show Detective Bad the autopsy report as something other than spite? What if we've been thinking about this the wrong way around all along? The question isn't, why did Mr. Von Karma hold back information about the body? It's, did Mr. Von Karma even have any information about the body in the first place? How do things look from that angle? Perhaps the body hadn't been removed by the police in order to carry out an autopsy. Perhaps it had already been removed and hidden away by the culprit before their arrival. Mr. E? We both heard the rumors about Mr. Von Karma's questionable methods. Fabricated witness statements, shady deals, forged evidence even. Sure, everybody's heard of that stuff. What's that got to do with us right now? I've never judged a person on the basis of rumors alone. Even Mr. Von Karma. I do my best not to let my preconceptions color our interactions with him. Nonetheless, it appears he may indeed be willing to twist the truth for his own ends. To twist the truth, you mean he's been playing dirty? Or he might have been, still is. I'm not about to let him get away with it. I'll never get away with this. Never. I'm returning to the prosecutor's office. Don't breathe a word about anything to that infernal attorney. Yes, sir. Hold it. Yes? What is it now? I have a few questions, Mr. Von Karma, about a certain fact you've been keeping from us. Really? You mean to call the methods of an officially sanctioned investigation into question yet again? I'm warning you. If you obstruct the police in their work any further, there'll be consequences. It's not the police I have an issue with, Mr. Von Karma. It's you. What? Isn't it on the prosecution to work out who the real culprit of crime is? What foolishness is this? I have no intention of debating what the prosecution's role is. Not with the likes of you. Let me make one thing clear. Your job is to identify suspects and ensure that every last one of them is convicted at all costs. Believe me when I say I leave absolutely no room for doubt. confident my perfect, unassailable cases. Oh, Hyrule, how's it going? Ninja Ryu. How far would you go for your perfect cases? Would you create packs out of whole cloth, perhaps? Oh, I thought you had outdone yourself already. But now you intend to accuse me of fabricating evidence? I do. Because it's why you've done nothing but hinder Detective Bad from doing his job at every turn. What are you talking about? You didn't shut him out of the investigation because you wanted to keep an eye on us. You needed to stop him from finding out that you don't have the body. He doesn't have the body? Ridiculous. You're clutching at straws. Alright, no more preposterous slander. And allow us to examine it. Prove me wrong if you can. Tisk tisk tisk. I'm afraid you'll have to try a little harder than that. Under no obligation whatsoever. For your baseless accusations one way or another. Wow. As you must have seen for yourself, a piece of bloody chocolate is missing from the scene of the crime. Why did it disappear? Where did it go? What does it matter? Some blood went missing from the chest where the body was found, so what? So what, indeed? That's precisely my question. If the body was still at the scene when the police got here, moving the blood would accomplish nothing. However, let us suppose for a moment that the body was not. If someone had wanted to erase any trace of what had happened in that room, then it all makes perfect sense. What is this petty obsession with the bloodstain? It's so important to you, why don't you tell me where you believe it went? Of course, after all, evidence is everything, as you never tire of telling us. I believe this should back up my theory quite nicely. Where indeed? The victim's blood was found in the fountain. Let's see correctly. Traces of the victim's blood were found in the fountain, along with traces of the chocolate from Mr. Tangaroa's room. I believe the missing piece of bloodstained chocolate was dumped into the stream close to the fountain. It strongly points towards one side of it, in fact. Someone purposely disposed of the blood after the body had been removed from the chest. Kirk. Mr. Von Karma, where'd you find the body? You didn't find it, did you? Answer me. You, where did you get your hands on that kind of evidence? You've neither the authority nor the means to carry out that kind of analysis on fountain water. No, but I do. Curse you bad. You've been a thorn on my side from the moment you were assigned. Well, no longer. As of now, you're officially off the case. I was barely on in the first place. Mr. Von Karma, you still haven't answered my question. Will you admit it? Will you confirm that no body was ever recovered? Tisk tisk tisk. It's really quite the claim, you know. One that you'll never find any proof for, I'm afraid. What must I do to get an answer out of them? And if you don't mind, I've given you quite enough of my precious time already before destroying you in court. Gregory Edgeworth? Oof. Your precious logic and theories won't save you then. Nothing will. Wow. Mark my words, Mr. Von Karma. This will be your undoing. No matter how you try to hide the truth, I'll bring it all to light in the end. Forgive me, detective. I didn't mean to put you in a difficult position. Don't sweat it. I thought I was gonna end this way. Honestly, nobody's ever sidelined me the way he did before. First time for everything, huh? You know, think you might be right about the body being missing. I am, and I'll prove it in court. Well, if there's anything I can do to help, just say the word. Since, you know, I'm off the case now. That's very kind. I'm sorry to keep asking favors of you, Detective Bad. But there is one more thing. Hey, what are you guys whispering about? Come on, let me in on the secret. Alright, Eddie. The detective and I were just arranging a little insurance for the trial. We have enough to see Mr. Tangora acquitted. But I prefer to have an ace in the hole, just in case. And? What is it? Yeah. You'll find out in the courtroom. Wait, what? You letting me join you? Of course I am. You're my assistant after all. Well, I'll be more than that by next year. I'll be a full-fledged attorney, you know? We can take on Mr. Von Karma together. Indeed. And though I'm hoping we'll have freed Mr. Tangora by then. If we're up against Mr. Von Karma, I guess we can't rule out the possibility that it might take some time. Right, but we'll do everything we can in the meantime. I know you can beat Mr. Von Karma, Mr. E. I believe in you. We can't allow Mr. Tangora to remain in prison for a crime he didn't commit. And we won't. I'll expose Mr. Von Karma's lies. It was the last thing I do. Wow. I don't know how much is left. Maybe I should finish this next Sunday. Oh, I didn't even notice that, so I'm engrossed. Ricky3617, thank you for the follow. Should I finish this now, or should I finish this next Sunday? In this case, I mean. And do what I want. I just don't know how much longer is left. If it's like multiple hours, I don't know. You know what? No, let's do it. Let's finish the quest. We're going. In the distance. I'm also gonna finish school over though. Okay, that's pretty much how things went down. Was the facts of IS-7 as far as I'm concerned. When we learned the truth about my father's last case. What happened at the trial? Well, we lost. And committed a real number on us. Really? Didn't prove that Mr. Tangara was innocent? Oh, we could prove it alright. Had a decent little pile of evidence in our favor. Problem was, we underestimated Von Karma. He fought even dirtier than we feared. I can imagine secure a conviction at all costs. It's always his guiding principle. Yeah, Ain't that the truth? Anywho, trial dragged on and on. The whole thing took about a year in the end. Never forget the day the verdict came down. November 28th that following year. It's April now, so oh mama, we're talking over 17 years ago. Time sure does fly, huh? December 28th. I was there that day, 17 years ago, sitting in that courtroom gallery. Just before the trial got started, Gregory noticed that Samson was looking even worse than usual. Turns out the poor guy had finally reached his limit. It was so bad. He even said he wanted to be found guilty. Wait, you mean they forced a confession out of him? Yeah. When Karma got what he'd been pushing for from the very beginning. And Gregory tried to drop the bombshell about there being nobody to speak up. He learned that Von Karma had used the power of the police to head him off at the pass. He even had himself a fake autopsy report. That wasn't the end of it. Von Karma had gotten Samson to falsely testify against himself as being an accessory to murder in court. Oof. Combined with his confession, the poor guy's goose was well and truly cooked. So cooked. But Gregory still has ace in the hole, though. The same ace he asked Detective Bad to help him with. Exactamundo. He knew he needed one last card to play. They squeezed a confession out of Samson. So he had Bad record all of Samson's interrogations. I guess Detective Bad really wanted to know the truth too, huh? We all did. He was a trooper. Stayed with the case even after Von Karma took him off of it. He was tied up in some other big case too. Good old Bad. They don't make him like that anymore. Anyway, Gregory presented the recordings as proof that Samson's confession was coerced. And you know what? It almost worked. A cop named Ian Saiban got fired. Oof. Samson's interrogator and the initial detective before Bad. He took the fall for pretty much the whole thing. But Von Karma didn't get away scot-free. In fact, he was disciplined by the chief prosecutor for the one and only time in his 40-year career. Still, Samson himself couldn't stomach another day in court. So when that guilty verdict came down, it didn't just signal the end of that day, but the whole sad affair. I remember a lot myself, my father's face when they declared Mr. Tangoro guilty. I was a young child at the time, but even I could tell how much he was hurting inside. Rough. Gregory wanted to appeal the ruling, of course. He would have done anything to clear Samson's name. Gregory wanted to. But then, well, you know what happened next. Poor guy, he never got the chance. Oof. Dedge. I should have left with him that day. I always blame myself for not doing that. But I shoved that aside, obsessed over something else instead. Or rather, someone else. I hated what you did. I hated you for choosing to stick with Von Karma. I wonder why you did. I hope you can forgive me. No, he had every right to hate me. I wanted to become a prosecutor as planned, and that's when Mr. Von Karma showed me this case file. According to these records, Mr. Tangoro was convicted as the main culprit in Mr. Frost's murder. Nope, that's not right. Samson was convicted as an accessory to murder. strange. The file clearly states that he was the perpetrator. Plus, I'm fairly certain that all of Mr. Von Karma's cases were successfully solved. Whoa. Did he tamper with the files? Scumbag Karma. Mind if I take a peek at those? And this file's been doctored. The part about the verdict has been changed. Wow. What? Here, feast your peepers on this. The OG. Suspect data. Samson Tangura, age 39. I must be 56 by now. No. Yeah, 56. Organizer of confectionery contest. Victim's body was found inside one of his creations, leading to his arrest. While in detention, Tangura discovered that he had a taste disorder, which was subsequently cured via medication. Convicted as an accomplice based on his confession. Convicted as an accomplice. That's a copy of the file they have on record at the courthouse. Then why is my copy so different? Oh, he said it came from Von Karma, yeah? My guess is he didn't want Gregory's son thinking there was a murderer out there still large. Didn't want you looking into it again before the statute of limitations was up. So everything I believed about the case was a lie. And like they say, I gotta start somewhere. What's important is, you know what's what now? The statute of limitations may have run out, but the truth's still out there, you know? Wow. I inherited Samson's case when your old man passed. Prosecution handed off to somebody else too. The great Von Karma wasn't gonna bother facing off against a rookie like me, was he? Anyway, long story short, the killer was never found. Samson was found guilty instead. Oh. Wow. That's terrible. Is there really nothing we can do to help him? Not without the real perp, I'm afraid. Till then, his confession stands. Speaking of which, I didn't find out until after the verdict had been handed down, but... Von Karma had threatened Samson and made him a deal. Told him if he didn't confess, he'd make sure Judy was convicted instead. Oof. How could he? Samson knew there was no way Judy could have done it, of course. But he wasn't going to take any chances, so he did what he was told. That's to keep her safe. Bro. Now riddle me this, Mozzie boy. Why do you think your Uncle Eddie happened to be in the prison the day Bronco Knight died? Uncle Eddie? No, that's right. You were there to see Mr. Tangarura. Bingo. Judy and I both promised we'd visit him every day. I didn't quite keep that promise. But Judy did. She never missed one visit in all these years. Come rain or shine, she always shows up. Judy MVP. None of that changes the fact that Samson is still being unduly punished day after day. How heartbreaking. You gotta do something, Mr. Pender. Kiddo, that's actually why we came here. The ice sculptures are back on display, just like they were all those years ago. We're gonna see what we can find out, right, Mazzarino? I'm a prosecutor, Fender. I don't look at these things in the same way as you or my father. Miles. But that doesn't matter right now. Speaking not as a prosecutor, but as Miles Edgeworth. I want to know the truth behind both these cases. I'm not leaving until I do. You really are Will Gregory's son, through and through. Okay then. Now that's sorted out, we can really get to work. Good thing I brought the IS-7 case file and evidence with me today, huh? Here, documents first. He doesn't love paperwork, am I right? Parts in red ink are my annotations. IS-7 incident case file updated. Thank you, Fender. Here's some evidence for you. Enjoy. There's quite a few, so I'd take a minute to scope them out if I were you. Small amount of evidence from the IS-7 incident received from Bender. Yes, I see. Take a look at them in a bit. You know, our current case is just full of loose threads, too, come to think of it. Indeed. Key players of that incident 18 years ago just happened to get caught up in another incident. The ice sculptures in the Winter Wing that are perfect replicas of the ones from 18 years ago. How? And if Frost died, the poison gas attack in the Autumn Wing, which has been disguised to look like the Winter Wing, and the two chemicals that were found inside the Pisces statue's display case, Ubiquium and Asphyxium, form a poisonous gas when mixed together. The victim of the gas attack, Carmel Augusto, is no stranger to the events of 18 years ago. He's still unconscious and undergoing treatment in the medical room. And finally, we come to the body floating face down in the fountain. In fact, the ice sculptures have melted, just as they did all those years ago. The events of the present day would appear to be intimately linked with the events of the past. And so maybe it will help us learn more about what happened 18 years ago. Sounds good to me. Let's get investigating. Oh no. Oh no, you don't. Are you forgetting somebody? Guess Warren, this is my investigation. You're quite right. I do hope you're intending to obstruct him in his duties, Mr. Edgeworth. I'd hate to have to add a guilty to my report to the committee. What am I guilty of now? Of course not. I'm simply offering once again to do what I can to help with the investigation. Your offer is duly noted and duly declined. Oof, she isn't pulling any punches. The identity of the body from the fountain is currently being ascertained. It's only a matter of time until we have all the information we need. Perhaps I can help you speed that process along. I get an idea of who our mystery victim might be. What, really? Then you have to tell me, it's the law. Very well. Maybe it isn't just the ice sculptures that have resurfaced after 18 years. The body in the fountain may also be a visitor from the past. Let's see. Not these two, not Judy, not Delicious Scone. Perhaps it was already Frost. It might be the case that it was stuck in the fountain and finally floated to the surface. Let's see here. So, I don't think it's Scone. No, I think it's definitely Frost. I mean, where was his body before? There's the body in the fountain. It's that of the man who was murdered here 18 years ago. Oh. He's been floating for 18 years? Mr. Artie Frost. What? You're saying that was poor Chillywinks? Wait, who the heck is Chillywinks or Artie or whoever it is you're talking about? Artie Frost is a famous sculptor artist, who's better known as Paul Halik. And the sculptures on display here are all his works. No way. Sounds like he did well for himself. Always good to encounter a fellow winner. Mr. Frost is also the victim in the IS-7 incident. Judge Cavell knows about the IS-7 incident. Mr. Edgeworth, the IS-7 incident is an 18-year-old case. According to police records, the victim's body was recovered. Autopsy duly carried out. Sure, that's what the records say. The records can't always be trusted. What are you insinuating? Well, the records say stuff like, body totally recovered. The defense back then begged to differ. That it stopped the prosecution from shutting them down hard, of course. Yeah, that's the winner. What, really? What does it use this? Body, we've got an ID. Some sculptor called Frost or something, so I guess that's what it's called it. Goddess of Justice. So my father's deductions were right all along. Well, Judge Cabal, I'd say this changes things, wouldn't you? Perhaps now I admit that I might be of use to this case. I'm a certain junior prosecutor anyway. No fair. You're trying to steal the win. I'm doing no such thing. All I want is to uncover the truth. And if we're going to get to the bottom of what happened here, we need to work together. You do not need to do anything. You do not need to know the truth. The case is none of your concern. Whoa there, Judge C. I think you might be wrong about that. Another interrupts, Mr. Fender. Yep, see, I was on the defense team for IS-7. This case is very much my concern. I was one of the pesky kids, pushing the theory that the body had actually gone missing. The prosecutor at the time may have brushed us off. You can't deny the testimony of your eyes. Or to put it a little more bluntly, Execution's case was rotten from the ground up. It was for a miscarriage of justice caused by the prosecution. It's the committee's job to fix it now. Who better to help you unpick the mess than someone who was there at the time? So you have an ulterior motive? Judge Cabell seems to know the facts of the IS-7 incident in some detail. In which case, I suspect she must be here on the committee's behalf. Your connection to the case is noted, Mr. Fender, but I fail to see how it concerns Mr. Edgeworth. He is the son of the original defense attorney, and the protege of the case's lead prosecutor. That's not enough for you. He's at the trial too. I think it's just possible he might have a little something to bring to the table, don't you? Very well. You may both assist in the investigation, but only if you refrain from interfering with the work of others. The winter wing is off limits for now. This room, however, is all yours. Alrighty, great to hear we're on the same wavelength, G. When we bring it in, show that we're all inside of justice. Do not test me, Mr. Fender. Your permission to investigate can be revoked at any time. Duly noted, Your Honor. This is a turn-up for the books, huh, Milesy? You get to do everything after all. Thanks for your immeasurable help as always. Yeah, no sweat. Besides, I was mostly doing it for me. Okay, I'll be investigating my own things, so just while I find something interesting, I will. Okay, shall we? Yeah, the investigation commence. We're still unclear on two key facts. Mr. Frost's body came to be where we found it. The source of the Ibukium. Right, we need some more intel. Indeed, let's focus on the Ibukium first and foremost. Using stuff like dish soap and paint, right? Correct. It's also bright red in color. It's a distinctive minty fragrance. Okay, it sounds like we know what we're looking for. I feel like I see it in her blush. But first of all, guess we'll talk to everybody first. Yeah, gee, you can get out of the way, will ya? What are you talking about, Larry? Trying to sketch the lovely Verity. And I just know it's gonna be a masterpiece, so quick get in the way. Nice, how far'd you get? Just knocked up my composition, I'm ready to go to work. Sure, it's a little early to be declaring a masterpiece. So, Larice. Okay. And those are tulips by the door, right, Mr. Edgeworth? Yes. These the spring wing. Spring, a popular time to move house. Which makes it open season for great thieves. Spring is a little beneath a great thief, wouldn't you say? Yeah, I guess you're right. Okay, so funny. Hey there, Mazzarino. situation with the investigation. Things are progressing. I think a fuller picture of what happened is beginning to emerge. Good to hear. Guess I better step in my game too then. This case seems to have a lot in common with the incident from 18 years ago. And how? It's got a lot. Missing statues in the winter wing, even the murder victim's body. But nobody ever figured out the body got missing. Why did it surface now of all times? Ross had no family apart from his son. And well, he'd kind of vanished. Nobody's seen him since around the time of the incident. Gusto's son too. Him and his best pal from school both just up and disappeared. They were never found. Gusto's boy wasn't. Not as far as I heard anyhow. Guess Frost kids turned up in the end though. He elected his inheritance at some point. But yeah, with no family around. Just after the incident, Frost got no funeral and nothing. So no need for the police to release the body. No need for anybody to find out that they didn't have it. They filed their fake autopsy report. Nobody was any the wiser. Well, almost nobody. Still can't believe Mr. Von Karma would have stooped so low. But he did. Sometimes for the door, nice. Fitting adornment for the entrance to the summer wing, I suppose. Summer is also vacation time. Every great thief knows that means terrorists with bulging wallets. Pickpocketing, Kate? It's not a little beneath the great thief? Yeah, maybe you're right. Why is there a lift cart just sitting out here in the open? Guess somebody must have been moving something heavy. The top of the platform seems to be wet. You know, I got a funny feeling I've seen this thing somewhere before. You mean like 18 years ago? Yeah, it's coming back to me now. Last saw it in Frost's room. Oh, it's there on the right. Let's use it to move the ice sculptures around. It's one of those fancy numbers where you can change not only the platform's height, but even its angle. You have one of those, you can move giant lumps of ice around, no sweat. Oh, just think of the possibilities. I could really use one of these. This doesn't explain what it's doing here, though. Bit of a head scratcher, but we should give it a think, yeah. Indeed, after all, it just might have something to do with the case. That's true. Talk to the bots. What's this? From the color and aroma, it's a puddle of spilt tea. And look, there's a small chunk of ceramic in it. pH. Ceramic fragmented. Guess somebody must have broke something. That insignia. Certain high-strung somebody just might know a little something too. High-strung. Mr. Winter was very clear that you're only allowed to investigate in this room. I'm afraid I can't let you pass. Sorry, sir. Wouldn't make much difference if you did, officer. Standing in front of a wall. Oh. But we all know if your bricks won't stop you, Mr. Miles Edgeworth, sir. Oh, he actually sounds kind of scared of you. No reputation do I have down at the precinct? Breaking bricks. Selection of trophies won by Paul Halik, or rather Artie Frost. Evidently, he was a very well-respected artist. Well, you got one too, Mr. Edgeworth. It's about how I won one too. To find some thieving contest to enter. Where you kids set something up. Filling with a nice ceremony at the end, all that. Yes, followed by a swift round of arrests. Means the elevator is only accessible to select individuals. You know what's upstairs. Among other things, the medical room. That's where Mr. Gusto is being treated. Or how. Hope he's alright. We got some questions that need answering as soon as he wakes up. There's no way of knowing when that might be, or other avenues in the meantime. True. Is that my Mr. Yep. Do you mind, Mr. Winter? You're in my way. I do mind, actually. I'm not going anywhere. You have to go around me. We just thought you might want to move to a better spot as well. A better spot. The man you showed to me at once. Is it really all it takes to make you do whatever we want? Look at these flowers. The door here is marked with a nice autumny looking tree. Yet it leads to the winter wing. This is all part of the deception. I could seal the leaves if you like. Make things a little more wintry. Think you better leave them alone, Kay. Don't think you gotten away with anything, Mr. Edgeworth. I'll be reporting your actions to the committee. Do whatever you need to, Judge Cavell. Was it the same? You are the self-styled great thief, correct? Mr. Edgeworth's association with such a character will be of interest to the committee too, of course. Go ahead and report me to your stupid committee. I'll be the toast of the thieving community. It looks like Judge Cavell will have to think of some new threats if she wants to intimidate Kay. And this thing in front of the door is a fir tree, right? Yes, they're usually associated with winter. This door leads to the autumn wing. So it's all part of someone's elaborate ruse. Paint it red for that autumny feel. Evergreens stay green all year round, Kay. That's the name. Sure, I knew that. Evergreens stay green all year round. Statues of a man and woman in old-timey clothes. Did Paul Halik make these as well? Yes, it seems he created them later in his life, once he began making a name for himself. My wife pushed him to sculpt the two of them as ancient gods. He couldn't say no to his beloved. His title is The Beautiful Goddess Venus and Her Humble Servant. Talk about putting your goddess on a literal pedestal. Dang. What a guy. It's a sculpture of a brave warrior battling against a serpent. Did Paul Halik make this one too, Mr. Edgeworth? He did. Since he was fascinated by fantasy and mythology when he was a young man. This piece embodies a tragic yet gritty determination of the young as they face an impossible situation. It's called The Math Test. Look about relatable. The Math Test. What's this gold statue though? I can't see it. It's a man with a moon-shaped head, and one with a sun-shaped head. Man's got a real pain look in his eyes though. It's another Paul Halik. Yep. Younger years, he was something of a dreamer. He depicted those closest to him by means of a motif taken from nature. The piece is titled My Parents. Guess the mom shone brightest in that house. I guess it's the same statue over here. Guess different poses. First of all, the body's been taken back to the lab, sir. Autopsy is underway. How's the rest of the fountain looking? Rather beautiful, actually, sir. Water's crystal clear and kind of soothing. Almost as if there wasn't a body floating in it not so long ago, A body floating in it for 18 years. Since police already removed the body, how did the body of a victim from 18 years ago turn up in this fountain? Why wasn't it all rotten stuff that slowly shuffled its way here? Need I remind you that zombies aren't real? It seems likely the body was preserved somehow. Really? Is that even possible? Hey, Mr. Friend of the Sky, anything to report? Yes, ma'am. Traces of both ubiquium and asphyxian have been detected in the fountain. Oh. I'm gonna say they were probably carried here by the stream from the autumn wing. In addition to those two chemicals, also a large amount of sugar. Composition of the sugar is being analyzed as we speak. Sugar in the fountain? Where would it even have come from? Can sugar preserve a body for 18 years? So I gotta check this. And Miss Bound's tea set is laid out neatly on the serving cart. Pamphlet says the gallery is famous for its tea. Understandably so. The cup we were given was delicious. Looks like all this stuff was designed by Mr. Frost. Interesting. In that case, I think you better take a closer look. caddy containing Ceylon tea leaves. Well crafted tin canister designed to prevent moisture and sunlight from damaging its contents. Not a bad thing to use considering the quality of the blend this bound serves. The tablecloth draped over the cart is pure white, completely spotless. It's just waiting for me to grab it by the edge. Grab my mind and whoosh. Okay, I cannot stress enough how bad of an idea that would be. Come on, what's the worst that can happen? Even if it does go all sideways, we just wind up with a cool tea-colored tie-dye. Yes, well, I'd rather it remain white. I don't think Miss Bound would appreciate us meddling with it. Really? There's so many other colors that would totally work. Pink, sky blue, tea leaves brown. What's with this pattern on the ground? Nothing. So this fur was made by Artie Frost. Looks very fancy. Oh, it is. I'm willing to bet that the set can fetch something in thousands of dollars. I was trying to touch any of it unless we absolutely have to. Whoa. Is this really worth that much? Stop it, Kay. I can see your eyes lighting up. Miss Bound must really be a fan of Mr. Frost. The Defender said to still have this. And Judy Bound's prized possessions. Hey, Edgy. What is it? You be careful with that teapot, you hear? Why is Larry so concerned all of a sudden? Honored guests. I can pour you a cup if you like. Miss Bound. Ah, Judy. I'm good, thanks. No tea for me. You two knock yourselves out. Thank you for the offer. It's fine. A quick break wouldn't hurt. 2 cups coming right up. This smells great. Wow, it tastes even better than it smells. What type of tea is this, Mr. Edgeworth? Ceylon, I believe. It's identifiable by its citrus aroma, but it's bound. It's the same blend you served this morning? Yes. Is it alright? Is there anything wrong with it, is there? Oh no, not at all. The cup you gave me earlier had a slightly different aroma. Really? That's odd. It's the exact same blend both times. Can't see what could account for the difference. Hey, what's the big idea? Quit being mean about Judy's tea, will ya? Gotten under your skin, Mary. Nothing, you're just rude as all. You didn't even try to call me by my right name. It's Clarice Dunham, dang it. You know what? I'm done. I'm not talking to you anymore. Well, that was childish, even for him. Oh, what happened there? Let's ask him about it later, shall we? Miss Bound is more of a priority right now. Any evidence to prove that she's the culprit. It does seem likely that the poison gas was her doing. Gonna check anything else here? Guess maybe not. But first, let's talk to... Hello there, dearie. Still investigating away, are you? Anything interesting? No, dearie. Nothing much, anyway. Silly girl, that wasn't a dearie moment. That was more about Lambkin. Sweetheart's friend, you're being sympathetic, of course. And treasure. It's for when there, and it is. Love is for people you're not that keen on. Petal. You use when you're trying to get someone's attention. Oh, I didn't realize there were so many rules. It's Redworth Petal. We're forgetting all this down. Didn't even try it, Kay. Oh, dearie me. What is it, Mr. Edgeworth? Some kind of connection between our case and IS-7 incident, isn't there, Mr. Edgeworth? Still too early to say for sure. I find it hard to believe there's no connection at all. IS-7 was your dad's case, right? Can't be a coincidence. It's gotta be fate. Truth is ours for the taking, so let's go grab it. Solve both cases at once. Shit, Cinnamon. Your first order of business should be to find out where the Ubiquium came from. Gotcha, red liquid with a minty smell. Around and see if anybody has clues to offer. And the clue is in the tea. get her to spill the tea. Hurry before you rejoin us here, Miss Bound. Had to go and tell our visitors we're closed. I have a little something, an apology. Something you want to talk to me about? It's a few things, actually. Least of all, I think you might be the one who set the poison gas trap. The original ice sculptures melted 18 years ago, correct? But you managed to recreate them. You know about what happened back then? In case you might also know I took pictures during the contest. I commissioned the creation of a set of replicas based on those photographs for the current. But I go through the trouble of creating replicas. Mr. Frost's Zodiac series was great inventor's masterwork. I wanted to see it completed at last. Or rather, recompleted. My fault that the original set melted in the first place after all. See, is there any particular reason why the winter and autumn wings look so similar? Oh my, you really think they look alike? Perhaps I used some of the decorations from one and the other by accident. She's clearly lying. And the evidence to prove it just yet. Well, let's logic it out, I guess. Oh. I'm gonna keep this simple, Larry. You're hiding something, so just tell me what it is. Whoa, quit it with the glare off, you two, it's weird. Come on, Kate, you know me better than that. I wasn't staring, I was struck by an idea for a picture. Edgy, he was glaring. Yes, I keep glaring at you until you tell us what it is you're hiding. I already told you. I'm talking to you anymore. Are you talking to me right now? I mean, from now on, I'm not talking to you ever again, starting now. It's getting me nowhere. To figure it out, what he's hiding first, and get the whole truth out of him. What are you hiding? Come on, Larry. It's full beans, girl. Not saying. Look, you two. It's no time for kids' games. That certainly wasn't planned. It's pretty clear Larisse isn't going to talk to you. We'll talk, don't you worry about that. You know what Larry's hiding. You might have an idea of what it is. Perhaps sending him with the right piece of evidence will force him to come clean. This. Would you mind taking a look at this for me, Larry? Why would you show me that? What it is about Miss Bound's tea that's got you so agitated. If you won't tell me, then perhaps you'd prefer to explain it to Judge Gavel. Like, don't even look bad in front of Verity. She thinks I'm a sensible, cool, clean-cut guy. I want her to see the real me. The real low-down, dirty me. I'm not so sure anybody here thinks you're particularly clean-cut, Larry. But if you don't want her to think badly of you, the best thing you can do is talk to me. Alright, I'll talk. What are you hiding? Larry, enough is enough. I confess. Is there any way to treat your best friend, Edgy? Is this any way for you to treat yours? By lying to him? Hiding things? You get the picture already, so stop glaring at me like that. I'll tell you everything, okay? Earlier, I thought Verity might like a cup of tea, so I had to pour one for her. I got distracted, my hand slipped and smash. I broke the teapot. Versus work of art. It's in pieces because of me. I resist to describe how far away I saw this coming from. Ouch, you really messed up this time, Larisse. See, Edgy, everyone's gonna think less of me now. Judy's never gonna free you for this. Free me for this. Crying to me won't do you any good. You need to apologize to Mrs. Bound. My teapot, I see. I'm sorry, Judy, I'm so sorry. I don't have any money, but I'll paint your portrait. I'll paint you 50 portraits. Please, Mr. Dunham. It's really me who should be apologizing. I failed to notice that there were broken pieces of ceramics on the floor. Somebody could have been hurt. Here, let me make sure it's safely disposed of. The teapot in question was designed by R.D. Frost, correct? I understand it was something you've long treasured. You must be upset. Oh, I am. Of course, all things break eventually. As luck would have it, I have another identical teapot. It's far from the end of the world. She less attached to Mr. Frost's work than she used to be. I can't believe this, Judy. You're the sweetest, the kindest. Ah, another teapot you're talking about. It's one sitting on top of the cart right now, right? What do you mean? Yeah, so when I smashed the first one, I tried to hide the pieces in the bottom of the cart. So I saw that other pot under there. So I took it out and basically switched the two pots. Oh, that's why the tea has a different smell. Dang, Larry. Oh, I see. Yep, that's everything I have to tell you. I'll be extra careful not to break the other one, I promise. You have no shame, whatsoever you do. I'm sorry. It's really quite alright. Thank you for being so honest. Sketchy, isn't Judy the absolute best? Trust you might take advantage of her kindness and we'll make amends somehow. Or will. Let's make it as an artist. I'm gonna give her one of my paintings. It's one of my models after all. It's only fair. At this rate, I suspect he's likely to make more trouble than amends. Don't you think it'd be better for you to keep out of her way for a very long while? No, but I will be keeping out of her way. Because you sketched her and the others already. Her and the others? Keen to see my work, huh? Yeah, I drew a few great sketches of some ravishing beauties, wanna see? Interested in the Reese's ravishing beauties, huh, Mr. Edgeworth? Afraid you've greatly misjudged Kay. Simply wish to see if Larry has captured any unusual details this time. Unusual details? What's unusual about these? They're my best work yet. Really? Now I wanna see them too. Oh, you're a sweetheart, Kay. Right, let me dig them out for you. Give me a sec, Kay. I suppose we might as well take a look. Your sketches. These sketches of yours. Seriously, Edgy, if you want to check out my art, you should just said so from the get-go. Your research hasn't nuts. It's actually pretty good. What am I looking at here? I told you already, ravishing beauties. It's the few of the fair faces that caught my eye. Since I've been here, you know. Look at all those candies on the cart. And there's Verity and Judy and somebody else. How'd you draw them all on the same page? Oh, I meant to draw the room at first, just thinking to pass the time. Then I saw one beauty and another, and well, I just scrolled them all down as I went. These were all drawn at different times. Yeah, I guess. I did one of you too, Kate. You're on a different page, though. Oh, you did? I'm flattered. True to life for these sketches. Did you only draw what you actually saw? Of course, you think I draw things I can't see? Like using my imagination? These are 100% true to life, right down to the exact shade of each color. So the colors are accurate. Interesting. Or just it pains me to admit it, Larry may have provided me with a useful piece of evidence yet again. Serving card in the sketch, for example, compared to the one here in the room. There's a clear contradiction between the two. Oh, Cecil. Morning. Thank you for 26 months. Appreciate the resub. How's it going? Deduction. Can I borrow this page for a while, Larry? Your thing. You want me to sign up for you? Just the page, please. Larry's sketches dated jotted down in my organizer. Exactly what Larry saw. Okay, we got that. We talked to her, we talked to Mr. Butts. Guess we should put together evidence first. teapots. The tea smells different. Oh yeah. Like the difference in aroma we noticed is due to the teapots having been switched. You do? Can't see what else it could have been. The tea itself hasn't changed. Let me ask Mrs. Bound just to be sure. Miss Bound, the difference in aroma we noticed. Do you think it could have been because of the different teapot? I suppose so. My cup just now had a subtly minty scent. Rather like uva tea. Oh, I just remembered. I made some peppermint tea in that pot only yesterday. That must be where the minty aroma is coming from. Could that really be it? Oh. Let's go. The tea from the teapot Larry switched in from under the cart smelled faintly of mint. Right, Miss Bound said she used the pot to make peppermint tea yesterday. There's something else that's been troubling me. Miss Bound seemed more taken aback about the fitting of the teapots than the breaking of the one. Right, he expected to be the other way around. I suspect she might have been deliberately hiding the teapot underneath the cart. But why? One of Ubiquium's key characteristics is its minty fragrance. What if she had been hiding some in that teapot? What? In the teapot? Simply a possibility. One worth investigating, I believe. Mr. Winter, any luck finding that Ubiquium? Oh. People are searching the entire gallery. Haven't found anything yet. What about you? Don't tell me you know where it came from. I may have an idea. Oh, I knew it. If I can't find it, there's no chance. Unless what? What? You do know where it came from. Hell yeah. What? Where? Miss Bound's teapot. Wow, nice piece. I like it. Yeah, this looks like a fitting prize for a natural-born winner. It's not a prize, it's a vital piece of evidence. Oh, it's just evidence? Then I'll have one of the forensics people check it out. Mr. Edgeworth, is there some sort of problem with my teapot? Probably. The minty fragrance we noticed coming from it. I think it just might be the scent of one of the chemicals used to make the poison gas. But Mr. Edgeworth, surely you don't think I had anything to do with that? I'm afraid I do. The method used to create the gas would have required considerable preparation. Nobody would have had the time or the opportunity to set that up except you. That's not strictly true. It took around a week to get Zodiac Hall ready for the exhibition. There were all kinds of people coming and going through here during that time. Felicia, for one. So you see, I'm not the only person who could have set it all up. At all. Miss Scone is on our radar too, of course. You needn't worry about that. And besides, I wouldn't know the first thing about making poison gas. See if you did find some Ubiquium in my teapot. Wouldn't have any idea what to do with it. I suppose we should see what the test results say first. Sparrow claims she doesn't know the first thing about making poison gas. We need to find a way to prove she's lying. Edgeworth speaking. Sir, it's me. Is everything alright, Detective? Everybody's left the Winter Wing. It's just me in here now. Which means I can tell you what we found out. You really shouldn't be sharing information about the investigation. But for the past week or so, I'm not about to stop him now. The exhibits in here have all completely melted. All that's left in the display cases, some stuff at the bottom. More of it in the Taurus case than in the Gemini case, though. Describe the stuff for me if you can. Yes, sir. It's like a pale blue liquid. The lab runs some tests just now. The sample from the Taurus case just had a bunch of sugar in it. Sugar? But the one from the Gemini case had 3 different substances in it, which were sugar, salt, and blood. Blood. Uh-oh. Blood? What are salt and blood doing in the Gemini case samples? Can't imagine whose blood it could possibly be, but get it tested right away, sir. Please do, Detective. We also spoke over the radio with a forensics guy working on the fountain room. He said he just got word that the sugar they found in the fountain matches the sugar in the pale blue liquid. I see. That will prove to be a significant development. Oh. Anything else to report, Detective? Yes, sir. Got one of those light-emitting devices here in the winter wing, too. There were a few of those being used in the autumn wing, to disguise it as a winter wing, as I recall. It seems that the equipment from 18 years ago is more than just for show. You can talk to Miss Cohen about this. Anyhow, I better be getting back to it. But you know, as soon as we hear from the lab about that blood. Yes, thank you, Detective. Was that gummy? Seemed like he had a lot to say. He did, all of it very useful. I'm gonna prove that Miss Bound's claims about who could have set up the poison gas trap are false. I need to talk to a certain somebody else who was here 18 years ago. I don't have any evidence to put together. I guess that means talking to Miss Scone. Ask you a few questions if I may. Of course, dear. Fire away. Anything for you, Mousy Smilesy, and dear, sweet little tooth decay. Wow. Appreciate it. After the last time you called me Mousy Smilesy. Not a fan of tooth decay either. Probably just have to like it or lump it. Can't change the nickname once I've settled on it. I guess we tried. What can you tell us about the various devices used to decorate the gallery's exhibits? There seem to be some pretty specialized items in use. Limiting devices, luminous fabrics. Oh, I can tell you all about those, dearie. After all, I'm the one who gave them to Moody Judy. It's my way of saying sorry after I broke the rules all those years ago. I bought her 4 lovely new salt lamps. I gave her the 4 pieces of luminous cloth that I used for the contest. I thought super generous of you. We? Well, us girls have to do our best, don't we? And everybody understands, of course. That had better not be a dig at me, Delish. Delish. Told you how kind I thought that was. Yes, back when you were a dear, sweet, innocent baby boy. What happened to you, eh? Dear, sweet, innocent baby boy, Mr. Bender? Can't quite picture that, I have to say. So these decorations, they're all the same as the ones you saw 18 years ago, correct? Yep. Salt lamps, glowing fabric, light-emitting doodads, the whole bit. There were 4 luminous cloths in use in the autumn wing. I'm sure I saw another one somewhere. I'm not lying. Oh, it's in my bag somewhere, I'm sure of it. What is he looking for? That's it. That's not it. That cloth looks familiar. Don't remember something, so Miss Scone will tell us more. Scone, something on a specialist. Might someone learn to make the poison gas that was used in the attack? Any ideas? Well, any pharmacist who's ever handled pesticide ultra would know for a start. For all, it says it right there on the label, do not mix with products containing ubiquitous ever. But what about a layperson? It's unlikely they'd know, wouldn't you say? I suppose so, yes. Well, not unless they'd had a nose through the Ultimate Cookbook anyway. The prize from the contest 18 years ago. The recipe for making pesticide ultra, along with that not mixing with the ubiquitous bit, is in there, all, you know. So you're familiar with the contents of the book? Oh yes, dear, I know inside out. Because I work for the Tangora group, you see? We're the company behind Cold Killer X. I'm sure you've heard of it. Cold Killer X fights back sniffles and sneezes with ease, apparently. After Sammy Fool was found guilty, the company took custody of the book. But they only grant their most trusted people access to it, of course. Which means Mrs. Scone is one of these elites, I suppose. Okay. I got it. Do I have evidence to piece together? No. It's my cookbook. It's related to the evidence. They did say that the cart was different. It's the picture that has the cart in it. Clear contradiction here. There is. Can't see one. You need a break. Or a cup of tea, maybe? Oof. Something about it is nagging at me. Look at the evidence. I see a statue. Maybe... Oh yeah, those Larry sketches. Larry, could I ask you something about your sketches? Fascinated by the work of the great Laurice Dunham, huh? It's a composition, right? Not exactly. This light blue tablecloth, you painted that exactly as you saw it, correct? I already told you, everything is exactly as I saw it. The tablecloth and the card here in this room is white. Wow. Your head's so full of crazy theories, simple stuff just passes right by, huh? What's to look for? Listen, just before I do that sketch, I was in the middle of some business with the cart. Tea set on it, okay? What kind of business? That's right. It was the hiding the pieces of the teapot I smashed kind. That's something to boast about. Anyway, I was still in the middle of cleaning it all up, and Judy came out of the winter wing. Didn't want to get busted for breaking the pot, so we quickly dove out of sight. Why didn't you mention any of this? Wait, Mrs. Bound came out of the winter wing? Yeah, and she was pushing a cart, a different one. That's the one with the light blue tablecloth on it that I drew. What did she do with the second serving cart? I saw her wheel it into the summer wing. I don't know what happened to it after that. She came back out, she was pushing one of those other carts. And you can lift stuff with. Lift cart? Yeah, so I called out to her, but she just ran off and left it behind. Never had her down as the shy type. Just goes to show you, you never know. Another serving cart and a lift cart. So maybe another tea set too. Gotta check with Mrs. Bound. Gotta check with Mrs. Bound what we found. 2 carts. Are there 2 serving carts here at the gallery, Miss Bound? Oh, yes. Why do you ask? A certain so-called artist showed us the sketch. Couldn't help but notice the color of the tablecloth. It's light blue. Light blue. I'm afraid your friend must be mistaken. Only his white tablecloths, freshly laundered and starched. That's a lie. The perfect wrinkle-free one. Card here in the fountain room, right? Exactly. Saw so much as a blemish. I replace it right away. Could the color of the tablecloth in the sketch simply be a mistake on Larry's part? an idea of what you might have been doing when the sketch was drawn? Let me see. I heard to be carrying out my usual duties. Ask you a little more about these duties if I may. What exactly were you doing when the sketch was drawn? Because from what I can see, the cart doesn't have a tea set on it. I was delivering some chocolates to the investigating officers. No, I'm jealous. I love chocolate. Oh, there were a few left over, so here, for you both. I made them myself. I hope you like them. Ooh, thanks for Saiban. Wow. A little melted, but I suppose that's because they've been sitting around in our pocket. Ew, pocket chocolate. If you got pocket chocolate like that, they're super sweet, I love them. I'm very glad to hear it. May not be the prettiest, but I'm grateful for the energy boost nonetheless. Perhaps I could do with a little less sugar. That's exactly what his dad would say. So... cart is in there. No, don't have more evidence. I don't know what to do. No. Piece of fabric with this in your bag, did you not, Miss Cone? Albeit a somewhat grimier one. Grimy? How rude. You don't get people to cooperate with a little investigation like that, young man. Shall I call it a dish towel, then? I've seized to wipe up some sort of spillage. Spillage, he says, the cheek. It's a piece of highly specialized luminous cloth. Well, I probably shouldn't have told you that. I think I'd like to know a little more about this highly specialized luminous cloth, if you don't mind. Why didn't you want me to know you had a piece of hot luminous cloth in your bag? Oh, well, I suppose there's no point in hiding it now, is there? You must know I fished it out of the fountain. It's right before they called me into the autumn wing. So there I sketched Miss Scone. It's when she was trying to retrieve the cloth. First I thought it was one of the ones I'd given to Moody Judy. One of the 4 you'd given to the gallery, correct? Exactly, but all 4 were being used in the autumn wing, weren't they? So I realized. That's for the one that went missing all those years ago. I'd already had my pesticide ultra pinched and used to make poison gas. I found my cloths turn out to have been used in some sort of dastardly deed too, well. I was gonna let guilty as sin, wasn't I? So I kept it hidden from my bag. Hope for the best. I see. It does feel good to get it off my chest, though. Stress is no good for the complexion. No. The cloth that disappeared 18 years ago. One that the victim was wrapped in. Just happens to reappear in the fountain at the same time as the body. That's weird. Uh-oh. We talk to Eddie. Duty bound. Tell my vendor, what kind of person is Miss Bound? Wait a minute. Don't tell me you got a thing for her, Master. I do not. Chill. I'm just yanking her chain. Anyway, what can I say about Jude's? Well, she's a real brave trooper for one. What else do you call someone who waits around for 18 whole years like she has for Samson? Even after his extended family kicked her out of this place. Extended family kicked her out of this place? What? They threw her out? Yep. Jude wasn't technically part of the family, so there was nothing she could do. She had nothing, nobody, and no job after Samson took the fall. She had no choice but to take what he taught her and make her own way in showbiz. She's retired from all that now, though. Yes, why did she retire? She finally made enough to buy the old place back. She even got the Ultimate Cookbook back from the Tangoro group after they basically stole it. That's sus. Because this place had everything to do with it. That's all she ever cared about. So she just wanted to back all of it. Bender seems very sympathetic to Miss Bound's plight. From a less charitable perspective, she has in a way taken everything of Mr. Tangoro as for herself. Okay, now I have 2 logic points. Let's put them together. The Ultimate Cookbook contained instructions on how to create the poison gas. The current owner of that book is none other than Miss Judy Bound. No way, you mean... Right, I do. Miss Bound would have been perfectly capable of setting up the gas trap. Only we can prove that she's been lying to us. Complete. And that's that. All that's left now is to wait the results of the tests in the teapot. Let's go. Let's finish this. Second 233. So yeah, call fountain room. So results have just come in, sir. Traces of ubiquitin were found in the teapot. Yeah, and they were. Dun, just like Mr. Treasurer said. Look at that. Curse you better not think this means you beat me. You really need to drop the suspicion of coming in first, Mr. Winner. We're on the same side here, remember? We're all trying to get to the truth. But first is best. Everybody knows it's better to be a winner than a loser. There's really no way for a prosecutor to think, well, a successful one anyway. But I... Enough. Mr. Edgeworth, please refrain from taunting the boy. Ignore him, Eustace. He isn't worthy of your attention. Oof. Gavel. Oh, alright. I'm gonna take care of things from here for now. In the meantime, you can perform the far more important task of going and checking on the victim. Oh, yeah, good idea. Right back. Excellent. We shall see you shortly then. Saiban is annoying, but totally harmless. Just Gavel, on the other hand, is harmful. Right now. Or the gavel. Misbound. Perhaps you could explain why traces of a Bikigum were found in your teapot. I had no idea there was anything like that in there. Perhaps it's one of the ingredients in the dishwashing soap I use. So you're telling the court that you did not intentionally put a Bikigum in the teapot? That's exactly. Why would I? Yeah, I had no idea that it could even be used to make poison gas. You're a trained actress, so you're not misbound. I thought you'd be a more convincing liar. What do you mean? You have access to the ultimate cookbook, correct? Book that just happens to contain instructions on how to create the poison gas used in the attack. Meaning it's perfectly possible. You know exactly how to make it. You're very well informed, Mr. Edgeworth. It's bound. Is what Mr. Edgeworth said true? The book does contain information on how to make the poison gas, yes. The fact that I have seen it doesn't make me guilty. Can I ask exactly how the gas was triggered? The victim used a blowtorch to heat the lid of one of the display cases, thereby melting the Bikigum. I see. But he locked himself in the room too, didn't he? Actually, that and the fact that he triggered himself. Wouldn't it point it to being a suicide attempt? She's not willing to admit it to anything. Furthermore, where would I have gotten hold of the pesticide ultra? Oh, I don't know. Perhaps you stole it? You know, I did bump into Moody Judy a week or so ago. And that very evening I noticed my pesticide ultra had gone missing. Judy, surely you didn't... Delicia, you carry your bag of pharmaceuticals with you everywhere, don't you? There would have been any number of opportunities for someone other than myself to steal it from you. It's true. I don't have any hard evidence that definitely was Mrs. Bound who stole it. Judes, it's clearly something you're not telling us. Why don't you just come clean, huh? We all know you never hurt somebody for no reason, so... But you too. You think I'm guilty as well, Mr. Fender? Can you blame me? We got one wing disguised as another. Gas trap in one of the display cases. And you're the proprietor of the establishment. It's looking a lot like you did it, kiddo. You got this all wrong. You have to remember, the gallery doesn't have any security cameras, or any security personnel. If some ill-intentioned person or other wanted to get in undetected, I don't think they'd have much of a problem. Wow, you're practically asking to be burglarized. You need to be more careful. A great thief could have a field day in here. I don't think she's just joking. And actually, it seems that Mr. Gusto did, in fact, enter the gallery before it opened. Sheesh. Judy's one tough cookie. She's not budging an inch. Maybe it's time to rock a little technique Gregory taught me back in the day. What technique might that be? So hear me out. Okay, hear me out. Everything's connected to what happened 18 years back, huh? And since we're not getting anywhere by focusing on the here and now, maybe we ought to approach this from a different angle. Look to the past for clues instead. I turn about and thinking, so my father used this method as well. Right, let's run this through the old Thinkatron. How was Jude's involved in what happened back then? According to Miss Bound, it's because of her that Mr. Frost's flavored ice sculptures melted. Yet, the sculptures are here on display at this very gallery today. It's possible that she... Thank you, Fender. I think I know what I need to ask Miss Bound now. Heh, don't thank me. Thank your pops. Take it away, Mousy. I'll grab the popcorn. Miss Bound. Say that you were the one who caused Mr. Frost's creation to melt 18 years ago, correct? Afraid so. I was young and foolish. And it was a terrible accident. And yet, what you did allowed you to open the exhibit, no? What do you mean? Yes, what do you mean, Mr. Edgeworth? If you can ask those questions, perhaps a formal testimony from Miss Bound might be best. Yes, perhaps it might. I'd like to know a little more about Zodiac Hall. About why Miss Bound decided to dedicate the space to Mr. Frost's works. Very well, if you lead to roll into the case, I'll allow it. Miss Bound, would you mind? Not at all. Do whatever it takes to prove that I'm innocent. And please, if you could give us some background on Zodiac Hollow and the pieces on display here. Here we go. It took 18 years, but at long last, I was able to buy Mrs. Sampson's home back a little while ago. 18 years. But a place like this is expensive to maintain, so I decided to turn into an art gallery. To that end, I collected as many Valhalla pieces as I could from around the world. Because if I'm honest, it's always been something of a dream of mine, having a space dedicated to his work. Thank you for your testimony, Mr. Bound. Miss Bound, how wonderful it is that you were able to fulfill your dream. From stretch forth, everything seems entirely above board to me. Judge Gavel, that's simply the witness's preliminary statement. You surely know, that testimony cannot be evaluated without due cross-examination. Spoken like a true attorney. Very well. You may do what you must. 18 long years. Why is that? Hold it. Paul Leak. Was Mr. Prost's pseudonym correct? Yes, he adopted it while he was working as a sculptor in France. I see. I'm curious about some of the pieces in your collection. Specifically, how you were able to acquire the Taurus and Gemini sculptures. Ooh. It was my understanding that Mr. Frost died before he could complete them. Yes, I was able to create replicas for the Winter Wing based on photos of the sculptures he made. Really? Perhaps we can go into some more details on that. You must. Replicas for the Winter Wing based on photos of the sculptures he made. It's weird. Photo. Made by the victim 18 years ago. Salt, sugar, blood, sugar. Matches that of sugar found in the available liquid. Pretty frost from. Sugar type and fashion water also seems to be a match. I'm afraid you've run out of road, Miss Bound. You can lie all you like, but you can't deny the results the tests conducted on the sculptures were made. And those tests leave no room for ambiguity. What he had on display weren't replicas. They're the very statues Mr. Frost carved 18 years ago. Well, I can probably help explain how they worked it out if you like, dear. It's the sugar, you see. You might think sugar is sugar, but sugar... You might think sugar is sugar. It's sugar. But the composition is actually very unique. You probably recreate the statues. The sweet secret of the chemical makeup? No chance. Thank you, Miss Cone. I don't recall asking for her help, but still. To put it simply, statues didn't disappear back then. They'd melted. And they disappeared because you spirited them away. You had them hidden for those 18 long years. What? She kept a pair of flavored ice sculptures around somewhere for all that time. It's not the most out there idea in the world. To me, you had a big enough icebox. But All of you. Miss Pound, have you anything to say in your defense? So, you've already learned that much. Should I take that to mean you admit to having hidden the Labor Day sculptures in question? No, I admit to no such thing. You haven't proven that I was the one who took those statues away. You won't, because it would have been impossible for me to do so in the first place. He was already here when they disappeared, and I've done it without them noticing. How indeed. I don't yet know exactly how you did it. Oof. But I'm far from ready to say that it was impossible for you to have stolen them away. You're a very persistent man, aren't you, Mr. Edgeworth? I am indeed. It's not until I get to the truth. I see. I better tell you exactly what I did that day 18 years ago. Before judging PM, sitting upstairs in our living area on standby. During the judging, I had to go change the camera's film cartridges for them. But before I could take the camera back to Samson, I discovered Mr. Frost's body. Later, around when her father arrived, he began to make the rounds and serve tea to everyone present. It was when I saw Mr. Gusto entering Mr. Frost's room. Those were my movements on the day it all happened. I didn't see I could take issue with any of that. Rest aside, Miss Bound. Saying there's a contradiction in her story, Mr. Edgeworth. Focus on proving the fact that she did indeed steal those statues. Just when would she have the opportunity to do so? I can pinpoint that and be able to prove exactly what she got up to. So, not here. Maybe here. Could be here. You enter the room containing Mr. Tangarora's work for bringing the camera back to him, correct? Yes, I heard the sound of something collapsing. Samson, are you in here? Ah. Sound of the chocolate chip falling over after a certain someone took a bite out of one of the supports. And Mr. Tangarora still in Mr. Gusto's room when he found the body? Yes, I'm fairly certain that was the case. He was judging each room in order. I'd like to take his time. Find out what she discovered Mr. Frost's body. Is this the moment? Miss Pound's full of sculptures. Moment. But how would I have done that? Well, I'm gonna create a thief with a circle to steal the sculptures around them, Mr. Edgeworth. Got it all wrong. This thing is bound. Press the wrong thing. Thieves like me that have an inkling, but I'm drawing a blank here. Gonna get to the bottom of this. I need to grill her harder. Get to it. I'm right behind you, big man. Up to the next one. I began to make the rounds and serve tea to everyone present. Busy today? Yes, I went around and offered everyone working on the investigation a cup of tea. Present company included, I remember it well. You were here, there, upstairs, downstairs, everywhere with that little card of yours. Interesting. Did anything strike you strange around that time? Oh yeah, Gregory was singing the praises of Judy's tea, and I think he mentioned the saucer was cold. The saucer was cold. The cold saucer. This was the moment. Miss Pound, oh, this was when you sold sculptures. I hate to contradict you, but the mountain room was full of witnesses at that point, Mr. Pender included. You're suggesting that I somehow got the sculptures out of Mr. Frost's room, right under everybody's noses? That is precisely what I'm suggesting. Huh? Miss Pound stole those hype sculptures and she ended up by hiding them here. My father and Bender had no idea that one of the sculptures was mere inches away from them. Because it wasn't just a tea set they were pushing around Miss Pond. It had a nice sculpture in a glass case. Ah. Surely such a thing would have been impossible. How would a case of that size fit in a serving cart? Would have been spotted immediately. Who said anything about a serving cart? What? I'm not sure I follow, Mr. Edgeworth. What are you suggesting she used it instead? Suggesting that Miss Brown used this to transport the ice sculpture. It would have to be this. And this is. And the cart that Miss Bound used to move the flavored ice sculptures out of Mr. Frost's room 18 years ago. That would explain why the saucer was cold. For the very same cart is still here, with us in the fountain room. We originally bought it for use in the contest. I say that Miss Baum loaded Mr. Frost sculptures onto this cart and carried them off. I am. As you can imagine, all one would need to do is lay a case on its side, add a tablecloth, and it looked exactly like a normal serving cart, thus allowing her to move sculptures around freely. Can it be? Holy moly, of course. That's why those saucers were so chilly. They were sitting on top of a big block of ice. And Judes, how could you? Impressive. Then again, you are Mr. Gregory Edgeworth's son. Should have expected no less. There's scrap of evidence that I stole the sculptures all those years ago now. And yet, I knew that no matter what I said or did, I'd always be under a cloud of suspicion. So you admit it. You admit that you stole them from Mr. Frost's room. Yes, I do. I took those sculptures in the glass cases out of that room 18 years ago. Wow. It's impressive. As Mr. Edgeworth correctly deduced, I dressed up the lift cart as a serving cart to do it, and slipped in and out of Mr. Frost's room. I was going around serving tea to everybody. Really impressive. In the end, I'd removed not only the sculptures, but the flavored ice zodiac blocks as well. Zodiac blocks? I feel like I've seen them for myself before. There's a huge block of ice on display here. Yeah. Must be incredibly heavy though, maybe not. Or was it being hollow on the inside? If the winter ring really is an exact replica of Mr. Frost's room from 18 years ago. even though my father never saw them, because they'd already melted. The Zodiac box must have been in the victim's room back then as well. When I had finished moving the 2 ice sculptures and the 2 Zodiac blocks, I took 2 fresh empty cases to Mr. Frost's room and put them where the original 2 had been. One of the sculptures had been kept in glass cases, you see, to prevent them from being damaged. And the blocks were a little more robust, so they had been displayed as is. As stated in the contest rules, we were responsible for providing all display materials, including cases. Meaning it would have been easy for her to prepare those empty spheres as she swapped in. Mr. Frost's room contained quite a few other flavored ice works in progress. I figured if I melted them down somehow, the resulting puddle would look like it came from the sculptures. And that's how the sculptures from 18 years ago came to be in the winter ring today. Say, Mr. Edgeworth, it's quite the confession. Indeed, I think she offered it so willingly because she knows there's nothing more we can do. There's nothing we can do with it. That's all I have to tell you. However, despite everything I've shared, you can't charge me with anything now, can you? What? How'd you figure that? Oh my. I would have thought you might know at least this much, given we're at a crime scene. I suggest you memorize the various statutes of limitations outlined in this book. Statutes of what? Statutes of limitation, book data drop down. Simply put, K. Prosecutors only have a certain amount of time within which they can put a suspect on trial for a given crime. Let's take a closer look, shall we? Theft, 7 years from the date of a crime. 15 years for 7 for every crime. Murder, 15 years. Theft, 7 years. Ah. Yes, Miss Bound sold the ice sculptures 18 years ago. So they'd have her arrested for that crime. I don't believe it. That's wild. That is a serious matter, especially when it involves removal of evidence from a crime scene. However, as you yourself just pointed out, Dawn can no longer be persecuted for a crime, rendering your revelation rather pointless, wouldn't you say, Mr. Edgeworth? Nope. I wouldn't be so sure about that. But you see, the theft of the ice sculptures isn't my principal interest here. I found the body that reappeared 18 years after the theft to be of considerably more interest. Are you suggesting that I also hid Mr. Frost's body? I am indeed. But how do you keep a body hidden for 18 years without anyone finding it? Hiding it in a very unusual way. Oh, now this is interesting. Are you telling me that you know where the body has been for all this time, Mr. Edgeworth? That's such a big leap if you think about what Miss Bound has told us already. It's in bounds. That's funny. So it wasn't just flavored ice that she removed from Mr. Frost's from back then. Very well. If you're confident in this claim, let's put it to the test. Tell me, Mr. Edgeworth, where exactly is Mr. Frost's body hidden? Ooh. That's cool. It's in the fountain. It's a cold place, wasn't it? Oh, so the cart was there. But photograph of Mr. Frost works. And of the victim's body, Your Honor. You will have to forgive me. I don't see what you mean. Where exactly in the photo is Mr. Frost's body? Right here. Aha! Wrapped in the cloak. I see. Wow. It's ingenious. Gemini sculpture. Yes, it may look like a sculpture at first glance, but is in fact Mr. Frost's corpse. What? Surely you can't be serious. I don't see anything in the photograph to support such a wild claim. It's because a certain piece of evidence was used to hide the body in plain sight. What piece of evidence might that be? Court demands that you present what was used to conceal the body. This cloth. Cloth from nature, autumn wing? Yes. It's made to glow in just the right way. It's so visually convincing, you might mistake it for ice. Isn't that right, Miss Scone? Yes, dear. We can make it look just like about anything, really, even blazing fire. The right shade of blue would make it look like ice, yes, exactly like it, in fact. Is it not the case that a certain special device is needed to generate these colors, though? If we care to take another look at the photograph of the winter wing, Your Honor. So there's a small box connected to the bottom of the Gemini display case. But that's the very light-emitting devices in question. Mr. Gumshoe even confirmed its presence. In fact, this particular device went missing 18 years ago. Then it was no doubt firmly connected to the cloth inside the display case. Which means Miss Bound had no choice but to take it with her when she removed the sculpture. She unplugged it. So you see, this cloth and light emitting device are being used to create the illusion that Mr. Frost's body was in fact a statue carved from ice. No, this can't be. Wait, so you're telling me that when we took that photo of us in the winter wing, it's standing right in front of the body, and that the body and the cloth were both recovered from the fountain, where they found there the body was supposed to be in the winter wing, disguised as a sculpture. Because there would have been no mystery. It's how the body had been hidden if we had found it as is. Miss Bound needed to remove Mr. Frost from the winter wing and to throw us off the scent. Ridiculous. None of our colors sneaking around behind our backs to throw a body in the fountain. No, but she didn't need to, because she had another method at her disposal. Her trusty lift cart. The same cart that proved so useful in executing her original theft. I believe she wheeled the body into one of the other wings, loaded it down the stream mountain. The frozen body being quite solid. Probably got stuck somewhere along the way. Which is why only the cloth appeared at first, both Miss Scone discovered. And then the body followed afterwards once it had thawed enough. Hold it. It's an ingenious theory, Mr. Edgeworth. Can you prove that it was me? Yeah. Seems a little unfair to expect me to accept your accusations without proof, don't you think? An eyewitness, do you think someone might have spotted her when she was moving the body? As a matter of fact, I do. Contradiction in the piece of evidence I was provided. And exactly how Miss Bound body is found. Do we have any evidence to prove the allegation? Of course. Piece of very compelling proof right here. please present to the court. It's definitely Reese butt nose. Sketcheroonie. More drawings. And is that me? Yes. Mr. Butts drew sketches of the people as they pass through the fountain room. I'm interested in is the cart we can see here. Miss Bound's serving cart, what about it? You don't see it? She's using the same trick she used 18 years ago. We know that Miss Bound was busy moving Mr. Frost's body when this picture was being drawn. Morning, Rexy. Alrighty. No problem, work away. We're doing well. What? Hold it. If I may, I don't see Mr. Frost's body anywhere in that sketch. I see is a picture of me delivering chocolates to everybody. Really? Allow me to direct your attention to the color of the tablecloth, Miss Bound. I originally thought that Mr. Butts had made an error, but he's assured me that couldn't possibly be the case. This tablecloth appears to be light blue. Yes, a shade of tablecloth that Miss Bound doesn't seem to own. Cloth only appears to be light blue, to the body hiding just underneath. What? But the shape of the card is perfectly rectangular, just what I would expect. Surely it'd be immediately obvious that the tablecloth is being draped directly over the body. Not of the body had been placed inside one of the hollow zodiac blocks into the winter wing. There's one of those on the left cart, and it'd easily pass muster as a regular serving cart, wouldn't you agree? Goddess of justice. Miss Bound. Surely now you must admit that it was you who moved the body, seated 18 years ago? I didn't expect you to deduce all that from a single simple sketch. That sketch alone isn't really enough to prove your theory, is it? You needn't worry on that front. The case doesn't rest solely on Mr. Butts' artwork. Once he had disposed of the body, your serving cart became a simple lift cart once more. It is exactly what we discovered here in the fountain room. Without a serving cart, find someplace for your chocolates. Chocolates? When I was handing out, you saw in the sketch, you originally placed them on top of the cart. The chocolates you gave us came from your pocket. Oh yeah, mine was half melted. It was still super sweet and tasty though. Why do you suddenly feel the need to put the chocolates in your pocket, Miss Bound? Because you no longer had a serving cart to put them on, that's why. One moment, please. You've explained what Miss Bound did with the chocolates in the left cart. But what about the tablecloth? Where did it go? Indeed, stashing the chocolates in her pocket was the only solution she could think of. Head out. Miss Bound had time to dispose of an entire tablecloth. Mr. Edgeworth, do you have an answer for me? Miss Bound didn't hide or dispose of the tablecloth through it. In fact, it's right here in front of us. Perhaps you would care to enlighten us? Where exactly is the tablecloth Miss Bound used to hide the body? On Miss Bound's person. Miss Bound has a tablecloth on her person, in plain view, in fact. In plain view. No, surely you don't mean Miss Bound. The cloth around your waist, isn't it? And given that the zodiac blocks were kept in glass cases, that cloth would have been in direct contact with the ice. All we need to do to confirm my theory is test the cloth for traces of the sugar used in Mr. Frost's work. The game is up, Miss Bound. It's time to come clean. You won't need to test the tablecloth. Everything you said is true. I stole the dishes and pesticide ultra. I moved Mr. Frost's body. It was me. It was all me. What did she just sprinkle into her eyes? Alicia, I'm so sorry. Last week I went into your bag and I took it. And then I put it in his pocket, hoping to make it look like he had tried to do himself in. Also made sure to leave no fingerprints but yours, just in case the police suspected foul play. Judy, you... oh gosh. But Judes, why? Weren't we supposed to be on the same side, all fighting together to fear Samson? We were, but I couldn't afford to get arrested. Not yet. Not until I'd finally proven that Samson is innocent. I was planning to give myself up in the end, I swear. I know it's easy to say that now, but why do it this way, though? It's not like you. I'm sorry, Mr. Bender. I caused you so much trouble. I've been the guilty party all along. Ever since that day 18 years ago. Are you trying to tell us? The true culprit in the IS-7 incident was you? I committed a terrible crime. I took those sculptures, sold them for purely selfish reasons. The moment Mr. Frost died, became more than mere entries in a confectionery contest. They became the final works of Samson's favorite artist. I couldn't allow them to just melt away, not before I came home. That meant I couldn't let anybody near them, even the police. Oh, that's so sad. So I hid them. I knew it was wrong, but I just had to. I put them in the cold storage room for safekeeping. What I had actually done was far worse than anything I could have possibly imagined. Because who would have thought that Mr. Frost's body itself was posing as one of the sculptures? What? Now that's new. So she didn't know about the body when she stole the sculptures? Huh. Samson's a kind man, a saint. He could never kill anybody, never. And yet, because of what I did, the police never found Mr. Frost's body, and Samson was found guilty. Dang, that was wild. So who killed Frost? After all he'd done for me, he was my family, the only family I've ever had. Or maybe Gusto killed Frost. He's the most important person in the entire world to me, and Jude's. After his conviction, I was forced out of our home. I was finally able to return only a few days ago, and I did. Went to the cold storage room to check up on the sculptures, and I saw it. Mr. Frost's body, it had been there the whole time. Of course, by that point, statute of limitations had expired, so I did what I did today, because it was the only way I could think of to make things right. It seems I've misunderstood her intentions. Everything she's done really has been all for Mr. Tangara's sake. Hey, what are you thinking about, Mr. Edgeworth? Something that's been puzzling me. Why did Miss Bound use poison gas? Why not a more reliable method? Why disguise the autumn wing as winter wing? The only reason I can think of is to confuse someone who was here 18 years ago. Yeah, I don't know what she's had in mind. If she was trying to prove that Mr. Tangara is innocent, Miss Bound's ultimate goal must be to find the true killer. Could she have been trying to discover the identity of the true culprit? Miss Bound, your ultimate aim was to see Mr. Tangara cleared of all charges, correct? And to that end, you had to expose the real killer. Police found the body from 18 years ago. Is my understanding of your intentions correct? exhibiting the sculptures was sure to force the killer to return to the crime scene. After all, they were the only person apart from you who knew the body was hidden in the icework. So they would have freaked out, thinking the body was about to be discovered and come running, yeah? Exactly, but Miss Bound ran the risk that the killer might successfully cover their tracks this time. In the worst case scenario, they might even have been able to remove Mr. Frost's body from the scene. So how could she lure the true killer into revealing themselves without putting vital evidence at risk? Oh, I see what you're getting at. You're saying that's why the Autumn Wing was all winter wingy. I am. You were betting on one thing, Miss Bound, weren't you? That whoever opened the Pisces case, you'd so carefully disguised as the Gemini case. Would be the real perpetrator of the IS-7 incident. No. That would mean the real killer was... Enough, not another word. Do you realize the implication of what you're saying, Mr. Edgeworth? You're prepared to stand behind the accusation you're really about to make? Miss Bound set a trap for Mr. Frost's killer, meaning that whoever found themselves caught in the trap is highly likely to be the guilty party. I lack the evidence to support such an assertion. To accuse someone without any evidence is not to be done lightly, so surely go ahead and make my accusations and name Mr. Frost's killer nonetheless. Let's do it anyway. Sounds fun. That's my goal, is to see the truth exposed. Do that. I need to seize the moment. Yes, Judge Gavel. I'm prepared to stand behind my accusation. I know exactly who is to blame for the S-17 incident. This guy. Mr. Gusto, the victim of the poison gas attack, is the perpetrator behind the IS-7 incident. Gusty. Mr. Gusto. It's bound. As we have established, you know that the opening of the gallery would lure in the real culprit, and he set up the poison gas trap in order to catch them. Do you dispute the facts thus far? You're a very impressive man, Mr. Edgeworth, just like your father. Of course, you're absolutely right. Then perhaps you could tell us exactly what happened in your own words. Of course, I have nothing to hide anymore, so I might as well tell you everything. As you said, I set a trap here in the gallery to try and catch Mr. Frost's killer. Before we opened, I made sure that the door to the Autumn Wing was the only one that was unlocked. Ah. When opening time came, I went around to unlock the doors of the various rooms. Found that the Autumn Wing had been locked from the inside. The killer was on the other side of the door. The thought, well, it frightened me. And then she simply walked away, leaving him to fall victim to her poison gas trap. When I heard that Mr. Gusto was being treated for gas inhalation, that's when I knew he was the murderer. All that was left was for the police to find Mr. Frost's body, and then Samson would finally be proven innocent. At least, that was my plan. Jude, why didn't you tell me? You know I'm always here for you, right? Could have found another way. It didn't have to be like this. Thank you, Mr. Fender. You've been so very kind to me all these years. But I'm the one who created this mess, so it was up to me to try and clean it up. I didn't care what it took, as long as I could get Samson out of that awful place. Judy. 18 years ago, police managed to cover up the fact that Mr. Frost's body had gone missing. But I went to them now and said it had reappeared. I was afraid they might have... If I went to them now and said it had reappeared, I was afraid they might have tried to cover things up again. So I worked to set off a very public incident here in the gallery, in front of as many witnesses as possible. I'm so sorry, Judy. You, Samson, Gregory, let you all down. Fender, this can't be easy for him. No, I'm the one who should be apologizing. Mr. Edgeworth, Mr. Fender. Hope one day you can forgive me. Whatever punishment I have to face, I'm ready to accept it. Please, if I may ask one thing of you, you simply must clear Samson's name. The truth of these past 18 years come to light was unexpected to say the least. And yet, it only set us down a path towards an even more shocking end. That was wild. Committee's view. April 2nd, 3:11 p.m. Zodiac Hall. Fountain Room. It's bound. Are you feeling a little calmer now? Yes. Good, I'm gonna get to the point. Regardless of your intentions, you broke the law. Yes, I understand. Nonetheless, I understand that you did what you did in order to prove Mr. Tangora's innocence. Therefore, if the real culprit really is someone else, we have a duty to reinvestigate the case. And there is nothing to suggest that anything nefarious took place in the official IS-7 incident records. Right now, there's nothing to suggest we should take Miss Bound at her word either. So our first order of business should be to arrest the culprit of the case before us, Miss Bound herself. Official records cannot always be trusted, Judge Cavell. Especially since there are those prosecutors who think nothing of twisting the facts. Are you suggesting the committee at the time overlooked just such a prosecutor? That's for you and your people to figure out. However, it's a fact that the autopsy report was faked. Seeing that Mr. Frost's body was only just found now, there really is something of Mr. Von Karma in you, Mr. Edgeworth. So exactly, by continually defying the will of the committee and bending the truth to fit your needs, that's how. It's time you understand how I and the committee see this case. Committee's views. The committee is willing to accept that Mr. Von Karma falsified Mr. Frost's autopsy report. Even still, Mr. Von Karma only managed to have Mr. Tangora convicted as an accomplice. Personally, I've come to believe that the real culprit behind the IS-7 incident is Miss Bound. Her plan to poison and kill Mr. Gusto today was our attempt to frame him for the Mr. Frost murder. Yikes. It's crazy. It is, as always, act solely in service of law and order. The committee sees things as it. Sounds to me like all she's doing is acting in service of the committee, covering up the truth. You can't change your mind, there'll be no saving Mr. Tangora or Miss Bound. The committee is willing to accept Mr. Von Karma falsified Mr. Frost's autopsy report. Wow. Her plan to poison and kill Mr. Gusto. Wait. Why would Miss Bound have chosen to frame Mr. Gusto for the murder? No doubt because he suspected her of being the real culprit. He may have entered what he thought was the winter ring simply to see if the Gemini statue was genuine. Little did he know that he'd be greeted by a trap designed to silence him. A trap that nearly worked. Do you have any evidence to support that line of reasoning? Unfortunately, Mr. Gusto remains in critical condition. It'll be difficult to prove anything until he regains consciousness. In other words, there's little we can do for now. Oof. On the contrary, there's plenty we can do. You still have not grasped the situation, have you? Allow me to spell it out for you. Determined that there's no need to investigate the case any further. It's not over yet, not by a long shot. It's the one thing we don't have an answer to. Need to point out to Jessica Bell. Okay, what have we got here? So I had 3 years ago. Saiban. Photo. Right, there was blood in this case. It's a clear contradiction in your testimony, Judge Cavell. Silence. Such statements will not be tolerated by this court. Why not? Precisely is wrong with my statement. One thing, but if you clearly do not believe it in yourself, Oof. Gotta be more careful next time. Okay. Do you care to revise the testimony I'll just give out? No, why? Everything's out of place. Oof. Gets any further. Attack. Here. I'm afraid there is still one question concerning the IS-7 incident that remains unanswered, Your Honor. Wanna take a look at this? What is it? The test results carried out on the liquid at the bottom of the Gemini case in the winter rain. As you can see, traces of blood were detected. Question is, whose? If that question's answered, I hardly think you can claim to have all the evidence. There was blood in the Gemini case? Why did I not hear about this from Eustace? Because Detective Gumshoe informed me of the results directly. I need to tell Mr. Winter about it myself, of course. You kept this to yourself until now, despite having no jurisdiction here whatsoever. Mark my words, the committee will hear all about what you've done here today. As ever, my interest is in the truth. The mistakes were made in the past, they must be rectified. If you must report me to the committee, then so be it. But in return, we must be allowed to investigate this case to the very end. It's not my decision to make. You'll need to discuss it with Eustace. Guess he's back, losers, and with good news too. It's a close call for a minute there, but Colonel Augusto is alive. Augusto, he made it. You're the ones who found me? Yep, I'm to see Augusto. You're the attorney's assistant. You've grown, and you have an assistant of your own now. Assistant? No, he hasn't got the gig just yet. The Gregory Edgeworth's son. Prosecutor Miles Edgeworth, at your service. Fate moves in mysterious ways. I'm in your debt. If you hadn't found me in time, I wouldn't be here to thank you. Oh, you're very welcome. After all, if you hadn't lived, I wouldn't be able to ask you what really happened 18 years ago. What are you talking about? I figured out quite a bit while you were out cold, including the fact that you're probably the guy who offed poor Artie Frost. What? Is this true? Miss Bound set up a very elaborate trap to catch Mr. Frost's murderer. A trap that involved rigging the Pisces case with poison gas. Perhaps in light of that fact, you could tell us in your own words what happened back then. Or perhaps you'd rather exercise your right to remain silent. Oh, it's not that. Gusto here's a fan of the old meditation. You know, Om and all that jazz. Ah, sleeping while studying seems pretty cool. One heck of a talent. There's no sleeping involved in meditation, Kate. Hey, Gusto, old pal. How about you snap out of it and tell us what went down way back when? I was caught in the girl's trap. I must be the killer. Is your idea of a joke? I'm the victim here. Indeed you are, Mr. Gusto. There's no evidence that you've done anything wrong yet. Mr. Edgeworth and Mr. Fender are merely speculating. Rest assured, they have no authority here. That you pay them no heed. Or at least somebody here seems to be on my side. And Judge Verity Gaval, it's a pleasure, Mr. Gusto. I'll assist you in any way you may require. Perhaps you begin by explaining what actually happened 18 years ago to Mr. Edgeworth. Fine. You want me to prove I'm innocent, Mr. Prosecutor? I'll be happy to. This is how you mean to play it, Judge Gaval. I hope Mr. Gusto will help you to hide what happened instead of trying to correct the record. I believe only in the infallible judgment of the goddess of justice. Except it is us humans who make the actual judgment calls in a court of law. So long as there are those who would use the law to their advantage, our rulings are fallible indeed. If you'd use her position to further obscure the truth, neither she nor I will forgive you. Huh? Say about that? Oh. She's awful. What do you advise, Judge Gaval? Seeing that you're under suspicion because it was you who triggered the poison gas, specifically by opening the Pisces case's lid. Would you be so kind as to share why with us? Understood. I came to see Frost's sculptures, simple as that. Made a mistake with the opening times, arrived a half hour early. Miss Bound, was there no one at the reception desk around that time? I had left the main entrance unguarded and unlocked, just in case the killer made an appearance. I was also busy making preparations elsewhere, all the way up until the gallery's opening, so no, there was no one on here on the first floor then. But I did make sure that all the wings were locked up tight, all except for the autumn wing, that is. Should all that just to steer the culprit into the autumn wing? Which is precisely where Mr. Gusto went. Sneaking into a building is pretty suspicious, however you slice it. Silence in the courtroom. Right, no objections or interventions unless there's some evidence that this witness is lying. The courtroom, you know this is an art gallery, right? Mr. Gusto, if you could please continue by explaining why you opened the Pisces case. I wanted to see Frost work up close. So with the Gemini, sorry, guess it was supposed to be the Pisces statue there. We got him. Till it was frozen on tight. So I got a blowtorch from nearby and tried to open it. I finally got it open, gas can pouring out. Fascinating. This is the sort of flawless testimony attorneys can only dream of. Yeah, the everything sounds like a lie kind. I'm none too satisfied with Mr. Gusto's explanation myself. Alas, there's no evidence to refute it. Come on, there must be something. It's bound, Starry. You should be questioning, not mine. I'm not the one who set up the gas trap, but she could have killed anybody with that thing. She turned on the sprinklers as soon as the gas was released. She knew exactly what she was doing. She was gunning for the killer and nobody else. That killer being you, old pal. So you believe that self-confessed criminal? Miss Bound is far from blameless in this affair, and she'll have to pay for her crimes, but so will Mr. Prosecutor. He seemed determined to pin Frank's murder on me, but I had no reason to kill him. Wow. You have no evidence to prove otherwise. Can you really not prove that he's the killer, Mr. Edgeworth? Mr. Gusto fell victim to the poison gas, that much is indisputable. No matter how suspicious his actions in the present may seem, they prove nothing about the past. Yeah, but then what about you, Mr. Bender? Nothing we can do? You're right, we may not have evidence, but we have plenty of intel. See now. Gusto killed Frost. He must have had a reason. Crimes ought to have a motive, but that can't really be true, can it? Gusto insists he had no reason to kill Eddie Frost, but if he did, he has one. If he did it, he has one. Not many people commit murder just for fun. In fact, your old man had a little back and forth with Von Karma about a probable motive too, remember? How can you possibly say that without any certainty? The relationship had broken down for some reason. Gusto helped Frost in the final, but the favor wasn't returned. That could very well have been the motive behind this murder. Von Karma wouldn't let us talk to Gusto back then, but we can now. These together, I think the picture we're looking for might just emerge. You might be right. Think back on everything we know about the I-7 incident. Questions that never got answered. The finger marks. Were you the one wearing the gloves? Miss Scone denied that the finger marks on the frame were hers. What if they're Mr. Gusto's? Perhaps he had wanted to take a look through the ultimate cookbook for himself. So he asked me to go put in a new cartridge. And to think there should have been more shots left than there were. In other words, the film ran out sooner than expected. The number of shots he took didn't line up with the number of shots remaining. Someone else used the camera, but maybe he just lost track somewhere along the way. Well, I notice these things for a reason. I see to piece them together correctly. The absence of evidence is the only way to tell the truth. Let's put them all together. Oh. He took photos of the cookbook. Okay, press these two. Mr. Gusto, you and Mr. Frost conspired to create perks for the contest together, didn't you not? Huh? So you know my little secret. Mr. Fender was kind enough to inform me. Mr. Frost was in charge of the designs, but you were in charge of the flavor, is that correct? What can I say? I still had a long way to travel on the road to becoming a master confectioner. But you only collaborated up through the semi-final. Something changed after that. We both wanted to show what we could do. Show we were better than Tango or... Then why did you help Mr. Frost with his entry for the final? What grounds do you have to say that? Your own statement, made to Mr. Von Karma 18 years ago. You told him that you had been working together right up till the day of the final. For the final. Mr. Frost's entry was carved entirely from blocks of flavored ice. Ice which would have needed at least a day to freeze. Those flavors would therefore have already been prepared by Mr. Gusto. Yes, which sounds like perfectly what Gusto told me. Help Frost until the day before the final. Okay, so why didn't Mr. Frost reciprocate and help Mr. Gusto in return? I can hardly be expected to read the minds of the dead. So why didn't Mr. Frost help you in return, hmm? I submit that your relationship broke down for some reason. That became the basis of your motive for murder. That's not how it was. Sure, we stopped working together. It was all perfectly friendly. We stopped working together in a friendly way. Hard to imagine, but okay. Besides, how do you think I did it exactly? I just strolled into Tangarora's room and killed Frost. I couldn't have killed the man while Tangara was in there working on a chocolate piece, could I? It's true. So you see, can't have been me. I wouldn't be so sure. Must be a window of time when Mr. Tangara wasn't in his room. I can prove that. I can prove Mr. Gusto had the opportunity to kill Mr. Frost. Well, maybe these two. No. Oh, no, no. That's not quite it. This is it. I mean, I overthought myself though. Photographing the cookbook's contents would be the perfect way to seal its secrets undetected. What if Mr. Gusto did just that? What if he used Mr. Tangora's camera to photograph the book? It would be the perfect crime. So much better than sealing it and getting chased by the cops. A sneaky snapshot or 20, huh? That could work. And the question is, when would he have done it? Good question. Morning, Bella? How's it going? What about during afternoon tea? Didn't Delicia say that Gusto and Frost had missed out on the little tea party they had? True. Which brings me to the next question. When do we know for certain that Mr. Frost was still alive? Oh. The contest began. We saw hide her hair. Oh, nice. Indeed. New game away. I'm doing well, thanks. After the contest began, nobody saw hide or hair. After her doing good as well. After the contest began, nobody saw hide or hair of Frost. He was secluded locked in his room. He wasn't capable of entering his locked room. Sangura, possessing as he did the only key. Miss Scone. Were Mr. Tangora's works the only ones he sampled? Note here, I couldn't help myself. Which afternoon tea I tiptoed over the Chili Wink's room for a little taste too. Mr. Frost kept himself inside his room after the contest had started. He was gone by the time Miss Scone snuck in to sample his work. There's a good chance he was murdered before the end of afternoon tea. We're just during tea time. We can be sure that Mr. Frost was alive till the beginning of afternoon tea. Making tea time the only window during which Mr. Gusto could kill them. Are you satisfied with Mr. Gusto's story now, Mr. Edgeworth? Sadly, I'm afraid I'm still rather unsatisfied. Things are finally starting to become clear. Soon come to light at last. You say you have uncovered new evidence? Evidence, no. Hoping I might convince Mr. Gusto to open up to us about it instead. Oh, is it mind games time again? It is. Mr. Gusto, I have a question for you. I said I have a question for you. Narg, what is it? You chose to make your entry for the final on your own. I told you I want to test myself. You prove I was the best in the world. If that were the case, then surely you wouldn't have chosen to cheat in the first place. Mr. Gusto, why'd you feel the need to team up with Mr. Frost? Here it is. 15 years ago, Mr. Gusto and Mr. Frost collaborated in the confectionery contest. But why did they work together? And why did they enter the contest in the first place? That's the information I need to get out of my opponent somehow. Mr. Gusto seems to have a habit of trying to be asleep when things aren't going his way. So we're focusing on why he chose to work with Mr. Frost. Now's the time to dig up the truth that was buried all those years ago. Mind chess. Why do you collaborate with Mr. Frost? We were acquaintances before we were contestants. He was interested in entering the contest, so we decided to sign up together. And your decision to pair up with a sculptor had nothing to do with their lack of faith in your skills. You don't know me. We joined forces because we wanted to make the most perfect creations possible, that's all. Ross and mine were in the same grade at school, so we got along pretty well too. So we two were just friends who happened to vie for the title of World's Greatest Confectioner. Looks like he's asleep. Time to wake up. Pretending to be asleep when the going gets tough won't work on me, I'm afraid. Mr. Frost was a sculptor. Sculptor Mr. Gusto. Nobody cared much about winning a title for confectioners. In which case, he probably had a different motive for taking part in the contest. Wouldn't you say? Herg. Fine. It was me. I wanted that title. I was only in it for the prize. The only cookbook. He, since your objectives dovetailed so neatly, decided to work together. But then something happened, a breakdown in your relationship perhaps. If so, I want to know why. Mr. Prosecutor, I'm still quite unwell after my brush with death. Push me too hard. I'll be on my way back to the medical room. No, wait. Then you better wrap this up quickly. I'm already dangerously low on patience. Mr. Gusto is trying desperately to make his escape. Not going anywhere yet. Not as long as he's still keeping things from me. Let's figure out what he really was after next. No time to lose. I need to pick the right line of questioning the past. Do you want more than just a title? You two had your eyes on something other than the title, didn't you? Well, I'm not sure the world's greatest confectioner even counts for that much. They're insulting the way of the confectioner. My only goal was to win that title. Care about anything else? You have no idea how much it would have meant to me at the time. Look, my sense of design may not have been stuff back then. You should see me now. Oh, so you've improved? You bet I have. I didn't do all that training in Zhengfa for nothing. Except Singora, you know, spent hours poring over the designs of his work. Even used to watch his show with my son. Sounds to me like Mr. Tangora's work was especially influential in your early studies. With his recipe book, he might have even become the best someday. Maybe. The book was a real treasure, no doubt about that. Any confectioner would have wanted it. So here's the book too. Yeah, you claimed that your only goal was to win the title. Yet you also seem to have had an interest in the contest prize, the cookbook. The greatest collection of recipes by the world's greatest confectioner. Can't say I had absolutely no interest in it. Even if I did. What exactly so wrong with that? Nothing, I suppose. The book contains recipes for medicines, not desserts. And everyone who entered the contest supposedly knew that. I feel like I'm finally getting somewhere. Can't let him slip from my grasp now. I seem to stay calm and keep the pressure on. Next, let's find out why he wanted the cookbook. So your plan was to win the cookbook. Use it to help with your own creations. What else? Well, that could have improved my craft tenfold. Could have made a lot more money if you'd sold it. I don't know much about what was actually in there. But it was worth more than money, I'll tell you that. You know more than you're letting on. Come now, Mr. Gusto. I think you know more about the Ultimate Cookbook than you claim. They told us a little about it at the start of the contest. Then you know what kind of recipes it actually contained, don't you? They weren't dessert recipes at all. I see you did your homework. Fine, so you know what was really in there. The Ultimate Cookbook, or the Angel's Cookbook, to give it a proper title. It's a collection of chemical formulas, really synthesized new medicines that no one's ever heard of. You did know the cookbook actually contained recipes for medicines. This would be an important clue. Do you know what the book was really worth? Do you know how valuable the cookbook really was? What kind of question is that? It was a collection of Tangora's recipes. Wasn't a confectioner in the world who wouldn't have wanted to get their hands on it. End of my clue. Except you know that's not really what is in there. Your designs may have improved thanks to your training in Genpo. You clearly didn't do enough work on your skills of deception. You already admitted that you knew the Ultimate Cookbook was a collection of recipes for medicines. Thereby making your interest not gastronomical, but pharmaceutical in nature. You knew the medicine, didn't you? You're a confectioner, Mr. Gusto. You had no professional interest in revolutionary new medicines. It suggests that your interest must have been personal. I underestimated you. Fine, you're right. Winning the title wasn't the only reason I entered the contest. I made one of the recipes in that book. It was for my son. He was sick. He was? Tell me more. It's only for business. Tell you as much as you need to know. He looks rattled, but I can't let him off the hook. Let's find out what this mystery illness was. Almost got on the bottom of this, I can feel it. Just a few more moves. Tell me a little more about your son. He's our pride and joy, my biggest fan. Entered the contest in order to help him. You clearly don't have children of your own. Any father would have done the same. Well, would have done anything to help him. Anything. Oh no. It's all there lies in the end, Mr. Gusto. It's only a matter of time. Oof. Oh, that's alright. Wanted to see if I could do an impression of you. Turns out it's easy. He's happy to bide his time as well as it seems. In the words of Rosalie. God, I messed up. Tell me a little more about your son. It's my pride and joy, I'm my biggest fan. About my time. You come to see me here at the contest venue too, right? Up through the semi-final. Really? You can get in the way of your work? If you're trying to beat Samson Tangora, really, you didn't have the time to look after a child. Yeah, well, I wanted to do what I could for him. Said he wanted to always be the first to try my creations. Alright, I'm still recovering, so if you got nothing to say, I'm gonna go back to the medical room. But wait, I need to be a little more proactive. Uh-oh. So he wasn't too sick to join you. You said your son was sick, Mr. Gusto. Maybe he's able to come and join you for the contest. It wasn't that kind of illness. Life-threatening anyway. Oh, this is tape. This feels like it could be an important clue. Can you tell me the name of the disease your son suffered from? Eric, you're a cold customer, Mr. Prosecutor. Enough that he was seriously ill. Why'd you force me to tell you more? Time to follow my clue. Wasn't life-threatening, was it? You already shared with me that your son's illness wasn't life-threatening. Why are you so reluctant to share any further details? It may not have been life-threatening, but it doesn't mean it hadn't been life-altering. See, that must have been very hard on both of you. Of course it was. That's why I did everything I could to find a cure. We were desperate. He couldn't taste anything, not even his favorite desserts. Hurt, I'm still recovering. Okay. Oh no. Ow. Curses. Can't give up now, keep pushing. Okay, I got another chance. The breach. So... Wasn't too sick to join you. Good. Does it look necessary for him to get better? Yeah, nowadays you can get the medication you need anywhere. Back then, the book was our only hope. Which is why I didn't dare waste my time on fancy tea parties. I had to give all my work. What about Mr. Tangora's work? Surely that tea break gave you the perfect opportunity to go steal a glance at it. What makes you think I had the energy or time to care about the others he made? We cared about Mr. Tangora's work. You made it abundantly clear how much interest you had in Mr. Tangora's work. What's more, if you were that determined to win the ultimate cookbook, I seriously doubt you would have passed up on a chance to take a peek at your competitor's entries. I'd had plenty of chances throughout the contest to see and sample my rival's work, you know. Each time I did, nothing seemed to have any flavor. Must have been nerves or something. I think Mr. Guster tasted had any flavor, so it could be an important clue. Tell me the name of the disease your son suffered from. It wasn't life-threatening, was it? It might have been life-threatening, that doesn't mean it hadn't been life-altering. Not even his favorite desserts. Do you have a taste disorder? I understand that the ultimate cookbook contains a recipe for a very particular medication. One that Mr. Tangora used to cure himself of his own taste disorder. So he had it too? Two, you say? So your son has a taste disorder then, am I correct? How did I let that slip? You've been asking me to believe that you needed to win the cookbook in order to cure your son. But was that really the case? Of course it was. What are you saying? Saying that I'm not so sure that's true, based on everything you told me. And to find my clue. You were sick yourself, weren't you? Taste disorders are difficult to live with. It isn't easy not being able to enjoy your food. You should know, after all. You just told me you'd experienced something like that during the contest. So that nothing you sample had any flavor. Those were your words, correct? It seems to suggest you were suffering from a taste disorder. Confectioner without a sense of taste? Not exactly ideal. If it wasn't actually your own condition you were seeking a cure for, Mr. Gusto. Not enough for your speculations. I managed just fine in that contest, made all my own entries, no problems. But weren't you working with Mr. Frost? We got him. Sorry, but I'm afraid you're contradicting your own testimony. You already admitted that you and Mr. Ross worked together during the contest. It's too late to claim you did it all on your own now. Oh, destroyed. You have us believe that you're a man of principle, a dedicated student of the confectioner's art. Yet you abandoned those principles, inspired Mr. Ross to rig the contest. Also, you could carry out your own taste disorder. You got me, Mr. Prosecutor. As you said, my son's a taste for shop. My son's was fine. I kept it hidden for so long, 18 years, and nobody knew. Sadly, you can lie to others, but you can't lie to me. Both Mr. Gusto and Mr. Pross entered the contest, hoping to obtain the ultimate cookbook for the medicine that would cure Mr. Gusto's disorder, and the money it would bring in for Mr. Frost. Thus, an uneasy alliance was formed, and that I believe. It's checkmate. Got him. 9 chess, checkmate. Admit it, you're good. I never told anybody about any of this, but you figured it all out anyway. It's true, 18 years ago I developed ageusia. What's ageusia? A taste disorder that makes it so you can't taste anything at all. Confectioner's worst nightmare. Mr. Pender, is what Mr. Tangora had as well? No, the big man had what they call dissociated taste disorder. Basically, some things you taste just fine, others had no flavor at all. So I suffered too. Can't have been easy. Not when there wasn't a way to cure it on the market. Which is why I needed Mr. Tangora's cookbook. Do you admit now that was the real reason you entered the contest? It was only one of the reasons. I wasn't lying when I said I wanted the title. Put my mind to something, it gets done. I won't lose to anybody. I may not have been able to taste it then, but I still knew my stuff was good enough to win. Oh, so you went to the final thinking you stood a good chance of winning? Of course. What was it that Pender said about what Mr. Tangora thought of Mr. Gusto's creations? Mr. Gusto's creations were a perfect balance of flavor and design, except to the semi-final. Disappointingly, his entry for the final was subpar on both counts. We were told that your entry for the final was far from the prize-winning taste sensation you described. What happened, Mr. Gusto? What went wrong that day? Fine. You want me to talk? I'll talk. If you're not gonna like what I have to say. Ross and I were working together up to the semi-final. Middle of the flavor, heat of the date, designing. I wanted to face Angora in the final on my own. No help, just me and my skills. So I helped Ross with his entry, but managed alone. If it didn't taste good in the final, that's on me. What can I say? I lack training. That's all there is to it. Happy now? Arg, there doesn't seem to be any obvious contradiction in this testimony. Not that I thought it'd be easy to get anything real out of him. I shall let slip what really happened for 18 years after all. Pushing my bit, Malzarino, see if I can't shake something loose. Just might have to, Vendor. Together, right? Say final. Lost his entry, but managed alone. If it didn't taste good in the final, that's on me. What can I say? I lack training. You lack training? And yet, I heard that your creations prior to the final were scored highly for their flavor. So I'm wrong. Is there some kind of cooking accident on that day? Or, no, nothing like that. Unless I told you, I had a taste disorder. Sense of taste failed me. Simple as that. Mr. Frost's entry was complimented on its flavor. If the taste hadn't failed you then, something happened overnight? I don't think he's gonna spill any more beans, Mr. Edgeworth. I was just asking about something else. the semi-final. Something changed between the semi-final and the final, Mr. Casto? Not really. The only difference between the semi-final and the final was that the process wasn't helping me. Ooh. So you really completed your final entry without Mr. Frost's help. You would have had his designs to lean on. I know I still solid when it came to flavor. The visuals were the only thing that changed between the semi-final and the final. Check out Steel Pal. Yeah, I'm afraid. Its looks that got a big thumbs down. Come Judgment Time, it got trashed in flavor too. Doesn't sound much like a winner to me. Flavor too. Like a Mr. Frost's assistant shouldn't have affected that. Another difference too. 18-year-old mystery. Okay. So I pressed it, that wasn't it. This photo. Gusto's son visited his Gusto's son didn't visit him on the day of the final. I get it. I can think of one significant difference between the semi-final and the final because Mr. Gusto. Your son, this is him in the photograph, correct? You told me he was here with you up through the semi-final. He was. What of it? But indeed, he was here with you until the semi-final, but he suddenly wasn't for the final. Just as suddenly, your work went from being lauded for its flavor to being lambasted for it. I think that's a coincidence to you. He wasn't just spending quality time with his father, he was playing a much more pivotal role than that. I just wanted him to see me hard at work, show him I was trying my best for us. He's sweating, who knows? Maybe it was him being there that helped me do so well in this early rounds. It's a good game, but nothing about the Sky screams super dad to me. Indeed, thankfully, we'd only have to give such an idea credence if the story were true. After all, how much could the encouragement of one small boy affect the taste of a grown man's work? Mr. Custer prided himself in the flavor of his creations, and he lost his sense of taste. So had a tough time maintaining his high standards, so devastating loss and less. I'm sure your son was here to cheer you on, and all he was here to do, was it? Very suspicious man, Mr. Prosecutor. But for answering yourself for a change. What was an elementary kid doing here other than to support his father? Taste your creations. Your son knew the taste of your work pretty well, I imagine, Mr. Gusto. It's one of my biz. He was my biggest fan. Of course he knew it. In which case, you'd have been a good judge of whether something tasted on brand, so to speak, now. What are you implying? Your buddy told us that you were suffering from a taste disorder. I'll admit it. No one knew about your condition. Indeed, I doubt Mr. Frost would have wanted to continue collaborating with you had he found out. After all, it was your job to make sure his creations tasted good. Therefore, your son wasn't just here to support you. He was helping you by taste testing your work. Wrong. Dang, now it all makes sense. Raw stuff tasted good because it really was finished the day before when the kid was still here. Okay. You have a vivid imagination, Mr. Prosecutor. You seriously think I trust a kid to tell me I would adjust the taste of my masterpieces? That's some pride, you know. Even back then. Did you know? My designs may not have been much to write home about back then, but I always knew my work tasted better than anybody else's. I'd risk everything by putting my reputation in the hands of a child. This is just more speculation. That's all it is. In that case, ask to speak with your son in this instant. See how much of your story he can corroborate. Sadly for you, my son's no longer my concern. As soon as I got my sense of taste back, I went straight to Zhengfa to start my training. Got off all ties with the kid for good. What? You abandoned your own child? I read half of it. No one knows where he is even now. The cops have looked all over for him, but no dice. Oh. So think you can prove your asinine theory? I'd like to see you try. I care about anything besides confectionaries. Think again. Got my sense of taste back. What need do I have for a son? Oh. Silence in the courtroom. Mr. Gusto's words and actions may demonstrate a certain lack of humanity on his part. Goddess of justice, cannot judge him for that. For Mr. Edgeworth, I believe it's time for you to admit defeat. I'll give it up. 18 years is a long time for anything to surface now. Proof or otherwise. Mr. Edgeworth, we have to do something. If we don't, truth might be lost forever. Where are you, Detective Gumshoe? Can't imagine whose blood it could possibly be that. I'll get it tested right away, sir. Please, Detective. That's a piece of the puzzle, I'm sure of it. Once you know whose blood it is. Hey, Miles, sorry to cut in your mind, palace. I'm listening myself. Our friend Gusto didn't come here to just check up on the body, did he? You mean because he tried to open the case? Exactamundo. If you have anything that might explain why he tried to do that? Right, Detective Gumshoe can make it back in time for a certain piece of evidence. Quite enough out of shadow defense. Nephew. Mr. Edgeworth, sir, sorry to keep you waiting. There he is, right on cue. Yep. Speak the devil. Take it you have the test results, Detective? Yes, sir. Lab just got back to me. Detective, please. Court is in session. Now then, am I right to assume that you're bringing us evidence that Mr. Edgeworth was just speaking of? Ain't no fair. Why didn't anyone tell me about any of this? It is indeed the evidence in question, Your Honor. It needed testing, so I asked him to carry it out. What the? Is everybody always helping you? I'm supposed to be the one in charge here. Mr. Winner, sorry I didn't involve you. This is important. Can we at least hear what the detective has to say? Well, alright. So Detective Gumshoe, what do the tests have to tell us? You're not gonna believe this, but you don't know the blood we found in the liquid at the bottom of the Gemini case is Carmelo Gusto with the poison gas attack. What are you talking about? Thank you, Detective. You've been very helpful. Looks like my suspicions were correct. What do you mean, Mr. Edgeworth? Yes, what do you mean? Explain yourself. What is the significance of this blood to this case? It's only the very thing that the perpetrator of the IS-7 incident has been trying to hide all these years. The fact that your blood was found inside the Gemini case, Mr. Gusto, is as good as us finding your blood lying right next to Mr. Croft's body. Overruled. Why would there be traces of your blood there of all places, Mr. Gusto? If you want to answer Her Honor, Mr. Gusto, then I will. It wasn't just blood in liquid form. It wasn't just blood in liquid form from the Gemini case. There were traces of salt and sugar too. There were? If you remember, one particular part of Mr. Frost's work was literally very salty indeed. Oh yeah. You're talking about what Delicia told us back then, right? What was it again? Did they ever try ice is so scrumptious in all my life? Really? Man, I wish I could have had a bite. Well, scrumptious except for the salty bit, of course. That was unbearable. Salty bit. It's in the other photo you got there. This bit, the harpy thing. Gemini's liar. Yes, the liar, and only the liar. He said it had been flavored with salt. There are no traces of salt anywhere else in Mr. Frost's entry. Very interesting. What you can tell us, Mr. Edgeworth? Where did the salt and liar come from? It came from... the salt lamp. Has to be the salt lamp. This is the lamp from the IS-7 incident. Indeed, and I believe that the salt gave the liar its flavor came from just such a lamp. Mr. Von Karma had established that both salt lamps were in Mr. Tangora's room at the time of the crime. One of them was used to kill Mr. Frost. And it was stained with his blood. But no corresponding pool of blood was found in Mr. Tangora's room. Right, because the culprit had chucked the piece of chocolate with that on it into the little stream. Furthermore, aside from the lyre, no traces of salt were found anywhere else in Mr. Frost's room either. Hey, come to think of it, the lamps we found in Delicia's room were both broken. Lamps appear to be broken. Bulbs are smashed, both of them. Maybe they fell and broke on the floor. Yeah, we did figure out how the one that wasn't used to kill Frost got busted. Are we thinking maybe it had Gusto's blood in it at some point? Anyone whose blood was found on one of the lamps would have been a person of interest to the police. The killer needed to hide the blood somehow, in a way that wouldn't arouse suspicion. And you are seriously suggesting that the lyre was used to just that? I am. I suspect that the bloody salt was somehow applied to the lyre, so that it could be hidden inside the case. Because unlike the fountain water, sculptures would have needed more time and care to test properly. So he waited and waited for his chance to dispose of the lyre undetected. And the reason he's here today is 18 years ago, Mr. Frost's body and the evidence pointing to his killer were taken away together. This, of course, was not part of the perpetrator's plan, thus a new dilemma arose. The possibility that the body, the incriminating evidence, or both, would resurface one day. So back he comes 18 years later, sneaking in bright and early to try and cover his tracks. Well, Mr. Gusto, are you finally ready to admit it? You were the one responsible for the I-7 incident? Heard. Mr. Gusto, it's all because of you that Samson. Yeah, he's lost it. Yep, it's him. Gusto. So I finally got caught, huh? All these years later, nobody came close back then, not even the big shot Prosecutor or the Eternity. That's some impressive work, Mr. Prosecutor. I'll hand it to you. You admitted then that you murdered Eddie Frost. Yeah, sure I do. I did it, I killed him. But he only had himself to blame. What do you mean by that? He agreed to help me. We were supposed to help each other so that one of us could win. Whoever won was supposed to let the other use the cookbook. On the day of the final, the rat finally showed his true colors. Seriously, Frost, we had a deal. Sorry, I'm not helping you in the final. Our little agreement's over, Gusto. But I helped you. I spent all day yesterday making the ice for your pieces. Did you? And you can prove that, I suppose. What do you... Wait. You were planning to betray me right from the start, weren't you? After Frost double-crossed me, I had to make my piece for the final by myself. And like you said, my son wasn't there, so I didn't have any help with the flavor either. So much for the pride you claimed to have in your ability to make delicious desserts. Go ahead and judge. You have no idea what it was like for someone like me to lose my sense of taste. Give everything to become the best. Everything, I take pride in that. It's something someone like you can never understand. You're right, I don't understand. If you take pride in the fact that you resorted to murder, or that you abandoned your son, why do I want to understand someone who could do such things? A man can't afford to rely on other people. I learned that the hard way 18 years ago. My son never showed up on the day of the final. And in hindsight, I wouldn't be surprised if Frost was the reason why. Why would you think that? What exactly happened to your son? How am I supposed to know? I told you, he's none of my concern anymore. And according to you guys, nobody knows where he is now either. And you don't care? You're horrible. So with his disappearance, so too went your chances of winning, correct? Yeah. Miles Edgeworth is very smart and very egg-worthy of eggs. Indeed, indeed. It's true, it's ghosty, it's true. very egg-worthy. I had to find another way of getting my hands on that book. That's when inspiration struck. I decided to skip afternoon tea. It's like into Tangora's room. It should have been so easy. All I had to do was photograph the poor ones I needed to get out of there. So is Gregory Eggworth. Very much so. Eggery Eggworth. Eggery Gregworth. Then Frost showed up. I thought I might find you here. Stealing recipes from the famous cookbook. Tut tut tut. Frost. This? A cure for taste disorders? Oh no, this is too tragic. Confectionery can't taste anything, what will people say? If you tell anybody else. Arg. Yo, what? You can't even hit me, you miserable worm. Why you? Frost shoved me hard when I went to punch him. Knocked me clean off my feet. Crashed into one of the lamps. Something my blood got on it. So Mr. Frost wasn't the first to get hurt. When it was all over, I realized I had to get rid of that blood somehow. So I scraped off all the bloodied bits. I dissolved those salt shavings in some flavored ice mixture and brushed it all over the lamp. All over the harp. Wow. And that's how you made the evidence linking you to the murder vanish. Frost was gonna blackmail me. He would have made me give him money to keep quiet about my condition. So I decided he had to kill him. Yeah, I guess I did. Why would I let him live? Would you want someone holding something like that over your head? Besides, he's the one who drew first blood. Makes for a solid case of self-defense, don't you think? That was the impetus behind it all. Anyway, I initially took the lamp to Frost's room. Went straight there once I figured out how I was gonna hide the bloody part. Inspired by all the ice sculpting tools lying about the place, I guess. You're not as dumb as you pretend to be. Yeah, figured I could use them to chip it off and grind it up. Once that was done, painting the stuff all over the harp was easy. But why, Samson? Why'd you have to frame him? Hold it. I never meant for the cops to pin it on him. That was your fault, you and the rest of them. Why do you think I went to the trouble of placing the lamps and cloths back in Scone's room? There's only one reason to plant the murder weapon in the room of another contestant. I have suspicion of that person. You tried to frame me, Gutsy Pants? Gutsy Pants? Yeah. But why? Why, poor old me. I respected Tangora. He was the best. A true champion. I would never have wanted him to take the fall. You're a fraud. Your work wasn't even real. You had no respect for our craft at all. You deserve to be punished for what you did. Oh, Gusty, how could you? And had you refrained from eating Tangora's work, Frost's body wouldn't have been found. I must wait until Tangora was judging your room. And that's when I'd sneak the corpse into Frost's room and freeze it. But thanks to you, a bound here found it before I had a chance to retrieve it. I don't understand. Why'd you need to freeze his body at all? Why indeed? Mr. Edgeworth, surely you must know. Why did Mr. Guster need to free Mr. Frost's body? It could have been any one of these. But it was probably to obscure the time of death. Mr. Guster needed to freeze Mr. Frost's body to obscure the time of death. They determined that the murder occurred during afternoon tea. Who would have been an obvious suspect? Bingo. Freezing Frost's body wasn't simple. Throwing everything into time. So I decided to put his body in the chest in Tangora's room. While I got everything ready for Frost's. Oh. At the time, it seemed like the perfect hiding place. Never counted on some gluttonous pharmacist showing up and making the whole ship collapse. I still don't get it though. Why disguise the body as a night sculpture at all? The sooner it was found, the smaller the effective reason it would have had on masking the time of death. Therefore, he needed to disguise it, at least until it would be fully frozen. How awful. Using Mr. Frost's own work to help you cover up the truth behind his murder. Ironically, Tangoro would have been just fine if the body hadn't been found before I got it out of his room. If only things gone to plan. You wouldn't even have been arrested, let alone convicted. You mean it was my fault? Everything that happened to Samson? It's all because I found the body? Don't let him get inside her head, Jude. None of this is your fault. If it wasn't Samson, it would have been Delicia instead. She would have been the one they arrested. Either way, there's only one person to blame here, and that's Gusto. It didn't help that the initial detective was so bad at his job either. He never even told the prosecutor the body had vanished. Here's the detective. So then, Mr. Von Karma had unwittingly placed Mr. Tangora under arrest in the absence of a body. I mean, I guess it would explain why he was so keen to wrap things up. Still, you'd think he'd notice something as big as that if he'd taken a look at a few reports, right? Not if someone had been deliberately distorting the facts of the case, though. Either way, it seems that Mr. Von Karma didn't know about the body until after the arrests had been made. Wow. But admitting that would have spoiled his perfect record, he kept it to himself and proceeded to prosecute Mr. Tangora regardless. Can this really be true? You don't feel bad at all? Somebody spent 18 years in prison because of you? Sticks and stones, girlie, sticks and stones. What a jerk. I'd arrest you right now, pal. I'm afraid I can't allow you to do that, detective. So you noticed that? Glad somebody did. That is right. You can't lay a finger on me. Why? You just confessed to murder. Statute. No idea, huh? I guess I better lay it out for you. Why you can't arrest me? I killed Frost 18 years ago. Statute of limitations for murder in this country is 15 years. You do the math, you can't arrest me. And you think I'd confessed? You think I'd have confessed otherwise? That's right, statute of limitations is only 15 years. This is really the end of the line, Mr. Edgeworth. Once the statute has expired, he can't be charged, so... But, how unfortunate, Mr. Edgeworth. Afraid that both Mr. Gusto's confession and deductions will have to be struck from the record, and Mr. Tangora's conviction will remain in place. But we finally proven that the police never had Mr. Frost's body in their possession. We can't arrest Mr. Gusto. Surely Mr. Tangora has grounds for a retrial on that basis. Does he? Wouldn't be so sure. Afraid that the goddess' judgments are somewhat harder to overturn than you might imagine. So the committee means for the verdict 18 years ago to stick, no matter what. Bad luck, Mr. Prosecutor. Must be something we can do. Something to bring Mr. Gusto down. He killed him. Hold it. Depending on your actions over the last 18 years, the statute might not have expired. May not have expired yet. He was out of the country. This ought to be good. Alright, I got nothing to hide. When you want to ask it. Very well. Tell us where you've been, what you've been doing since the incident. Sure. Not long after the contest, I was able to cure my taste disorder. That's the formula from that book. So long after that, I went to Zhengfa to really buckle down and hone my craft. That explains a lot. I tried to contact you after the fact. Guess you were long gone by then, huh? Could be. I left, let's see, around a year after the murder. It was before Tangora's last day in court. Going to Zhengfa was the best thing I ever did. Flavor, design, on the full package now. Oh, that dog. And all on the backs of those whose lives you destroyed. Yeah, But what's an omelet without a few eggs? Exactly. Agree, Edgeworth. Nothing, Mr. Prosecutor, nothing. You're evil. 6 and stones, girlie. Can't arrest me, that's all that matters. I need more to work with. Must be something I can get out of him. Some further on the statements he just made. Kyler's training in Zhengpa. I'd like you to tell us more about your training in Zhengpa if you wouldn't mind. Fine. I went to Zhengpa and I finally became the best in the world. The 2 limitations for murder in this country's 15 years. You do the math, you can't arrest me. We gotta throw the book. This guy's probably watched a few legal dramas, but he's no lawyer. Not like you and me. Gotta be some loophole somewhere we can use. Just gotta. He's right, Mr. Gus is an armchair attorney after all. Here we go. Let's throw this book at him. 7 years from the date of the crime. Separate time from supply. Claims for damages, etc. 15 years from the date of the crime. He's suspended should the suspect flee to a foreign country. Ah, there we go. From any time, any accomplices his indictment to the end of the trial. Objection. The statute of limitations for murder is subject to the following condition. The statute is suspended should the suspect flee to a foreign country. Means that the time he spent abroad doesn't count towards the total time of the statute. No way. So it's like someone hit pause while it was in Zhengpa. It appears that there may be time left on the clock yet. That'll depend on how long you stayed in Zhengpa, Mr. Gusto. Was 3 years exactly. 3 years, hold on. Let me say anything until I've done the math. 18 years back. Says you just 15 years. Add 3 overseas. 15 plus 3 makes exactly 18, which means no way. Mr. Edgeworth, you did it. The statute still hasn't expired after all that. Yeah. Bingo, 18 years exactly. Glad he worked it out for yourselves. Yeah, he's just been stringing us along this whole time. Why is he laughing? We're good, aren't we? We can rest him now. Hate to break it to you, little sis, but I-17 went down at the end of December. It's April now, which means, strictly speaking, it's been 18 years and 4 months. Since Ross murder at Augustus, the Inn's Zhengpa really lasted 3 years on the nose. It's not enough. If you won't show it, enough, but I tell you can't touch me. You to admit it, but you read the board file when he made his confession. How unfortunate, Mr. Edgeworth. But wait. If only the statute had been suspended for another year. Those who would overturn the goddess's judgment must be willing to pay the price. If they fail. Whoa. Must be something I can do. I knew it. If the law can't bring Mr. Custer to justice, then... Dudes, what are you thinking? There's no need to go adding to your rap sheet just yet. We're done here. Far from it. Cause there's still a way we can nail him. There is. Right, Mazzarino, pep talk. I need to think back over everything we know about the case. Gus has overlooked one critical thing you yourself relatively wrongly about. Which is... I wasn't there for Samson's last trial, remember? So I can tell he doesn't seem to know the final verdict came down that day is... means there's still one way left to us. Look open your statutes for dummies. There and take another look. 17 years ago, they really did a number on Samson and random look at pretty picture. We'd make good use of that verdict now. We'd make Gusto pay in full for what he's done. Bender, are you... Those who would overturn the goddess's judgment? So you're willing to pay the price should they fail? This is my client, Miles. Can't bring myself to use the source of his pain as a weapon in this fight. Did we play our last card or not? Let's be up to you. We're doing it. Mr. Gusto's justice can only happen if I use the outcome of that hard-fought trial. Did I raise an objection to play that card or not? Let's do it. We need the truth. Father and Mr. Von Karma. One sought to reveal the truth, the other to hide it. I know which path I choose to follow. The one that seeks to reveal the truth. This court's reached its final verdict. The record will state that Mr. Gusto has been found not guilty on all counts. Objection. No, Your Honor. Mr. Carmelo Gusto is absolutely guilty. I refuse to let him walk away. Crimes are too unspeakable to go unpunished. Do you mean to suggest you have grounds upon which to call for his arrest? I do. Hasn't yet expired. Not this. Oh wait, what's that? The statute is suspended from the time of any accomplice's indictment. Accomplice, he's an accomplice. So this piece of evidence, if you will. Court calls the evidence inadmissible. Grounds that appears to be entirely irrelevant. Mr. Schwartz, I understand your frustration. Isn't easy giving up on a lost cause. Not give up. The justice is done. Mr. Tangaro's trial lasted a year. They ended with a verdict that couldn't have been more wrong. Or your verdict may be what finally sees Mr. Gusto arrested. An accomplice, right? There it is. Very well. Is there a particular page of the S7 case? Oh, you'd like us to refer to? Suspect data. I'd like to direct your attention to the page concerning the suspect. You can see Samson Tangora was convicted as an accomplice. It took around 1 year from his indictment for the verdict to be reached. Yes, that does seem to be the case. Bookie gave us details certain conditions pertaining to the statute of limitation for murder. One of them, as I mentioned, is that the statute is suspended if the suspect leaves the country. Another states that the statute is suspended from the time of any accomplice's indictment to the end of their trial. Ding ding. What? Angora was convicted as an accomplice? Yep. Ren Zhangfa, the verdict came down. Samson was convicted as an accomplice, not as the main perpetrator. Clearly news to you. Not good news either, am I right? But that be. Tangora was an accomplice to anyone. Was an accomplice to anyone. He was innocent, and you know it. Oh, we know it. That's what we've been trying to prove all along. In a pleasing twist of fate, his wrongful conviction will be the very thing that sets him free. If he spent 3 years in Zhangfa, and her accomplice, Samson Tangora was on trial for 1 year. Means he can still be charged with Mr. Frost's murder up up to 19 years after the fact. In other words, statute of limitations hasn't expired at all. Grrr. Our judgment is invaluable, but that of her servants appears is not. Seems the prosecutor in charge of this case may have erred. Unbelievably, we have no choice but to instigate a full inquiry. No, how could this? You weren't supposed to be able to. 18 years, that's a long time to let somebody else suffer for your crimes. It's time to pay the piper, Gusto. A moment too soon. Hurrah. But I'm finally the greatest. My brilliance has been recognized. You have everything for this. Everything, even my son. And more's the pity. But you can't run from the law forever, because the bills come due at last. Hurrah. Oh, what's he making? A statue of himself? That's really impressive. What? Mr. Gusto's all set for a trip downtown, sir. Oh, good. Which means it's your turn next, right? I suppose so. Judes. I'm so sorry, everybody. Caused you all so much trouble. But thank you. Thank you so much for bringing Mr. Gusto to justice at last. I'm afraid there's no escaping the consequences of your actions, Miss Pound. Those actions were born of legal mistakes that were made all those years ago. We all know that. So allow me to apologize in return. On behalf of the prosecution. Oh no. I have no one to blame but myself for it all. Sitting with those sculptures. Alrighty, take care, Bella. Nice seeing you. Good one. Hey, Judes, you think maybe you might want me to represent you? I'm not some nervous newbie anymore. There's no way I'm letting you take the rap for everything. Oh, I'd be honored. Thank you, Mr. Fender. He's always asking for a hug. Sorry, ma'am, but you gotta come with me now. Of course. Judge Gavel, why'd you lie to us? Lie? What are you talking about? You imply that there was no case for a retrial, as we've proven that wasn't true. Surely anyone truly committed to seeing justice done would have called one as soon as the body was found. I'm under no obligation to answer such questions. I really have no intention of doing so either. Truly, you're proving to be quite a threat to the Committee for Prosecutorial Excellence. As such, you gave me a little choice but to report back on your continued transgressions. No doubt you'll be called to appear before the committee in due course. Man, the audacity of this bee. I must be on my way. What the heck? After you caught the real killer and everything? Isn't that what prosecutors are supposed to do? Regardless of how it may play out, I'll never regret what we accomplished here today. Mr. Edgeworth. Hey, Mr. Edgeworth. Yes? Why'd you stick your nose in this case anyway? You weren't even on the job. What helps to bring the truth to light, Mr. Winter? Not only as a prosecutor, but as a person. I don't get it. I wouldn't expect you to understand. Not as long as you believe that closing a case makes you a winner. That's going way over my head. I'm going home. Wow. What was that all about? Usa still has a lot to learn is all. Wowsy wowsy. Yes. I just want to say, old Greggy Pegleg would have been proud of you today. Oh, look at me cheering up. That, and thanks for helping poor Sammy Football. Of course. Yeah, gee, looks like you cleared everything up, huh? So what happened exactly? I was kind of busy sketching. Wait, where did Judy and Birdie go? Wow, you really weren't paying attention, were you? No, I am loath to admit it. Larry's sketches did come through for us on more than one occasion. Not that I'm about to tell him that. I'm quit it with the glaring, will ya? Whatever I did, I'm sorry. I'm down, Larry. I wasn't glaring at you. You totally were. You're just like your pop. He was a terrible liar, too. He was? Listen, I'm gonna head out. Need to fill Samson or I'm down today. You wanna come with? Yes, of course. Great, I'm coming too. Yo. Visitor's room. So, what's Mr. Tangara like? Can't wait to finally meet him. Oh, he's a real sweetheart. I love him. Even while locked up, he can't help but make all sorts of cookies and cakes for everyone. It's my 3 p.m. cake extravaganza is a thing for prisoners and guards alike. Oh wow. Really, that sounds awesome. Could be enough for us to try it. Didn't we find a few slices of chocolate cake in the prison the other day? Could they have been some of Mr. Tangora's baked goods? Gummy, what are you doing here? Heard you were all coming to see Mr. Tangora, so I volunteered to escort him. Hello, new friends. I'm Samson Tangora. Prosecutor Miles Edgeworth at your service. I'm Mr. Edgeworth's trusty sidekick, Kay Faraday. Yeah, very nice to meet you both. Miles, here's Gregory's son. Is that so? Your father was very kind to me, but fought so hard for my case. In the end, I betrayed him. I made a false confession and... Don't worry, Mr. Tangora. Mr. Fenders explained everything to me. Sure did. Now we're here to tell you the truth about what happened 18 years ago. The truth? Judy did all that for me? Crazy kid wrecked her brain for 18 years till she finally figured out how to set you free. What can I say? Turns out she really would do anything for you. Oh, Judy, never did anything to deserve such devotion. Come now, Mr. Tangora. I think we all know that's not true. The bond between the two of you held strong for all these years, after all. You think so? Guess I better show him. Here's evidence as proof of the bond Mr. Tangora and Mr. Bond share. Miss Bond share. And the chocolates, I'm guessing. These chocolates, Judy made them, didn't she? Yes, she did. They're super delicious and sweet. Miss Pam continued making them just as you taught her, after that fateful day. So there'd always be something waiting for you when you finally came home. Oh, cute, Judy. I bet they're beyond super sweet then, aren't they? Very much so, I'm afraid. I only wish we could hand them to you. Don't worry, sir. I'll make sure it gets them later. Should be a clear breach of prison policy, not that I have the authority now to stop them anyway. Thank you very much. Yeah, Detective, something about you reminds me of Detective Bad. Really, pal? Guess I look up to him a lot. He's my role model. You don't say. Seems fate likes to bring people of all sorts together, huh? You hang in there, Samson. Just a little longer. Should be able to get you out soon. Sorry it's taken so long. And we should have to wait 18 years to get justice. Don't be silly, Eddie. I'm the one who should be saying sorry. Rather... Thank you. Truly. Samson. I guess it's my turn to wait for Judy to come home now. Better make sure there's something delicious on the table for her when she finally walks through that door. Don't let me down, Eddie. Give it to me, big guy. The IS-7 incident. It's been 18 long years. This case we inherited from my father. It's finally coming to a close. Bro, Hey Miles, thanks for today. Sorry for forcing you to make the final call. Oh well. So they made the call that felt right to me. What are you guys talking about? Samson was wrongly convicted. We had to pretend that he wasn't in order to nail Gusto. But to use his false conviction against him, even to save him. As a lawyer, I just couldn't bring myself to do it. Yeah, I can see that. Now that Gusto's behind bars, I can finally start to get that wrongful conviction overturned. Yes, I'm sure you will. Wait a minute, does this mean that even if you were only doing what's right, false conviction had been overturned before today, Mr. Gusto would have gotten away scot-free? Yep. Yep. What we folks in trade like to call a legal contradiction. The law is far from perfect. Things like legal contradictions, right? Yeah. You never know. Things might change. Law's always evolving, just like us humans. For Uncle Eddie and Miles Reno included, am I right? Potential for growth and change. People in the law, huh? So, Miles, are you gonna keep fighting crime as a prosecutor? Or people as an attorney? Something tells me you got a big decision ahead of you. And only you can answer. Well, let's just say I won't complain if you show up at the office one day. On that note, it's time for me to skedaddle. Hey, big time. I was paying my debts, but for now. Thanks again for today. I mean it. That no-look wave. So good. Do you seem kind of in a hurry to get out of here, do you? You did. And honestly speaking, I'm the one who owes them a debt of gratitude. After all, he gave me the chance to reckon with my father's final case. Yo, nice. When I was a boy, all I ever dreamed of was becoming an attorney like my father. But then, during my time with Mr. Von Karma, I learned the way of the prosecutor instead. Eventually, with the help of some good friends, I found my own voice and a new way to live. But now my career as a prosecutor is at risk of being taken away from me. It may be time to take another long, hard look at how I want to live my life, whether I like it or not. For a second, Edgeworth and Co. Office. Hey, Gregory. Sorry for reporting in so late. It may have taken 18 years. Finally in a position to prove Samson's innocence. Well, thanks to your boy Miles. I'm done with that. You should have seen him. The way he fought for the truth gave me chills. It's like I was watching you. Look, I know I'm not half the attorney that you were. Those guiding principles you tried to instill in me. I like to think I'm embodying them now as I carry on. I can see it's up and your boy will be joining me in that soon. Am I gonna fight crime as a prosecutor? People as an attorney? What's the right answer? Which path should I choose? That was awesome. Really 10 out of 10 games. That's it for me for today. I hope we can get to case 4 next week. It's been a crazy Saiban Sunday. Well, Sunday evening. I didn't expect that case to be 9 hours, but wow. I'm glad I followed through to the end. But you all take care. Have a great day, and we'll see you guys later. I'm gonna go pass out. So good night. And farewell.